welcome to the meeting of the morning of June 21st, 2022. We will call the meeting to order. Tony, will you please call roll? Here.
Present. Here. Arenas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Jones. Liccardo.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Okay, we got a quorum. Here we go. Let's start. If you're able to stand, please join us at the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag. All right, today's invocation will be provided by Mother Millie Hughes, from St. Francis Episcopal Church. Councilmember Davis will tell us more, and welcome, Mother.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to invite Mother Maylie Hughes from St. Francis Episcopal Church to come to the podium to lead us in this morning's invocation. Mother Maylie provides the liturgical and spiritual leadership for St. Francis. St. Francis has had a long history in San Jose, with the first service at Willow Glen dating back to 1958. My family and I attend St. Francis, and I can confidently say that Mother Maylie and everyone at St. Francis embody the welcoming and accepting nature of San Jose. Thank you for coming today, Mother Maylie.
Thank you. Good morning. I invite us all into a moment of silence to quiet our minds and calm our hearts. Holy One, known by many names and beyond all names, Spirit of life, Spirit of love, Spirit of community, Spirit of justice. We ask your blessings on the members of this council who have been called to lead our city and community in which we live and work and play. Help them as leaders to not ask first, how do we fix this, but what do we need to learn? How might we need to change? And to whom do we need to listen? Remind them, because we all forget from time to time, especially in the noisiness of what passes for political debate today, that they are not only leaders, but also servants, that it is their responsibility and ours to serve the common good of all. Remind them that no matter where we live, everyone, gay, straight, transgender, Black or white, Latino or Asian, Muslim, Jew, Hindu, Sikh, or atheist, all are our neighbors, our siblings, and that throughout the ages, prophets have called the leaders of the people to respect and protect the least of those among us, our children, the elderly, the poor, those who are hungry, those who have no homes, those who are ill in body, mind, or spirit, the strangers and immigrants in our midst, those who live on the margins, those who are alone, those who are forgotten. Grant them and us the wisdom and courage to know and do what is right and good and true. May they and we speak out when it's time to speak out, and listen patiently and receptively when it's time to listen. May they and we always be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, and the spirit of love. This we pray in the name of all that we hold sacred and holy, all that we hold good and right and true. Amen.
Thank you very much. All right, let's jump into our ceremonial items. We have one item today before we get on to our agenda. Councilmember Carrasco will help us recognize and commend Silicon Valley Cannabis Alliance.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all having a fantastic Tuesday. You know, it wasn't nearly a decade ago that the conversation around cannabis was barely beginning to shed its tabooness. Marijuana has had a very rocky trajectory, and up until its legislation in 2016 with Proposition 64, where voters made it very clear that marijuana would no longer be a taboo. We've come a long way, baby. And conversations about race and equity were even less heard of. So today, it is befitting that we present a commendation to Sean Kelly Ray with the Silicon Valley Cannabis Alliance, where we are blending these two conversations about race and equity and cannabis. A little bit about Sean. Sean has lived in California since 1975, graduated from Santa Clara University with a BS in economics, is a licensed California real estate broker since 1990, and former San Jose mayor's budget and policy aide. He has all of the background, experience, and thick skin to do the work that he currently does. He founded Jackson and Maine LLC, a California-based business advisory and lobbying firm, specializing in land use entitlement, the cannabis industry, and state-level legislative action, working with city, county, and state-level regulators on behalf of their clients. Sean aligned his work to form the Silicon Valley Cannabis Alliance, a professional organization founded in March 2018 that is focused on growing the regional legal cannabis industry by fostering community and professional connections between the cannabis business owners, the entrepreneurs to the industry, and business to local and state elected officials. SVCA creates opportunities for the industry and drives economic development for municipalities by keeping everyone up to date on new ordinances and best practices through networking, mixers, and larger signature events that bring various stakeholders into a dialogue. They remain socially responsible by encouraging the local cannabis industry to keep cannabis away from those under the age of 21, which I really appreciate. Requesting municipalities to spend tax dollars on cannabis education, and engaging in socially responsible activities focused on the spirit and intent of Proposition 64 of criminal records expungements. Though the work of SVCA pioneers can only be accomplished with our support and commitment to expunging records and providing opportunities for people of color to own businesses and generate wealth. I've made it known that I'm not a consumer of cannabis, although my kiddos sometimes have different interpretations because I've been such an advocate as of late. And it's a joke in our house. They often refer to me as Marijuana Maggie, sometimes Cannabis Carrasco. But all joking aside, what my children understand is that I am a staunch supporter, an advocate, because I want to right this wrong and make sure that our Black and brown and Asian brothers and sisters have a second chance and have opportunities graciously afforded to others. We should all be champions of equity in this industry because the policies and dialogues we engage in directly link to remedying the damage of past policies that have majorly affected our communities of color, specifically our Black and Latino communities. Because what we've seen is a generation of disenfranchised Black and Latino communities, ineligible for financial aid, haunted by a criminal record, paying the price for a crime that others, especially today, primarily wealthy white counterparts, are making huge fortunes. The same acts that landed others in jail, sometimes for the better part of their adult lives. Think about that young Black kid, that brown little brother, who was essentially doing the same thing as a celebrity as their classmate who happened to live in a different census tract and zip code. Their lives were ruined, and for their communities, recidivism was high, and poverty was certain. Today, it's a different story. We're writing a different narrative. We have the power to be responsible, to be safe, and to be just. we can seek equity and right this historic wrong. And here we stand with an incredible partner in this crusade. I want to thank you, Sean, for your impactful work in championing equity in this industry and for working to remedy the damage of past policies. And I invite the mayor to present the commendation, and I also invite Sean to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Council Member, San Jose City Council members, Mayor Liccardo, for this generous recognition. I must start, and I think we all owe it to the women in our lives. They are always the rock that is always behind us. Everyone is indebted to their mother, and I am indebted to my wife, who is really the heart of Silicon Valley Cannabis Alliance, her boundless energy and mastery of everything that has continued to move this organization forward. There's a lot of people I want to thank, so I've asked that you just bear with me. Victor Gomez, who was a co-founder in this endeavor. Former Mayor Chuck Reed. We were on opposite sides at some times, but frankly, we came together because we realized that cannabis should not be sold on the streets. It should be sold in legal dispensaries, under cameras, with security officers, with guidelines, paying taxes, regulated, tested, so users don't have negative impacts that come from street dealing. And I thank the San Jose Police Department for their role in helping shape this ordinance, similar to the one that they did with gaming and creating the trite restrictions. San Jose has one of the best ordinances in the state. When the state actually created their program, they've modeled the most of it behind San Jose, and that was a lot to do with the police department and the work of Chuck Reed, former Mayor Reed. There were also industry partners, cannabis entrepreneurs very early on that realized that being legal and being fair and correct and abiding by the law was the most important thing. Mark Madalich from Airfield, Doug Klopek and Ernie Areola from Lux, Jesse Dong from Natural Herbal, Steve D'Angelo, which some of you may know, who's quite famous from Harborside, Joe LaMonaco, Neil Raditsky, and a posthumous thanks to Derek Howard, who passed away just about a year or so ago, whose actual birthday is today, and his ashes are being scattered by his friends in Hawaii, his resting place. Attorneys James Anthony, Sharmi Shaw, and Jim Roberts, who gave us sound legal advice all the way through the process. And Dr. William Armeline and Reverend Jeff Moore, and Attorney General Rob Bonta for being the moral compass in the industry and remembering that we owe a duty to those who paid the heavy price of jail and broken families on the path to legalization, and to never forget that our focus forward should be fairness and equitable. Recognition is due for some strange and interesting alliances. Osh Kalra and Pete Constant, who never really saw eye to eye on much other than perhaps getting a beer. But on cannabis, they definitely brought to their personal biases aside, their political views aside, and collaborated to really work together to see that there was a good policy put in place. Finally, the council members behind you and those that are on virtually, who really made sure and keep us accountable every day. Councilmember Carrasco, Mayor Liccardo, Council members Foley, Davis, Arenas, Perales, Jimenez, and Esparza, the support of Congressman Ro Khanna, State Senator now Dave Cortese, Senator Jim Bell, former Senator Jim Bell, and thanks to all their efforts during the COVID pandemic in keeping our doors open and keeping safe access available. Finally, I wouldn't be a self-respecting lobbyist that didn't take the opportunity to lobby at this point. And that is this, is that $17.5 million a year is estimated to come in annually from cannabis to the general fund. I'd like to ask the council to find the funding, to create a program that creates college scholarship program that sends young adults from these districts, from these census tracts that were adversely affected by the war on drugs. Each one of us here is here for community service and for the public good, especially the council members. There are so many other things we could be doing instead of community service. But I think this is one of those programs where you take a portion of that $17.5 million, however it can be done, and really make an impact and a lasting change in our community, and that is through education. Help some of those children whose families were broken apart, whose parents may have gone to jail, the wives and sisters and brothers and everyone else that were affected by the war on drugs, and give them the opportunity, taking money derived from cannabis revenue and giving it back to them and put them through college. Give them the opportunities we all had. I'm the first person in my family to go to college, and it dramatically changed my life. My father left India when he was 17, when his father died, to go work. He had 1 year of college, and that's all he had. So college is so important. It really lifts people up. And the only thing that I'd ask is that the council and the mayor consider something like that in the future as we move forward. And I want to thank you again all for your time and your energy and your listening, and for this special honor.
Okay, we're returning to the agenda on orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? There's a request from staff to continue or defer for 1 week item 10.1A. That's a consent agenda item on the land use calendar. That's 10.1A regarding an off-sale permit. Are there any other proposed changes? And I should tell Tony I'm not yet up on Zoom to be able to see what my colleagues are doing. So if you could let me know if they've got any hands up.
Sure. There's no hands right now.
Okay,
Do you need a motion, Mayor?
I think I do.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion from Councilmember Davis. Let's vote.
Jimenez?
Yes.
Thank you. Peralez?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Carrasco? Davis?
Yes.
Esparza?
Yes.
Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Ricardo?
Aye,
Thank you.
great. On to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Okay. We'll move on then to item 3.3, which is the approval of various budget actions. Sorry about that. I got to put the mute button on. Approval of various budget actions for fiscal year 21-22. There's no presentation. Are there any questions? I'm raising.
On Zoom? Oh, you just have your hand on Zoom.
Sorry to fake you out there, Tony. Let's go to the public first to see if there are any comments from members of the public on this item. And remember, the public has 2 minutes to speak. Okay, I see none, so let's go back to the council. I don't see any hands up. I do have one question myself. A couple different places in this document. I know this is a very lengthy document. It discusses, and I guess this is a question for Jim, the $10 million that we're setting aside, and it relates to dollars that it's a reflection of our challenges getting FEMA approval for reimbursement. And actually, Lee may have answered this one. FEMA reimbursement on the on the shelter that we were providing, the non-congregate shelter. And apparently FEMA told us, hey, city, that's a county responsibility, so we're not going to reimburse you. Did I get that right?
Yeah, Mayor, this is Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director. Yeah, so the action that was in there is the city has been supporting the county's efforts to provide isolation and quarantine support services for residents in San Jose residents into motels and hotels who can't isolate themselves. And so, this has been sort of a ongoing program that we've been involved with kind of since the beginning of the pandemic. A number of the services that are provided as part of that overall service are reimbursable by FEMA, but there are some that are not. So some of the financial assistance and some of the in-home supportive services that are provided by the county is not FEMA eligible. When the city initially, participated in this at that time, we thought that there was potentially some costs that would not be FEMA eligible. But as we kind of went down the path, there was a time there where we thought, as FEMA was sort of evolving some of their rules, that we thought we could have all of this be eligible for FEMA reimbursement.
Right.
Subsequent conversations found out that no, really, there's a portion that is not going to be eligible for FEMA, and those are the costs that we would be responsible for. So it kind of goes back to kind of what our original sort of plan was.
Yeah.
So when we set aside that $10 million, that was in anticipation that some of those costs would not be eligible for FEMA, this being one of the big ones.
And thanks, Jim. And I appreciate everything we do during the pandemic in terms of spending dollars as a calculated risk. We recognize FEMA may or may not reimburse us, but we do it because we think there's an urgent need that we need to respond to. In this case, getting COVID vulnerable residents of ours into shelter and transitional housing. I guess if the federal government says, hey, this is a county responsibility, I guess it begs the question, did we go back to the county and say, hey, county, the federal government told us it's the county responsibility, so why don't you reimburse us, and then you can go get reimbursement from FEMA?
And I think, and anybody else wants to chime in, I think what Cal OES is saying is that the types of services, the full array of the types of services that is being provided, all of those are not FEMA eligible, regardless if the county provided or if the city provided it. So and I think that's where the discrepancy lies. So I think some of the in-home supportive services and the financial assistance are not FEMA eligible at all.
I could, Lee, did you want to jump in?
No, I would agree with Jim. That's my understanding of it. With that said, we do have additional agreements and amendments that we're working on right now with the county related to this program. So we can certainly fine tune to make sure that we're correct in that. But if the interpretation is from FEMA that has changed, that this is more of a county responsibility, we absolutely would have the option of negotiating with the county for them to bear those costs through reimbursement and then have us pay the difference. So that can be something that we check on as we renegotiate those agreements.
Okay, I'm just trying to pull up the portion of that memo now to make sure I'm reading it right. I thought that's exactly what FEMA did say, is that we won't reimburse you because you're not the right agency to be providing this service. And we would reimburse the county if the county was. And I thought I saw that somewhere early on in pages 3 or 4. And let me see if I can pull up the precise part of the memo.
Yeah, and Mayor, I'm also looking at one of the detailed sort of write-up that we have there. I'll go back to the first one, but staff, a little snippet here, it says staff has concluded that the city's financial participation in the county's isolation and quarantine support program to pay for rental and financial assistance and in-home support services for San Jose residents would be ineligible for FEMA reimbursement. Only the direct expenses of motel and hotel room stays is eligible for the FEMA reimbursement.
I guess it's the next sentence down where it says per Cal OES. I'm sorry, it's not FEMA it's telling us, it's Cal OES. Per Cal OES, the county has the sole legal and jurisdictional responsibility for non-congregate sheltering. Therefore, the city would not be eligible to claim any of those costs to FEMA. Because that's where I'm getting hung up.
Yeah, I think maybe it's in artfully where I think there are two components. I think one component is that for the whole program, the county is the agency that would submit to FEMA for the cost to be reimbursed. And so I think that's what that's trying to say there. So the city wouldn't really be, we found out that the city would not be the one to submit for any of the costs because it was a county-run program and a county has that responsibility. But of the overall program that the county was doing, that portion for rental and financial assistance and in-home support services is not eligible for FEMA reimbursement regardless. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I clearly invested too much in that sentence.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I took a long time to write it, and it still didn't come out right. So
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, thank you, Jim. All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from the Vice Mayor, second from Councilmember Esparza. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item 3.4 is the adoption of the annual appropriation ordinance and annual funding sources resolution for the next fiscal year budget and the resolution establishing the appropriation limit. Let's go to the public.
I have no hands.
All right. Let's come back to the council. Are there questions?
Move
Comments?
approval.
Motion-
Second.
Motion of Councilmember Foley. And I just one question for clarification, Jim. The 1.4 million, I'm sorry, 1.4 billion that's established as the GAN limit. Inevitably, people, whenever they mention GAN, they say, well, but your general fund actually exceeds that. And I presume that the same state rules apply with regard to capital expenditures and so forth being exempt. Is that right?
hi, Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director. So no, that is sort of a variety of different expenditures are eligible under the GAN limit, not just the general fund. Some of the capital expenditures apply also.
Okay. Okay. I won't, I'll take it offline then. I understand this gets pretty detailed.
Yeah, there's a lot of back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 3.6 is the City of San Jose 2022 Tax and Revenue Anticipation Notes, which we affectionately call TRAN notes. There's a presentation. Welcome, Julia.
Presentation. So, good afternoon, Julia Cooper, Director of Finance. I have with me Jim Shannon, Budget Director. The presentation was posted extremely late this morning. I apologize for that. It's been rough trying to get everything together. The market's really been moving on us, as you're well aware that the Fed's increased the borrowing rate by 75 basis points last week. So hopefully the presentation will be up shortly. So as you're aware, the city has been pre-funding its retirement contributions since fiscal year 2008-2009. We pre-funded every year since that time except for fiscal year 1920, and we entered into short-term borrowing to facilitate that prepayment beginning in fiscal year 2011. So each year we work closely between finance and the budget office to do an analysis in terms of the discount that the retirement funds offer us to pre-fund compared to the cost of borrowing, the lost interest earnings, but then the interest earnings that we also receive during that period of time. So once again, we determined, even with the 15% haircut that the retirement boards placed on the discount rate for fiscal year 2023 pre-funding, we determined it was in the city's best interest to make that pre-funding payment. Today we have the action before you to authorize the issuance of the trans. Can you take it back to slide 2? And the action before you has the ability to issue up to $360 million for the borrowing, which is about 85% of the total pre-funding amount of $421 million, which would be pre-funding for all of the Tier 1 contributions and also the OPEB retiree health care costs. So, and we're also working and analyzing how much of that we pre-fund and then how much we split between repaying the TRAN in 8 months in February and 12 months in June of next year. So we undertook a competitive solicitation for banks to do a private placement like we've done in the past, and Bank of America was selected through that competitive process. The benefits of doing a private placement is we don't have to do an offering document, we don't have to provide monthly cash flows, and it is much easier and less document intensive. So as I mentioned, the authorization today is up to $360 million. The bank offered us up to $450 million. The TRAN is secured with 2022-23 property tax receipts and any other legally available general fund revenue. The interest rate, given the current volatility, the city has the flexibility to determine the TRAN size and the proportional maturity dates, as I mentioned, between 8 and 12 months, prior to our rate lock on June 29th. And the fixed rate will be set on closing based on those two tenors, based on the secured overnight financing rate, or SOFR rates. And the final maturity will be June of 2023. So I thought, since interest rates have moved quite a bit, that we do a comparison between the information that was presented in the May 24th, the staff report that you have before you today. At that point in time, for an 8-month maturity, the interest rate was just under 2%, and the credit spread from the bank is 26 basis points. So we looked at an all-in borrowing cost of a 220, and for 12 months, the all-in borrowing cost of a 253, with that credit spread at 27 basis points. So based on that, assuming that we finance the 85% of the amount that we need to pre-fund, we have interest paid on the TRANs, and then we have additional interest that we earn on the cash that we wouldn't have used for pre-funding. We have some cost of issuance. So we still expected to have a net savings of just over $10 million. And compare that to the budgetary savings of $6.6 million, we still were exceeding that budgetary savings by almost $3.6 million. It's important to note these budgetary savings are across all the funds, because retirement contributions against all the funds. However, since that time, as you're well aware, the Fed's increased interest rates, and we've seen a corresponding increase in the cost of borrowing by nearly 100 basis points. So the 8-month rate as of last Friday would have been a 279. Credit spread remains the same. So all-in borrowing costs of a little over 3% for an 8-month, and then a 312 for the interest rate on a 12-month with the credit spread, and then a total indicative rate of just under 340. So while you can see in the table on the right-hand side, we still have significant savings to the city and above the budget estimate. So it obviously makes sense to continue to proceed, but as you can see, the cost of borrowing is much higher, about $1 million more than it was just a month ago. So we're moving forward with your approval today. We have calls scheduled with the bank, but we'll rate lock on June 29th and determine the maturity between 8 and 12 months. We'll close the deal on July 1st, in which we move a tremendous amount of money between the bank and the retirement plans, $421 million. And then with the final maturity of the TRANs will be at least a portion of it on June 30th. So the recommendations today are for the council to approve the issuance of up to $360 million, approving the documents associated with that, and then also to take some appropriation and funding resolution amendments, recognizing up to the $360 million. And then at annual report time, we'll clean up with what the actual actions were and the rates that we paid. So with that, we're available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Joey. All right, questions from the council? Let's go first to the public. Are there any public speakers?
No hands.
Okay, thank you, Tony. All right, from the council.
Second.
All right, it's a motion. I'm sorry to keep butting in with questions, but but this one is a bit of a departure from our traditional use of transfer, clearly doubling down on this approach just in terms of the quantity. Hadn't seen us go much above 100 million before. Julie, as we look at that slide that describes the savings, the general fund, if we could go back to that slide. First the 11 million, and then eventually it becomes a 6.6 million in the next fiscal year if you go through all the calculation. Well, maybe I'll just ask you, because I understand
Okay.
the slides are not
I have
cooperating
in
right
front
now.
of me.
Yeah, if you just look at the prepayment savings of 11.5 million, that is contingent on some assumptions, right? And one of those assumptions is around the funds achieving the discount rate in terms of the rate of return. Is that fair?
Yes, so that number comes from the retirement boards. So they do a calculation if we continue to pay, if we were to pay bi-weekly, just like with every payroll, what that would cost. And then they do a discount back if we pay it all on July 1st. And they took the discount rate, 6 5/8, reduced it by 15%, and then that's the amount of the discount that they did and calculated how much we would owe them on July 1st. So yes, it does make the assumption they've discounted it. So theoretically, they've assuming less than the rate of return, right? Only 85% versus 100% of their discount of 6 5/8.
And if instead the market tumbles, can you give us a sense of what the range is of the savings or whether ultimately it becomes negative?
Well, what happens is to the extent that they don't earn their assumed rate of return, then it just increases the unfunded liability.
Right.
So in future years, we just have a big, how they layer that and amortize it over the period of time, depending on the loss.
Right. And so, and ultimately, I understand we don't feel that pain in the next fiscal year. We feel that pain years down the road through 5-year smoothing and so forth. But that pain is
Yeah, and
significant.
so another way to look at it is we still owe the bill no matter what.
Yeah.
So to the extent that they're going to give us essentially a benefit of prepaying, you can just, if we were to pay on a biweekly basis and they didn't meet their rate of return, maybe it's a little bit less on an actuarial basis, but I don't think it's enough to move the needle because it's like the dollar cost averaging, in terms of them getting it biweekly as opposed to one lump sum. So they definitely have to invest the money that we provide to them on July
Right.
1st.
Yeah, and I guess that's the question in my mind, which is, look, we've gone through a pretty rough period in the market, and we may not have finished that ride, right? We tumbled more than 20% in equities, could be 40% by the time we're done. It might suddenly rebound. We don't know, but I guess the question would be, if instead they had direction to, hey, dollar cost average and how you're going to invest and invest a proportionate share every month. So that way, when the market tanks, we can hedge our losses in some way down the road with the impacts on our unfunded liabilities. Can I just ask, have we sort of done the sensitivity analysis or talked to them about, hey, when markets looking particularly volatile, maybe we should pull back a little bit?
And pre-fund less?
Yeah, pre-fund less and think about the dollar cost averaging approach.
No, but we could in the future ask them to prepare some analysis for us to see what the impact is on the UAL if they don't meet the assumed rate of return in any given year.
Is it possible that their financial folks could do a relatively quick and dirty analysis on what that looks like in this fiscal year? I'm not asking to hold this thing off. I understand you need us to move forward. But my concern is both the timing in the market, and I know we can never market time. It's always, um, we're always going to be wrong. But my concern is that we're going out now with 350 million, which is a level, I'm sorry, 360 million, forgive me, a level that's more than triple what we've pre-funded in the past. And that has me concerned that we're really doubling down on a strategy that could be a long-term detriment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the also way to look at it is the total pre-funding amount is $421 million. So we're just trying to make the determination right at this point between how much we're going to borrow and how much cash we're going to use as cash, and taking into account, you know, our cash balance tends to dip as we get into the latter part of the calendar year. So we just want to make sure that we have enough cash on hand that we're not dipping negative, right?
Right.
So the total bill that we owe them is $421 million.
Right.
So the borrowing is really on our end in terms of trying to determine, you know, how much. I mean, we don't have enough cash to pre-fund the whole thing with cash.
Yeah, no, I understand. We're going to need Tran notes no matter what.
Right.
Totally
right.
understand that. I guess the question is whether we'd ever want, given the fact that we're the ones who are on the hook for that unfunded liability, not the funds, would we ever want to condition our borrowing on some kind of arrangement with the boards that say, look, this is how we want you to actually enter the market to hedge on the risk to the city?
Yeah, I don't know that we can do that.
You don't know if it's legal.
Based on their independence relative to how they invest their funds.
Huh.
And we just have the right to exercise our prepayment.
Right.
They have the right to set how much they're going to either discount it at the full amount or give us some haircut associated with that.
Okay.
Which is their perception of where they think the market is when they give us a haircut. So, but I can talk to Roberto and see if there's a way that we could do some kind of sensitivity analysis or something.
I'd appreciate that.
Something in just kind of a pictorial way, because sometimes the numbers get a little overwhelmed, but maybe we can do some kind of graph or some kind, see where the levers are, you know, in terms of kind of what pushes one more than the other.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Julie.
Okay.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Davis?
Mayor, I just want to jump in as the liaison for the Federated Board. Part of the reason that they give us the haircut is that they don't invest the money as soon as it comes in, when it comes in a lump sum. So they keep some of it in cash. They do the dollar cost averaging as a matter of course. They don't just take in the however many hundreds of millions of dollars it is and then just invest it on any given day. So I just want to be clear about that. And we can have a presentation or an info memo from Roberto probably to, or Prabhu, to talk about how they handle that cash, if that would be helpful to you. Thank you,
Councilmember. I guess it would be helpful to have that conversation, whether it's through an email or memo, presentation, whatever. I'm open to whatever works. I just think that we are really more than doubling down on this approach with Tran notes, and I'm just concerned about, like to understand better how the dollars actually move when they get to them.
Sure, totally. I will happily relay that message as well, and I'm sure Julia will too. But I'll happily relay that message because I know they don't just take a big chunk of cash and put it in immediately.
Put it on the red. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, Mayor, just to clarify just one thing. So the total pre-funding approach for the Tier 1 cost is similar this year to how it was in 21-22. I think one of the biggest differences is the amount that we're borrowing is different.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that's clear.
Thank you, Jim. Okay. Any other questions?
Mayor, I have a question.
Thank you.
And first, I know we have historically had joint meetings with the retirement boards. I don't know if we're doing that this year, but this might be a topic we want to include it as an item that we want to discuss jointly with them. If that's a possibility, I'll just throw that out there as the representative to the Police and Fire Retirement Board. I do have a question for Julia. Julia, can you throw up the slide regarding the interest rates. And the market is very volatile, although it's up today, so at least it's up at the moment. I'm wondering, the authorization you seek today, so we're looking at the 8-month rate and the 12-month rate. These are the current rates. Do you see these rates going up between now and the lock period, or these are locked, we can lock these in now?
We can't lock until June 29th, which is 2 days before closing. We expect rates to hold within this band through the end of June, and don't anticipate the market to be pricing in the Fed action at the end of July until sometime probably after the 4th of July holiday, which is after we're out of the market. So based on our conversations with our municipal advisor and the Bank of America, we think these are pretty good planning numbers. There could be some movement around the edges, but not the kind of movement we saw between the staff report and today. And these are rates as of Friday last week.
Okay. So in the mortgage business, I'm getting updates daily about interest rates going up as it relates to residential real estate loans. So hopefully we won't be seeing that as the bond market moves around in the next week or so. But the authorization you're seeking today regarding the 8 months and the 12 months, is that, will you make the determination, or will you want us to make the determination to choose 8 month or 12 months, or you want the flexibility to make that decision?
We're seeking that to be a staff recommendation on what to do. And we have the opportunity to split between the two. So we'll likely split probably in the neighborhood of 50-50, with 50% due at the end of February and 50% to be repaid on June 30th next year.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments or questions? And I know this is a bit of a dumb question, but I'll ask it anyway. The train notes are fixed once they're issued,
Yes,
is that right?
last year we did have a variable rate component, but this year, given the amount of volatility we see in the market, we opted just to do fixed rate.
Sounds like a good idea. Okay, thank you. I don't think the rates are going to get any better. Okay, we have a motion, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the consent calendar. Are there any items the council would like to pull from consent? I'm not seeing hands. Oh, I am seeing. Councilmember Arenas?
Yes, I'd like to pull 2.21.
Okay, 2.21. And any other items? Let's go to 2.21. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. We had questions when this item came to rules, and while I'm supportive overall, I wanted to know from Nora if you were able to better define the predatory criminal behavior.
Thank you for your question, Council Member. We have looked at penal code definitions of predatory, and they all revolve around sexual assaults that we were able to find. And so I think our intention in working with the independent police auditor is to interpret that term broadly in the context of the mayor's memo and the types of uh, criminal concerns involving employees so that it wouldn't just be related to sexual assault, but it would also be serious criminal allegations. So that was our intention in when we bring this back to council.
Great. And so I'm glad to hear that you're going to broaden that definition of predatory criminal behavior. And then the second question as a follow-up is, what is predatory? So is one crime constitute predatory criminal behavior?
We haven't gotten that far in an analysis yet, but when we bring this back, we will provide the council in working with the independent police auditor our recommendations with respect to how this should work moving forward. And obviously, serious crimes may be something that we look at differently. That's then something that's less serious, but we will be providing recommendations to the council for your consideration when we have the opportunity to bring this back.
Great, thank you. I did express my concern about one serious, if it's a serious crime, and one and to be found or to have allegations against an employee with a serious crime for me is very concerning. And I know that you're going to do further research on defining that definition. I just think that if we could learn from what we've already experienced, and that's part of also looking at some of the folks that have had some previous allegations, like William Jerry, who's the code enforcement inspector, as well as Matthew Dominguez, Officer Matthew Dominguez, who exposed himself in a home. Both had a previous allegation. And I hope that as we move through this, that we take sexual assault, gender-based violence crimes extremely seriously. We know that intimate partner violence is, and those survivors are at a higher risk for severe harm or death, especially when those survivors decide to leave, as we saw not, I think, even a week ago with the murder-suicide that happened in our city. And so we need to begin to take these red flags as seriously as we can. And so when you return to us, I hope that we will make sure that we mark sexual assault crimes as a serious crime, and heed those concerns and those red flags that we've seen in previous employees. Those were my questions. Those are my comments. And I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Mayor, can I
Second.
add one other thing?
Yeah. Go ahead, Nora.
Thank you. I also wanted to indicate, it looked like Jennifer may have been ready to make a comment also. For the non-police employees, we'll be working with the city manager in addressing those items. She's done her memo and report, but that again is also focused primarily on the police department, but also could apply generally. And we will work with her also addressing the concerns that you've raised, council member, and other council members have raised too. Thank you.
Yeah. Just before, Jennifer's going to speak in just a moment. There's been a motion. I'll make sure there's a second, so we have a live motion.
I second it.
Okay, great. And Councilmember Reyes, does that include the whole of the consent agenda?
Yes, that could include the whole agenda.
Okay, great. Thank you. Jennifer?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Arenas. So just to be clear on this piece of the referral, in the event that a criminal allegation is made against an employee that is credible, we've at this juncture have defined that if it impacts the safety or financial health of the community or other city employees, and we're saying examples include but are not limited to alleged sexual misconduct, assault or battery, and theft or bribery. So that's the overarching examples that we've included in this, and we've updated our administrative leave policy, our investigation and principles policy, the police department's duty manual, in the internal affairs unit guidelines, exactly as you've indicated, because we've, learning from the past and how we apply forward. So we don't have any of those two instances or anything like that ever again in our community. And we want to give the community confidence and our employees confidence that we will not tolerate that behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. That's great assurance. Thank you.
And I just thought I'd share first, I appreciate the city manager moving so quickly to respond to the memorandum that I wrote and that the Rules Committee approved. I think the definition that Jennifer articulated is one that's consistent with my intent when I used the term predatory. I don't think that predatory crime is, for example, consensual crime like drug dealing, for example. I do think it's anything that involves that's non-consensual with an identifiable victim. And so I would distinguish, for example, elder fraud from cheating on taxes. I think there's clearly a difference in terms of how you identify victims and who is most directly affected. So anyway, I do agree with the approach that's taken by the city manager and by the city attorney. I know there's more work to be done. Okay, any other comments? Let's go to the public for public comment on the consent calendar.
I have no hands.
Okay, let's vote then on Councilmember Arenas' motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lucardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. On item 3.1, I think we have an announcement, Jennifer.
Yes, I do. Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. Today, I'm very pleased to have you all meet our newest Deputy City Manager, Omar Passions, who started his job last Monday. Omar, could you stand, please, so everybody to be recognized? Thank you. I want to tell you just a quick little bit about Omar, and you'll get to know him over his time here, which we hope to be very long. Omar's career spans more than 20 years in public service with an extensive background in public health, land use, and housing. Notably, he laid the foundation for and served as the director of San Diego County's Department of Homeless Solutions and Equitable Communities, which aligned dozens of county departments, cities, nonprofit organizations, philanthropic entities, businesses, organized labor, and community residents to focus on preventing and ending homelessness. In addition, Omar has held several positions in private law firms focused on public entities and land use, and served on advisory committees and boards for organizations focused on workforce and economic development, youth, and homelessness. Omar completed his undergraduate degree in philosophy and his Master of Public Health at the University of Arizona. He received his Juris Doctor degree from George Mason University School of Law in Arlington, Virginia. As Deputy City Manager, Passions will play a leadership role on two of the city's enterprise priorities: ending homelessness and clean, vibrant, and inclusive neighborhood and public life, which includes the following portfolio: homelessness issues, Beautify San Jose initiative, code enforcement, and the vehicle abatement program, among other assignments. So basically all of our quality of life work in San Jose. With Omar's passion for the community through his professional and personal endeavors, we look forward to Omar's progressive leadership, expert knowledge, and sheer determination to make a difference in the lives of the people of San Jose. Please welcome Help me welcome Omar to San Jose and to his new role. Thank you again, Omar, for joining us.
Welcome, Omar. It's great to have you. I know you've taken on no small task with homelessness. His words are really, it's not winning by small things. This is a big deal, and we appreciate your willingness to take on such a tremendous challenge in our city. Thank you. All right. Okay, item 3.5, our approval of agreements that we have with many of our bargaining units for the next fiscal year. There's no presentation here. This is with regard to the 1.5%. All approved. Are there any comments from any members of the public?
I have no hands.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, motion from Councilmember Esparza. Let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco. Aye. Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving along at a pretty good clip here. I would note it's now 12:07. I was going to suggest that we break for lunch at 12:30 and return at 1:30. Does that make sense? Okay, we'll do that then. Let's take up item 4.1, the military equipment use policy for the police department. We have a presentation. Welcome, Chief and team.
Morning, Mayor, City Manager, City Council. Chief of Police Tony Mata here. I'm here with Assistant Chief Paul Joseph, who runs the operations of the department along with me, and Captain Steve Logorio, who is oversees the special operations units who primarily use this type of equipment. We're here to present to you the military use policy and the adoption recommendation for adoption of the ordinance. Before the presentation, I would just like to state that the use of this equipment is used in extremely dangerous situations to protect not only our community, but also the officers to safely resolve these situations. And as a result of AB 481 that was passed in September of 21, numerous California law enforcement agencies have already approved similar policies. So with that, I'm going to have the presentation passed over to Captain Ligorio.
Greetings. Thank you, Chief. Greetings to Mayor, Council, City Manager, staff, and the audience. I am Captain Steve Ligorio with Special Operations Division. With us today, I'll do some introductions. We have Sergeant Morris with the MERGE unit, Sergeant Anderson with, he's in our VSET unit currently, but he's also worked BOMB and MERGE. We have Lieutenant Zuniga, who is assigned to VSET Metro Street Crimes. He's also in charge of our command vehicles and licensing of drivers. In the audience, we have Sergeant Lavos, who's with our PD firearms range. And we have Officer Schwitters, who's with the bomb unit and also oversees UAS and drone operations. So brief history. This AB, Assembly Bill 41, was passed at the end of last year. In January 2022, it was codified as Government Code 770. In January of 2022, we completed our inventory. We did that early so it would help us guide us through the actual policy creation. May 2022, the guidelines were completed, had gone through R&D and also city attorney May 2022, the guidelines were posted and public notification. Some quick definitions. Governing body is you all here. City Council, law enforcement agency is us, San Jose Police Department. Military equipment, as we move forward, you'll see what it actually is defined by the law and the use policy, which we posted. Military equipment, and this is abbreviated definitions. Number one is UAVs or drones, and also ground remote vehicles, which are typically used by our bomb unit and the MERS unit. Category number two is MRAPs, or armored personnel carriers. Number three is Humvees or Hummers, as more commonly defined, and Bearcats, vehicles of that size that are armored, typically heavy-duty vehicles. Number four, tracked armored vehicles. We do have a request for one of these, but typically, and what this military equipment is really talking about is things we don't have, such as armored personnel carrier or a tank. The reason that's on there is if somebody were to acquire that from the 1033 program, we don't have any of those vehicles of that magnitude. Command and control vehicles, which are basically command vans. Weaponized aircraft or vehicles, we have none. Number seven is explosive rams or breaching tools. Number eight, 50 caliber or greater firearm, we have none. Number nine is the ammunition for those weapons, we have none. Number 10, specialized firearms and assault weapons. Number 11, explosive projectile launchers. Number 12, flashbangs, tear gas, and pepper balls. 13 is LRAD, shockwave, or microwave weapons. LRAD is long-range acoustical device, which is basically a long-range loudspeaker. Number 14 is 40 millimeter launchers, stun bags, and SIM weapons. And then number 15 is any other items determined by this government body. And number 16 does not include authorized general equipment from the Federal Defense Logistics Agency. This next slide, this is typical equipment that we probably associated with military equipment in the past. What you're looking at here is a MRAP and a Humvee. Vehicles like this are acquired through the LESO, which is also known as the Law Enforcement Support Office, more commonly known as the 1033 program. We do have access to that program, and that program is directly under AC Joseph. Policy chronology, establishing the policy, then moving forward to posting policy in the inventory, and then coming up, holding public forums for input and transparency. And then moving forward, we'll have annual updates to this government body. Policy topics. This is pulled straight out of law and the requirements that need to be in the policies: description, quantity, capabilities, lifespan. Number two, purpose and authorized uses. Number three, fiscal impact, initial cost, estimated annual cost. Number four, legal and procedural rules. Number five, training for use. Number six, oversight and mechanism to ensure compliance with this policy. Number seven, means by which to register complaints, concerns, or questions, including timely response. And number eight, future items to be sought. These are the policy topics that are laid out by the law. There is no set format, so our format is what we came up with. There's many different versions out there with all the different agencies complying within the past couple months. Again, our format is what we came up with. The state did not provide a template for the policy. Current requests. I did a current request, more of a to get ahead of the game and forecasting at future asks. The first one is a Medcat, which is basically a Bearcat vehicle made by Lenco. This particular model, we currently have two in our inventory, but this one is different because it's got medical capabilities. First question is, why do we need a third Bearcat? Well, I can tell you in the past 6 months, we've had 3 critical incidents that have involved persons with firearms. And we know we're taking a lot of firearms off the street. As a chief has spoken to in the past couple months, we're averaging 1 firearm every 12 hours, which is a large amount of firearms. In the past 6 months, those calls we've had to request secondary support from the sheriff's office to get a third Bearcat or armor. Really just to get cover behind, to protect the officers, which is really a de-escalation in the long term, because if the officer is protected, they're not going to be required to, meet force with force. And we can continue to de-escalate and make contact and try to have a peaceful resolution. This one has basically life support systems in it, basic life support. It's not advanced life support. But recently in the past year, we've worked on a tactical EMT program at the police department. We had one in the past, but now we've established one that's sustainable. This would be a good cornerstone for that. We currently have 6 EMTs. We have more in the pipeline. We'll probably have 12 within the next couple months that are all nationally registered. With a vehicle like this, we're able to go into the hot zones with our tactical EMTs. Or as you know, we have the fire department that does a rescue task force. And I know they received a grant recently for body armor. We can get them into this particular vehicle, again, that has medical supplies. It has a bench or a litter for a patient. It also has oxygen and other medical supplies in there. We can bring paramedics from the fire department along with our tactical EMTs, or even other personnel that need to get in there and render assistance, or if we're going to perform a rescue. This is a capability gap that we have. There's a lot of agencies out there that have this type of armor specifically for performing rescues and providing life support. The second item is the Rook. You might recognize it because what it is, it's a armored bobcat or skid steer that you see at every construction site. How it's used, looking at the one picture there, it's got a big grappling claw on the front, a lot of times on critical incidences, and we had one last night where we have to put ourselves in harm's way to break windows, to see what's going on inside, to introduce tear gas, maybe to make entry, knock the front door down. This tool, which is fully armored, gives the operator a chance to move up close to a house or any threat that we're dealing with and safely immobilize vehicles, knock down a door, break a window so we can see what's going on inside. Again, it's a de-escalation, and I use that term, and people look at this Rook and think it's very offensive and a little scary, but what it does is protects the person inside, allows us to not do the traditional way of walking up, holding shields, and trying to manipulate crowbars or pike poles, which is pretty dangerous when you're doing stuff like that and you're dealing with an armed suspect inside the house. So the one question I've received on these 2 items is funding. Again, this request was kind of a pushing it forward, getting ahead of the game, preparing for grant funding and grant requests. If the city wanted to fund this, I would be all for that. The grant process takes approximately 2 years. What I can tell you now is that we have a capability gap. We have to put ourselves in danger to, do tasks that Rook can make a lot safer. We have tactical EMTs that we can deploy into the field, and we can get fire with us and rescue personnel, whether they're suspects, citizens, or officers. Again, that's a capability gap that is there. We're frequently asking for the sheriff's office Bearcat, which takes time to get it there, and there's also a regional asset. We're now taking it from all the other counties or cities within this county. Next steps, policy approval, followed by use tracking, which we're ready to move forward with, ongoing inventory, and annual reporting. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Gregorio. All right, let's go to the public first. Tony?
John Lindsay Toland. John, you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Okay, I'm going to move on. I have no other hands.
Okay, thank you, Tony. I had a couple of questions if my colleagues don't, let me just check in here. All right, and if Mr. Lindsay Pullen, if you're able to get your device to operate properly, and just raise your hand again, we'll come back to you.
Did raise his hand again. I'll try him one more time.
Okay. Yours is muted.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my name is John Lindsay Poland. I work for the American Friends Service Committee. We've conducted a deep study of militarized equipment used by law enforcement across the state and have looked at dozens of policies that are written to implement AB 41. I want you to remember that you are not considering, except for the 2 vehicles that are proposed, what you are looking at is use policies. So it's not just a question of like, does the department have it or not have it? It's a question of when and in what circumstances it's used. And unfortunately, a lot of the policies, including the underlying policy manual, the duty manual, don't articulate clearly when it is okay to use some of this equipment and when it is not. Particularly, I want to draw your attention to the so-called less lethals, chemical agents, and impact projectiles and launchers, which in addition to being governed by AB 41 are governed by another new state law, AB 48, which significantly restricts the use for crowd control of these weapons. I don't see in any of the proposed policies that incorporated into either the military equipment policy or the underlying policies, which are what officers are most likely to look at. You have 180 days from the point of when this was proposed to get it right. That means until November. So I highly recommend that you bring this back to the department. I also want to raise one other question about the Rook, which you just saw a picture of a small plastic model of it. But is it only restricted in use when a subject is threatening with firearms? Or is there any limits on use besides the kind of situation that the officer described to you? That's really what's on the table, is the use policy. And I hope you will ask questions and consider that. Thank you.
Back to council? Okay. Are there any questions from my colleagues first? I don't see any, so I'll just raise a couple myself. Building a bit on the comment made by the member of the public, I'm not concerned by the decisions the department's made about which tools to use, because I think compared to other large cities, I think we have a very, very limited use of these various instruments. And as you mentioned, Captain Ligorio, many of these things that were listed are things that we just don't have and don't use. And maybe it would be helpful, you started to identify a couple, and if we could go back to that list that you had on your second slide, could just identify where we actually do not have any of those implements, just so that way the public is very clear. You could put that slide up again. We're having slide challenges today. You're not the only one. Okay, there it is.
Sure. First thing I want, I forgot to introduce Lieutenant Donahue from R&D. He's also seated behind me. Sorry about that. So things we don't have that's on this list from the categories of military equipment. So tracked armored vehicle, the Rook qualifies for that because it has tracks to move it. It could very well come on 4 tires as they were traditionally made. But again, we don't have any of those. And in the past, you're talking about an armored personnel carrier or a tank. I can't get into the mind of the person that wrote the legislation, but I think that's what they were trying to prevent. And we don't have any of those big, really military type, vehicles.
Right.
Number 6, weaponized aircraft or vehicles. We don't have those. Number 8 is 50 caliber or greater firearms. So you're talking like a Barrett rifle, a big 50 caliber. We don't have those, nor do we have number 9, which is the ammunition for them. And the rest of those we do possess.
Okay. So thank you for that. But obviously the use of these items is critically important. and the rules around their use. And I know some of those are in the police duty manual and so forth. Let me just draw one out in particular. That's the LRAD, which I think we all agree is an important tool for a police department to have and for any city to have. During a flood, for example, during any emergency situation where we need to communicate across a very broad area to people in a time of peril. But we've seen, for example, in New York, where the qualified immunity of the officers was actually placed in jeopardy by the use of LRADs that were only 10 feet away from the people that they were directing them toward, and they were using them at a decibel level and at I'm no expert in sound, that's for sure, but they're using them in a manner in which it was reasonably foreseeable that these LRADs were going to cause hearing loss because it wasn't a means to actually communicate information. It was a means to disperse a crowd with a very uncomfortable, very high-pitched sound. And so I think that's just an example where I looked at the report, described what they are on pages, I guess on page 24, and then we have some specific LRADs and the make and models on 76 and 77. I could be wrong, but I didn't see anything that constrained us that says, hey, officers, you can't use this tool in a way where you're just emitting a high-pitched sound that's going to cause permanent hearing loss. So can you help me? Where is the limit? Is it in another document? Is it in a policy manual? Where do we get those limitations?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Mayor, these are all limitations that we're creating in this policy. And the sound levels of this device are controllable and range from a mild address sound level for providing directions and public safety announcements to the usability provided for these devices. And they're controlled by the department. And like any other use of equipment, we have to understand where our limitations are at and create policy for this use in that for the equipment, and understand that some of this equipment could possibly be deemed as a use of force, and we have policy for the use of force if it's deemed that it's being utilized as a use of force.
Paul?
Yeah, Mayor Liccardo, Paul Joseph, Assistant Chief of Police. I would agree with you that it's not the item itself that's of concern. It's how we would use such an item. And in the case of all of these items, I would actually disagree with the public commenter that there are specific occasions and use circumstances for all of these things. The LRAD in particular, it's a newer device that we've been using, and primarily it's used at a tactical call out. It's used to we have a couple different ways to communicate with somebody who's barricaded in a structure and doesn't wish to speak to us. One is breaking a window and throwing in a throw phone, which, as Captain McGrow pointed out, is pretty tricky stuff.
Right.
The other is using this loud device to ensure that the message that we're trying to get across is heard.
Right.
And that's primarily the way in which it's used. I'm not familiar with the particular incident in New York that you're describing, but that's not something that we envision using it for. And if we need to flesh out our policy to specifically restrict, close contact, high decibel sound, we can certainly do that.
I would appreciate that, and I think the public would appreciate that. I appreciate that you read the description in the policy document, but a description is different from a limitation. A limitation says thou shalt not, right? And it's really important for the police department to just prescribe what exactly it's not going to do, particularly with these kinds of instruments, because obviously we know there is heightened public concern, and yes, there have been abuses in other departments. I haven't seen that in our department, although obviously we have a very different view on the use of rubber bullets. But I think that it is really important, if we are saying that this is a document that's about limiting how we're going to use it, that we actually explicitly say what those limitations are. particularly since, for example, in the LRAD context, yes, there have been cases of permanent hearing loss caused by the use of these things. We know that's not the intent here. I think the intent is consistent with what you described, Paul. Can I ask, in terms of how that gets actualized, is there an opportunity maybe to bring this back to council at some point to talk about explicitly what some of those limitations might be?
Yes. So again, I would, just in looking at this list, each one of these items has some pretty specific use limitations. In particular, like the drone program, for instance, that was, these are new areas. These are areas of where we're able to leverage technology for the safety of the community and the safety of our employees. And as we introduce new methodology and new techniques and new equipment, it does get a tremendous amount of scrutiny. And I would say that, this may be one item where the specifics of how exactly we're going to use it, even if in practice we've been using it in a way that in which it's intended and which doesn't seem to cause controversy, but be more explicit, we can certainly come back and delineate that.
That'd be helpful. Thank you, Paul. I think it would, as we continue to work on developing the trust in the community, I think that it would just be helpful. Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions for you. Do we have procedures or sharing agreements in place with neighboring jurisdictions on some of this equipment? So are there jurisdictions around us that have it, and when we have the rare instance where we need them, we might utilize what they have, or if we had one, we would share with them?
So, we always have just mutual aid doctrine that we can fall under. But 770 has some stipulations in there talking about military equipment in general. We need to have our own policies in place. Other agencies, when they come and help us, they need to have their own policies in place. But when they come into our city, their policies can't supersede ours, meaning they need to use their military equipment appropriately under our policy.
So the use has to be governed by a policy that we have, but when we're talking about we have a shortage of equipment and we need to buy something, would we maybe look at regionally what we have and within the county or within the vicinity, so that we don't necessarily everybody have to have their own?
Morning, Councilmember Steve Donahue from Research and Development. So according to the Assembly Bill and Government Code 7070 that was made from it, we can have, once this military equipment policy has been approved by council, we can now have other agencies come in and assist us if they have equipment that we don't have yet. So let's say hypothetically they have a Rook, right? And we need to use it, but we don't have one yet. So because we don't have one, we don't have a policy governing it. We can have them come in and use their Rook in our agency's jurisdiction once the policy has been approved by council, even if the specific item, the Rook, isn't in our policy yet. Okay, as long as they have a policy in their jurisdiction and it abides by their use policies. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And I guess I'm asking just a follow-up question, which would be, I probably know what I'm driving at, if when we evaluate whether we have something and need it, I assume we evaluate that in the context of mutual aid and what we might definitely need ourselves because there's a shortage regionally, or what we think we have accessible to us in case, assuming that some of these are very rarely used, we may not need to have our own piece of equipment.
Absolutely. And then when we come back to council every year we'll be reporting back to council on the items that we possess and the items we'll be requesting for the subsequent year. When we do that, that will be part of the conversation, is to say whether or not that item's available through our mutual aid partners, or even if they have it, why we would need it as well.
And this action today is about the policy and not specifically about these two pieces of equipment, or it's about both?
Correct. It's kind of it's about the ordinance itself, right? Approving the ordinance and then approving our military use policy. The inventory is there for illustration, and then we are asking right now for the ability to move forward in attempting to obtain the Rook and the MedCat.
Okay. And in the instance of the Med, I forget what it's called, but the other piece of equipment, not the Rook. Sounds to me like this would often be used in case of fire emergency, and we would use have our fire personnel. How do we distinguish between what we need as a police item versus a fire department item?
So, Councilmember Cohen, oftentimes There are rescues that need to be performed of people who are in a situation that is inherently dangerous, not something that firefighters are trained to get close to. One of the things I think of is we had in 2019 we had multiple homicides inside a residence, and when the officers first arrived, they could see that there were several people inside the home who still appeared to be alive and that they could be helped. And the officers had to basically make a crisis entry, get those folks out, and then put them in the Bearcat that we currently have and drive that to a location where they could then get medical treatment. This would allow us to bring, first of all, it would be equipped differently so that medical treatment could be given right away, and we could put paramedics or EMTs into this vehicle. And, when seconds count, I mean, this could mean the difference, not to be overly dramatic, but it could mean the difference between life and death. And so it's the use is dependent on the circumstances, but I think it could be used in a fire emergency. But what we more envision it being used is, maybe like an active shooter or someplace where, we need to rescue somebody immediately. And as soon as they're safely in this vehicle, start providing medical treatment.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions.
Thank you. Going online now, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think what's confusing, at least me, is that we're here to adopt an ordinance, and that's the main purpose of the item before us. But just to be clear, you're also asking us for authorization to acquire the Bearcat and the Rook. Is that correct, Captain Ligorio? Ligorio, I got it right.
Ligorio, you got it right. Thank you. So like Lieutenant Donahue said, we're covering a lot of ground today because this is the first time we're here. Request is part of it. So this is a request to purchase now, if the council so deems, or in the future move forward with other funding sources for the MedCat and the Rook.
But we don't have the funding appropriated for it at this time, correct?
No, we do not.
Yeah, so I think we'll have to wait until we can get the funding together, and that would come back to council for a future action. I think that's what you've indicated in your memo, correct?
Correct. And I can actually talk a little bit about purchasing under this policy. The state law says that we need to come back once a year and ask for authorization to purchase items on this list. We do have some wording there that allows us to, replace items that are expired or used or have been damaged. But to be quite honest, we're the 10th largest city in the United States. We make a lot of purchases regularly. Once a year probably won't work. I would just like to prepare you all here that in the future, you're probably going to see items pop up here and there where we're asking for things that need to be purchased. There's already some items that probably should have been on this list, but after I sent out the request portion of this, it was too late. I really couldn't add things to it. So moving forward, you may see things pop up on the agenda that are just items that we need to purchase, and we're not doing that to burden you, but we have to comply with the law and get this government body on board and have knowledge that we want to make those purchases.
Okay, so thank you. So we don't have the funding mechanism in the budget to approve the acquisition of the Bearcat or the Rook right now. They total around $1 million. So you will be coming back to us if we say yes, go ahead and purchase this. You still don't have the money. You still have to come back to us, or we can delay that piece, which I would prefer until we take a look at the grants, because I'm struggling, even if this was budgeted, that we're using taxpayer dollars for it when there is potentially grant funds out there available. So you had mentioned, Captain, that you thought we should not wait for grant funds because it takes a couple of years to get those. Can you tell me why these two pieces of equipment are so important that we would not want to use somebody else's funds to purchase these? And do we not have anything that could do this, do the tasks? I know not exactly, but similar to what these do.
Hopefully I remember all your questions. First one was, what do we need it? So I think the past events in the past 6 months illustrate that we need it. And honestly, going back to Gilroy Garlic Festival, active shooter event, we responded down there. We sent about 80 personnel, a couple Bearcats, our helicopter, a Medcat would have been a huge asset down there to get people out. We were still doing a lot of searching. We searched for probably 8 hours, the surrounding area in the creek. Sometimes it's difficult to get fire and medical services to stage close to our hot zone or where we're working at. Last night, an example, we had a critical incident. We had a barricade. We have to call fire or also EMS and ambulance to stand by. So they're about maybe 5, 6, 7 blocks away. When something happens, we call for them to come in. We then have to wait for them to come in. With the advantage of a Medcat, we could park it right next to the threat that we're dealing with. The medical attention would be immediate by our officers that are in the MERS unit that are EMTs. They could load them into the Medcat. They could swiftly take them to an awaiting ambulance or go directly to the hospital. So that's a capability gap we have right now. There's a gap on these critical incidents where that could be utilized. For the Rook, again, talking about the critical incidents, as the assistant chief talked about, it's pretty dangerous to go up to these houses when you're dealing with an armed suspect and trying to do what we call special operations. You're like introducing gas, knocking down a window, breaking a door. You could be rescuing somebody. You could be evacuating the next door neighbor. There's lots of things we need to do at these events. Again, if we want to, with the Rook, break down some fences, make an escape route, take out some portions of the house, maybe knock down some cameras so the suspect isn't getting intelligence data of what we're doing. That's a capability gap we have. And to do this safer would make it easier for everybody. Why do it? Why see if there's funds available now or in the next 6 months from city general fund or wherever? Because the gap is now. If we go through the grant process, and there's a lot of different funding sources, but for I think UASI and SHISH-GAP, we've already made the proposals and the applications for 23 and 24. So that's already a 2-year window. We're not going to see any of these items for 2 years, and that's just the way the grant funding system works. And as you know, if we do get grant funding, it then again comes before this council, and you guys are familiar with okaying the MOUs to receive the money. Did that answer your question, council member?
It did. I'm really struggling with these two items, and you made a compelling argument for the Medcat. I'm having a harder problem understanding the need for the Rook. I admit it's way out of my expertise and comfort zone, and that's your expertise and comfort zone. So let me ask about the Medcat, because I can see the need for it. Is this something that you would deploy regularly at large events?
Absolutely. We could use it for, your fun runs, color run, fireworks events, any of these city-sponsored events where we already have a police presence, and there's potential for, God forbid, an active shooter, we can do that. It's something that we could take to search warrants that we do, so it could be on standby in case we need to rescue somebody. Again, last night, having a critical incident, this third apparatus, which again, can also just be positioned and provide a point of cover for officers, which we've had to do, call for an extra Bearcat several times.
Okay.
There's multiple uses. It can, and again, you can even start doing rescues like the floods that we had a couple years ago. You could put fire personnel in there and we could drive through higher water and start rescuing people.
Okay.
Councilmember Foley, this is Jennifer McGuire.
Yes, ma'am.
So as we said in the memo, is that the first priority is to seek out grant opportunities, but I think we'll have, the police department can work with the budget office if other funds can become available. Obviously, we have to weigh that against all other priorities in the cities for one-time funds, but, they will work together. And again, that would come back to council one way or the other for the purchase of these, but, and then the police department would have to prioritize based on what funding we might have. So I think that's the direction we'd like to go in is first seek grants, see if there's any other grant opportunities available, and then if not, we can look at other funding sources vis-a-vis other priorities in the city, and then we may have to prioritize.
Okay, great. That answers a lot of the questions that I have, so don't need to ask. The last one I will ask then is, when we were drafting the guidelines, did we seek or review any other jurisdictions' guidelines? Did we reach out to other entities who might be helpful in drafting these guidelines, such as San Jose State or any community-based organizations or anyone else who would have expertise in this area that would help us as far as it relates to the public and any concerns that they might have? Have we, so in other words, how did we vet these guidelines and who did we engage?
So when the law went into effect, which was in January, there were 0 examples. So we're kind of flying blind. Examples didn't start popping up till February, March, and we did look at the ones that were out there. And again, coming to June, May is when they all started rolling out. There's still a lot that are still rolling out. We did look at them, and I think Lieutenant Donahue can talk about community engagement.
Yes, Councilmember. So regarding community engagement, the process was undertaken by our Special Operations Division, and then we posted for 30 days to the public. We also put it out to the public, I think, through the Media Relations Unit that this was posted, and through the council. So it's been posted for 30 days, and we've received no feedback from the public through that, to my knowledge, through research and development at least.
Okay, thank you. It's surprising to me that we only had one member of the public here to speak. So that kind of, I expected this to be an issue that we'd have a lot of people here present, but apparently not. So with that, thank you. You've answered my questions sufficiently. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to go back and ask a follow-up question on some of your questions and directly address one of the questions that was brought up by the public speaker on specifically the Rook, right? We have policies around crowd control, correct? And do those policies specifically, do they prohibit us from doing what the speaker said, which is using the Rook for crowd control, right? Can you explain how we use those crowd control policies, the intersection between those and this equipment?
Paul Joseph, Assistant Chief of Police. Again, because the Rook is not an item that we currently have, it doesn't have a policy surrounding it. One would be drafted prior to its purchase. Well, we have a proposed policy, but we don't, because we don't have the item. But there's no application of the Rook in a crowd control scenario. I mean, the only possible way I could imagine is if we were taking gunfire and had to, move items or something out of the way in order to achieve a goal. But in terms of just a protest, something happening in the street, that's not what this item is designed for. That's not what its intended use would be. We've completely revamped our crowd control policies since 2020, and that this is not an item that would be used for crowd control.
Okay, and then when the time comes when we would actually get this item, then we would develop specific protocols and training around the use of that equipment, and that would come before the council, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mayor, can you, so this comes back to us, correct? You had referred earlier to something.
I guess that's really a question for SAPD. My request was around seeing if we could specify some of the harder limitations here, and how much time, Paul, do you think something like that would need?
Well, so again, each one of these items has some pretty specific guidelines for its use, with the exception of the LRAD and again, the Rook being a newer piece of equipment. So are there other items besides that one that you would want more specific? I mean, because I think our duty manual covers the use of all of these items. The only thing that seems that I was hearing we needed some more specificity on was the LRAD and then possibly the Rook if we're to purchase it, some limitations on it.
Okay, maybe we'll come back to that question. Councilman Esparza has the floor, so let's go to Councilman
Yeah,
Esparza.
yeah, and I had a follow-up question to that. So, I do actually, I represent District 7. We've had some incidents and, but, whether it's the VTA shooting or others, I'd like to remind my colleagues, before COVID, it's, if folks remember, we had just a horrific, DV, murder, suicide, in a household. And my female colleagues and I issued a statement on that as we collectively fought for more funding to address gender-based violence and at that time. But I can see that being, that I believe was the incident that the captain was describing, and that was in District 7, pretty close to the border of District 8. Where coming to these times, whether it's the Gilroy shooting or the VTA shooting or some other incidents that I've had in my district, where I think we need this equipment if it's to protect lives. But I do agree that we need to be very clear around the use of that equipment. And so I had one more question, which is, if we approve what is before us today, then to get more clarity on the LRAD and the Rook, which we don't have, right? So it's a policy around a piece of equipment that we don't have, but we're saying that we would like to get at some point, and we're prioritizing grants to do that. I don't know I think if this is a question for the PD or the city manager, but when would that clarification come back to the would that come back to the full council, or would that come back in another format?
Councilmember Steve Donahue from Research and Development. So I can write a policy about the LRAD and put it into the duty manual within the next couple weeks. And then we can refer a council memo or an informational memo back to council to give you the information that you're seeking. Ultimately, though, I think you could go off the word of AC Joseph that we're not going to be using it in that manner that other agencies have used it, as was described earlier today, that this is going to be used for our to provide notifications, to contact people at homes, to de-escalate. So I can write that policy and put it in the duty manual for you. It just take me a couple of weeks to get it across the line and get it back to you in an info memo.
And that info memo, so that would come to the full council. I think this is important, not just for us as a council to know, but for the community to know. That's part of, I think, the transparency that I'm certainly seeking, and I think folks are interested in. I'm comfortable with the info memo. Yeah, I think that works as long as we have that clarity in writing. And then would that language would be part of this annual process?
So we'll be reporting back to council annually on the use of military equipment. And let me touch on that just for a second. What that's going to entail, and this is per the government code, is that we're going to give you a summary of how all the military equipment was used and the purpose of its use. Like, was it for a community event, for a tactical operation, or was it for training? We're going to talk about any complaints or concerns that were received about the military equipment and how those were resolved. We're going to talk about our internal audits and any violations of the equipment use policies that came about during that year, and then any actions we took in response to those use violations. Now, by the way, we're not expecting any use violations. We're going to talk about the total annual cost for the military equipment, their acquisition, its use, and its replacement. And then, of course, the inventory that we have at the time, and then the military equipment we'll be requesting for the subsequent year. Now, we'll be reporting that back to council, I believe through the Public Safety, Finance, and Strategic Support Committee. However, it could also be cross-referenced to council if deemed fit by the committee. And that'll take place every year from here on out, according to the government code.
Okay, so we will have that transparency. We will have it in writing, and PizFiz could cross-reference it to the full council, correct?
Yes.
That's what I just heard you say. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
With that, I'm comfortable approving this with the follow-up around the specifics around the LRAD and the Rook. And I'm comfortable moving approval on that.
Council member, could I ask for a caveat on the Rook? We don't have it yet, and we're not about to get it right now. We still have to find the funding sources and move forward with the acquisition of it. Can we come back to council closer to the acquisition of it without establishing that policy until then?
That works, as long as we are explicit about the policy at the time of acquisition. That works.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Esparza. Councilman Cohen, is your hand up from before? Okay, great. Councilman Renz?
Thank you. I have some questions. I think my colleagues did a really great job in trying to suss out the meat of this. I know that primarily this is an action that will allow us to comply with AB 481, right? This is the main purpose of today's topic. Yet we're talking about two separate items. We're talking about the purchase of military equipment. And I feel that this is a little backwards. I think we would expect any other department to develop a policy, to be clear with the policy, the limitations of the policy, and how it's going to be used, and then make that purchase. And right now, I think it's, although I think that you both have answered the questions, I just feel like this process isn't what we normally would go through. And I don't feel as comfortable having an informational memo that I can't change, that I can't give input to, and that the council can't provide a conversation with the community around. I would like to see this come back to council with the policies in mind. And I'll tell you the reason why. And not because I don't want our police officers to be protected. I obviously do. That's a priority. And I know that nowadays there's a threat to our community, our schools, our homes that we haven't seen in the past. I mean, just this, was it yesterday or Sunday? My daughter said to me that she wanted to get homeschooled because she was afraid of, and it took some time to figure out, but it was basically, she wasn't sure if there was going to be a shooting at her school. And so, this is a very delicate and subject for me as a parent, and for all of you who have children or who have a child in your life that you care for and that you love, that they risk their lives going to school every day because we just don't know what's going to happen. And I want to make sure that she has protection, that your children are protected, that everyone's protected. but I also want to make sure that we have the process that we normally would use. My question is, how would the Rook help facilitate somebody who's barricaded? So if somebody's barricaded, are we going through the door? Are we, because that looks obviously it's military grade, so I'm sure it's not only going to break down the door, but it's going to break down some of that structure. How would you propose in the last 6 months with the events that you're talking about, how would that look like?
Good afternoon, Sergeant Jacob Morris from the Merge Unit. I'm one of the end users of the Rook and the MedCat. How it would be used in the last 6 months, we can use it several times, several incidences, but the biggest one is a lot of people don't think about is apartments. This is a small, basically a Bearcat that we can use to get into small areas and still evac people that live in apartments. With second home dwellings in the backyard, this can go down the side of residences to evac and help protect people in the backside of secondary dwellings. When it comes to any crowd control, the request is not even, there's no use for the Rook in crowd control. The ability to, the Rook, it has that claw on the front, but what that does is an articulating arm that can actually lift officers to second levels and rescue people and bring them down. We don't have the capability of doing that right now, and that's one of the requests because we can get into small areas. Last night,
and you mean the little cabin area that is enclosed, that can actually lift up to a higher level?
Yeah, this is Captain Ligorio. So the Rook, it comes with a bunch of different attachments. You see the two price points on it. One's $366 and the other one is 500 something.
Yeah.
The one for 500 comes with all the extra attachments. One of the attachments is you get rid of the bucket or the claw on the front. You attach what's basically a barricade. It's a wall of steel. You can put 2 to 3 operators on it, police officers, and it lifts them up. It lifts them up to the second story level of an apartment. You can then, perform evacuations, or you can insert officers in so they can provide protection.
Okay. I see. So would I guess that you would actually want the 566 with all the different tools so that you can use it in different ways.
Yes, that'd be the best option, and it's a big chunk to bite off at the beginning, but in the long run, it's cheaper. And there's a couple other attachments to it that I can't remember specifically, but they all have, one is like a spike, so you can poke through things and introduce a camera, insert some gas. You could always put in some safety needs or medicine or blankets, thermal blankets for if there's somebody trapped inside. So it's got a bunch of different attachments that allow you to do different tasks.
Right. Okay. That's a really good point in terms of elevating somebody to a different floor and being able to have some protection. I think that's really important, and I'm sure that that'll be useful. What I was wondering is, in the last 6 months, I think that there's been folks who've barricaded themselves within a home, and I wonder how that those incidents would be resolved. Would you do that wall kind? And these are the questions that are coming up for us because we don't know the policy use. So it's the cart before the horse. So what I'm wondering is, just so that I can be assured, how would you have approached these barricaded? I think there were homes. If there weren't homes, please clarify. But how would that look? Would you do the wall? Would you, how would it, what would you achieve?
It's Sergeant Jacob Morris again.
I'm sorry, how would, it's more of a how would you achieve, but not what. Obviously, I know that what you're hoping to achieve.
Yes,
As
with
soon as
the critical
possible.
incident last night, we would have, it was a second story house. We would have elevated uh, officers up there to just look into the residence. That's not even allowed. We don't even have to go in at this point when we can do everything from the exterior. So it's heavily on officer safety. The other thing that we can do is we had residents that we could have helped evac from second floors also. That would have helped out also. And talking about schools, the Rook is able to go down hallways in schools and provide that protection on evacuations also.
Councilmember Reyes, this is Assistant Chief Justice. If I could add one other thing. What this law required us to do was provide the governing body, the council, and the mayor with a list, an inventory of all the equipment that we had and anything that we anticipated acquiring. And so it kind of asks us to tell you about things that we don't have, but that we might want to get. And so we realize that the funding is not currently secured. We realize that it may come from this from the city, it may come from a grant, but what we are required to do under the law is tell you that these are two pieces of equipment that we are contemplating buying, so that we put it on your agenda. If we do end up acquiring some funding for it, we would have a policy, we would come back to you for that. So I think hopefully that explains, as you put it, sort of the backwards nature of what we're asking for. We were required by this law to do it that way.
Right, to identify what we have in inventory, and that was done in the memo. But this is an additional step, and I appreciate the clarification. Listen, I want to make sure that our officers are protected, that our residents also have a way to be rescued, and to be as quickly and as least volatile situation possible. And so I think these two items should move forward. The only thing is that policy use is, I would like to not have an info memo. I would like to have a memo that can actually allow us to discuss the policy. I've done an audit on sexual assault, rendering services to sexual assault survivors. And we realized that there wasn't a standing operating procedures that were established, and that helped solidify that. And not only just solidify, but it helped us work some things out. And so I think that there is value in having a conversation with not only the council, but with the community about, because once, if you just hear there are military vehicles that we're going to be purchasing or military equipment, that sounds so extreme and harsh. But during this time that we've been discussing this, you're breaking down exactly what you envision using and utilizing this equipment for, which all makes sense to us. And I think that our residents, our community need that assurance as well, and need that opportunity to have that conversation. I know that you said you posted information, I think for 30 days, but I would like to see if maybe there's an opportunity for you to tap into the folks who are already involved in the reimagining public safety, and maybe getting some of those folks. I don't know if you need to have a large meeting, but at least to sit down with a couple of those folks to get their input and just identify your compliance with this bill that the governor signed earlier this year. And what we're doing to protect our residents when we have not only people barricaded, but like you said, when there's things that are going to happen, I'm going to knock on wood, throw salt over my shoulder and cross my fingers, because the worst thing that we could see is something that involves our children, like we saw in Uvalde, Texas, which just absolutely broke my heart. And I bet that the council there or the folks who are in charge wish that they had some of this equipment in their use, in their facility to bring and save those children. So I'm glad that you're thinking ahead of time. I was a little hesitant at the beginning, as I like to see the policy before we move forward with something, but I'm now comfortable with this conversation and how we're moving. I think that our residents also will be happy to know that there are these vehicles that could safeguard them, but I think that also requires a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. I've had an opportunity, I think Assistant Chief Joseph raised an important question about other parts of the policy, and let me articulate my concern. And part of it is philosophical. We have a U.S. Constitution that isn't about what powers the government has, it's about what power the government does not have, right? We have a Bill of Rights because it protects our citizens, protects our residents against the government. And so the Constitution is a constitution of limitation. I similarly see this document. It should be a document of limitation where the police department says to the public, we need these tools to keep you safe. But we also understand there's a lot of concern about the use of military tools. And so here's how we're not going to use them. And so I appreciate the suggestion of Lieutenant Donahue about coming back through with a change to the duty manual, but the problem is the duty manual isn't part of the conversation with the public, right? The public doesn't know what's in the duty manual. For the most part, the public's going to see what's in this document if they're concerned about the use of military tools of some kind. And so I think it really needs to be in this document, and I think it needs to be more explicit. I'm happy to support the motion and move forward here, but I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment in a moment. And so when this thing comes back to the council, because I think it's updated annually, is that right? Here's what I'm concerned about. Nobody can look at this document in many of these instances and know exactly when we're not going to use these tools. And I think that's critically important. This document has to be something about a statement of limitation, that the police smart says, we believe in building trust in the community, and here's how we're not going to use these tools. And I'll just give a couple examples. I just quickly jotted down. LRAD is obviously is one. The UAS is a tool that a lot of folks are concerned about with regard to surveillance, right? How could this be misused, right? That's the concern folks have. And I don't have any challenge in my own mind. I have no lack of confidence in the chief and others that we're not going to misuse a UAS because, frankly, we got a lot of things to worry about, and the last thing we're going to be doing is just engaging in, some kind of, Russian-style surveillance of people. But I know that's a concern that's out there, and so I think we need to address that concern more squarely. Now, we do actually have some limiting language in this policy with regard to the use of the UAS on page 8 of the document. But what you'll see is, for the most part, it just says we're not going to do anything that's illegal. It says, we're not going to target a person based on race, ethnicity, blah, blah, blah. We're going to make sure these are activities that have a legitimate public safety purpose, of course. And we won't use them to conduct personal business of any type, of course. I mean, all those things would be illegal if we did any of those things, right? And it shall not be weaponized. That's certainly helpful. That's a great limitation. I think we need to squarely address the concern that the public would have is, to what extent is this going to be used for surveillance of ordinary citizens who should be concerned about their privacy? And perhaps, now I don't want to tell you what the limitation ought to be, but I'm guessing it might be something like, this is only going to be utilized in either urgent situations or in cases involving investigations of serious or violent felonies, and leave it at that, which are all identified clearly in the code. That might be one way you might limit it. I think about others, for example, the explosive breaching that's listed on page 15. And if you read that language on explosive breaching, I'm just going to go to it really quickly. It largely just says, look, you got to get the incident commander's approval, and it's up to their discretion. Positive use of explosive materials to create an opening through a wall, door, barrier to allow access by a tactical rescue team. Explosive breaching is a tactical option, can be employed when rapid entry is critical to success of the mission. That's fine. It says the option to use explosive breach shall be at the discretion of the emergency commander or designee. Now, I'd imagine if you had some kind of limitation language in there, it might say something like, and it can only be used if the suspect is armed with a firearm or explosive, and the door can't be breached. You know, there's no other reasonable way of breaching. I just think you want to have that in the document because this is part of a conversation, an ongoing conversation we're having with the public. And the public needs to know what lines is the department drawing. Now, you may well have all those already in the duty manual, and that's great. I'd say make them explicit. Let's put them in the document. So anyway, I've talked long enough. I think, Captain, you want to speak, or Chief?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I appreciate those comments. And again, this legislation was very limited into what we needed to put in. And a majority of this is already documented in our unit guidelines, whether it be special operations, merge. We have a UAS policy that we brought forth here to the council 2 years ago, and all the other guidelines that govern what we use in this equipment. So yes, these things are already posted online. In fact, 2 years ago, it was a requirement, another set of legislation that we had to post all our guidelines online. So all these things are already online, as well as the duty manuals for the public to see.
The duty manual is completely public.
Yes.
Okay.
It has been.
That
for
wasn't
years.
true a few years ago, so that's interesting.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
thank
has
you.
been for years. And so I think what we can do, and I think this is what you're probably alluding to, is maybe having some type of link or a reference to where the public can see those specific uses of this type of equipment. And that's something that we can definitely work on, in addition to adding anything to the duty manual that may not be already there. So that's something that we can definitely take a look
Okay,
at.
thank you, Chief. Then I just ask if the maker of the motion could incorporate that as part of the motion, that when this returns to the council next year, that there would be, whether it's links or explicit language, a means for the public to determine when these tools will not be used.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's all right with the second?
Yes.
I don't even know who got the second.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Mahan. Councilor Prowse.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the conversation. I will say I also was expecting maybe there to be more public comment on this. So I do think that is just a testament to maybe why we would need a little bit more outreach and conversation on this as it does come forward. And I also think this is, like the duty manual, is an iterative document, and so this may be a first pass of it. And I think the conversations that we're having here are important, but I also don't think they're very clear cut, right, where it's a black or white situation. I think any language that we may put in also could create unforeseen challenges for us. I don't know if you can speak to this, Chief, but I know throughout the duty manual, and I was just kind of skimming right now, and it has been public for I don't know, a couple decades, right? I believe it's our duty manual has been public for quite some time. But I was just skimming through it, and then some of the other departments like Sacramento, and trying to see what language is in there. I don't see a lot of explicit or specific restrictive language, right, on certain tools, because I know that it gets a little difficult to try and pinpoint exact situations. I see, what I'd see is the opposite, which is similar to what we have in here. Say, for instance, example, the UAS, talking about authorized uses, right? So we specifically say when we will use it. And then essentially, if you're not in authorized use, right, those are the incidents where, it is not authorized, versus I think the opposite, which is maybe what you're talking about, Mayor, which is specific incidences where we would not use it. And again, the UAS gives some examples because it does have a smaller section of when it will, right, not be used. Like the first one, for activities that do not have a legitimate public safety purpose, right? Something kind of broad. But I do think that that's, it is worthwhile to have some deeper, conversation like what the mayor's talking about on, should there be some more language in some of these, say, for instance, use of force policies or some of these tools where we would want to then specify when we don't or when we will not want to use them, versus leave it more open-ended and say, here's where we will. And then typically you see a lot of language that says, there's sort of a last use that, upon a authorization from a commanding officer, right? And that then broadens it up to where you can use it in many different circumstances. And I understand the reasoning for that, because it's really hard, right, to predict all the different circumstances when we may want to use something and then put those in there as allowable uses. And so, right, having that language then allows us to utilize certain tools in situations where the decision is on the fly. So nonetheless, I don't think we need to come to some specific answers today. I do think that it is worthwhile to, rather than just an info memo, to have this come back as a discussion. For example, Mayor, Sacramento actually does in their document that they have now released on military equipment use, the same document that we're talking about today. They actually did refer to specific policies in their duty manual, some of their use of force policies, like they have one on the LRAD. I don't believe we have one. I was looking for one in our duty manual. I couldn't find it. Do we not have the LRAD? Right, we don't have that yet. So I think that's something you were talking about, right, Lieutenant? You can add that into the duty manual, and then you could take a step further and then refer to that in our military equipment use policy, similar to what Sacramento did. So I think, again, I appreciate the conversation. I think there's some good work, and this document may not be complete. Would we come back to council with this versus a committee, or I don't know, was that part of the motion?
I think the motion was that this is going to come back on an annual basis. And so we're given direction for this when this comes back. Is that right, Councilor Esparza?
Yes, Mayor, it was, this item is going to PISFIS and then for a referral to the full council, but it would go to PISFIS first. That's my understanding of the policy.
Okay, and I know that there could be some changes that are done sooner than a year. So if they could be done and we can bring something back to PISFIS within a few months, and then make those changes throughout the year. I think we heard that in the beginning of the presentation, right? That you were saying likely this need to come back more than just once a year, anyways. So I look forward to that as that comes forward. That's it. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments? All right. Let's vote on the motion then.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Thank you. Perales.
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Carrasco.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I've completely eviscerated any schedule that was announced with regard to lunch. But I want to propose, since it's now 1:23, I just didn't want to hold up our brass because I know they got a lot of things to do right now in the city. Would suggest that we take a break at 1:30 and go till 2. Would that be appropriate? Okay, we'll do that, and we'll. I think we have a couple quick items we can cover on road resurfacing. Actually, folks aren't here, are they? Why don't we just go to lunch? Oh, John's here. Okay. All right, we don't have any presentation, so why don't we see if we can knock a couple of these out quickly. 5.1 is pavement. A resurfacing project on Stevens Creek and Winchester.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, there's one member of the public.
Catherine. Catherine. Did you want to speak on item 5.1? Okay, she's not unmuting, so I'll go back to council.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Let's vote.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Perales.
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Carrasco.
Aye.
Davis.
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Liccardo.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to take item 5.2 and 5.3 together. These are two resurfacing projects, number 5 and number 6, as they're affectionately referred to by the DOT, for a whole lot of streets.
I
And-
move approval of 5.2, 5.3.
Second. All right, there's been a motion from Councilmember Cohen. Anybody in the community like to speak?
No hands?
Okay. All right. There are more hands when there are potholes than when we're doing the paving. All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's take a break now. We'll return at 2 o'clock and taking up 7.1 is their first item. Thank you, everyone.
Jimenez. Peralez.
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Roscoe. Davis.
Here.
Esparza.
Here.
Arenas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
Licardo.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Jimenez is here as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Just as I was admiring my extraordinary leadership for supersonic speed of moving through this agenda, it appears that we need to go backward to items 3.5 to address a technical issue due to conflict. So we're going to vote on this. We're going to take two separate votes on item 3.5, which is the approval of terms and agreements to the various bargaining units. And so I'll entertain a motion. I guess do we have to reconsider first, or can we just vote separately?
The move to reconsider.
Second.
Yeah, you do
All right.
have to move to reconsider,
Okay.
but then you have to vote. You don't have to reopen it or anything like that for comment.
Okay. We will first take the vote to reconsider.
Okay, I have a motion. Who's the second? Got it. Okay, Jimenez.
Yes.
Peralez.
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Roscoe. Davis.
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
here.
Thank you. Is that a yes vote on reconsidering 3.5 as well?
Carrasco?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Now, I'll entertain a motion as to all of the bargaining units except for OE3.
Move approval of all the bargaining units less OE3.
Second.
Okay. And on this item, Councilmember Arenas?
I'm
you want to
sorry?
state your recusal? Would you like to state your recusal on the record?
Sure, I'm recusing myself because my spouse is
Oh,
part
wait,
of.
that's on the
OE3.
next item. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. She can say it for the whole thing.
Okay, yeah, so you're recusing yourself on the next vote as to OE3, is that right?
Right, that's item F. Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So Councilwoman Reyes will vote on this motion, then she's going to recuse herself on the next one. Let's vote on this item.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Peralez.
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Roscoe. Roscoe. Davis.
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Arenas is recused from this one.
No, she
No,
can vote
not
on this one.
sorry.
I got
It's a
them
yes on
flip-flop.
this.
My
Sorry.
fault, I confused everyone.
Foley.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye,
Thank you.
all right.
Move approval on OE3.
Second.
Okay, motion from Councilmember Foley, I think it's seconded from Councilmember Esparza. Let's vote.
Jimenez.
Yes.
Peralez.
Yes.
Cohen.
Aye.
Roscoe. Davis.
Yes.
Esparza.
Yes.
Foley.
Aye.
Mahan.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go forward then to item 7.1, which is a Guadalupe Gardens encampment work plan. And it looks like we got a few folks here ready to present. Is that right? I don't have a presentation, but
yeah,
you
thank
want
you.
to offer one.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. John Cicerelli, Director, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. We do not have a presentation today.
Oh, okay.
We're here for questions.
Very ready.
The plan is in front of you. The memo is pretty short. It's mainly just the two tables, one that shows sort of the month by month for housing and then the month by month for the encampment abatement. So we're happy to answer any questions. Jackie Moraz-Ferran, Director of Housing, will be here momentarily. But now you have me, you also have Andrea Flores-Shelton, our deputy, and Olympia Williams, our division manager. So if you want to get into the encampment management side of things, to begin with, Jackie will be here in a few minutes. I do want to just give the council one quick update that we didn't know by the time the memo published, but I'll let you know now that the FAA has affirmed in writing to the city that they are accepting of this plan and the delay and the push out to the end of September. So that piece of the puzzle is solved.
Thank you, John.
Sure.
All right, and thank you, Andrea and Olympia and everyone on Jackie's team as well. Okay, let's go to the public.
Blair Beekman?
Hi, hi, Blair Beekman here. I was a little late for the meeting today. For the other items on today's agenda, I hope you can remember. I don't know. I've been going to these meetings for a number of years now, and I think you can get a sense of how my voice and my feelings about some of the previous agenda items. For this item, I'm a bit surprised. There's been a lot going on in Columbus Park and the Guadalupe Gardens area in the past month that I'm a bit hurt that you're not offering a bit of a city staff presentation at this time on this item. I think what I can do and offer, and I have been offering, is, and I know that you guys try to practice it, but to remind yourselves that with tow issues, if you can help the people who are there with their tow issues and try to give them, the most, flat out discount price, services, if you can offer, good government services to people so they can move their vehicles out of the area, good luck in those efforts, how to do that and how to work on that, and that the community there can feel they can ask you. That's important, and I don't know the depth of how that works, but boy, to say this here publicly and openly, I hope can do a lot to dispel, the superstitions we all can have at this sort of process. It's important that people can get their cars towed, and you do a good service if you can tow those cars for them. So good luck how to address that sort of issue with ourselves, and it should be open and free, and just good luck how we can make that an open conversation. Thank you.
Back to council.
Okay, questions from the council? Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. There was something in the report about being document ready. And is that something that Home First helps with for individuals waiting for housing? They need to be document ready, it said?
Hi, this is Jackie Morales Friend. I'm the Director of Housing, and yes, that is exactly one of their tasks, is to help people find their documents and also to sign up for documents if they're lost, or to obtain documents that they need in order to move to the next step.
Okay, thank you. And then on the illegal dumping issue, are we sending out tickets to those that we're seeing on the cameras that we put out?
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Andrea Flores Shelton with PRNS. The cameras we're working through with the vendor on ensuring that we can have access and frankly, operating cameras. We're having a challenge with the vendor right now, but we are continuing to work with the vendor to ensure that the cameras that have been deployed are operable. So the good news is that we've seen a significant decrease in illegal dumping around the perimeter. We think the cameras are acting as a deterrent. We are also seeing stolen vehicles that were a spike in April. That's also reduced. We also have noted there is a camera on Taylor and Irene that actually has, PD has a camera on it. So anything that we're doing with BSJ is in coordination with Code and PD. So we will continue to work with the vendor to make sure that we can have cameras that we've deployed also be implemented fully.
So what I got from that, Andrea, is we have some cameras, but we maybe don't have the footage. We're basically using them in a deterrent mode right now. We're not ticketing anyone based on the activity that we see in the cameras because we can't see the footage.
Yeah, we are experiencing challenges with the vendor because I too wanted to make sure that that footage was handed over to code enforcement and PD as soon as possible. And we unfortunately are having hiccups with the vendor to access that.
Okay, Thank you. And then in terms of the housing work plan, I see, Jackie, that it's ramping up from 1 month to the next. Is that because we are hoping more, or we're planning for more housing units to come online as time goes on?
And it's also because that first question that you asked me about, which is people getting ready and finding their paperwork. So we're anticipating more people will be ready. And it also takes more time for people just to find the actual housing. So if they have for example, a rapid rehousing or rental assistance program, we're not going to see anyone moving, most likely, or very few who move in the first month, but we begin to see movement, much greater movement in the second month, because again, the paperwork and actually finding a place. So things opening up, people moving in, and then, we just anticipate slots opening up in our interim housing as well.
Okay. Is anyone from Home First here?
There's not.
Okay. I'm curious about how the casework is going and whether there's still resistance among the individuals who are there to participate.
I think you're just talking about the people whose names we didn't originally have when we did the initial outreach and count. And at that time, it was very specific to this count. I don't have any updated numbers regarding how many of the people we have actually identified since then, but I am happy to forward that information to you later this week.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for my questions.
Thank you. Other questions from the council? Okay. I think that might be a good sign. Thank you for the progress that's reflected in the report, and most importantly, the work plan that gives us a very clear picture of what needs to be done in the months ahead. It feels like after a lot of challenges and wheel spinning, we're really getting traction now, and it's great to see. Hopefully, we'll see more and more people getting housed, and hopefully soon a beautiful trail and park for our community. So thank you.
We need a motion?
Oh, okay, we do need a motion. What the heck?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Second from Councilmember Davis. Let's vote on Councilmember Foley's motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones, Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everyone. All right, 8.1 is the public hearing on the Japantown Business Improvement District Budget Report and Assessments for fiscal year 22-23. And I have a script. Before I open the public hearing, has the city clerk received any written protests?
No written protests have been received from the Japantown BID.
Okay, so no written protests have been received. This time we'll open the public hearing and hear public testimony. Does anyone in the community like to speak?
I have no hands.
All right, we're going to now close the public hearing. Since the business owners in the Japantown Business Improvement District have supported the proposed levy of assessments, I will now ask the council to consider adoption of the resolution approving the budget report and levying assessments in the Japantown BID for fiscal year 22-23.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Perales. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we got lots of affordable housing coming up. That's all good news. 8.2, actions related to the Project Home Key 2.0 funds for Arena Hotel located at 817 The Alameda. And Jackie, there's going to be a presentation on this item, is that right? Welcome, Jackie. Welcome, Kemet.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I'm Kemet Mawakana, the Division Manager in the Housing Department. I'm joined today by Jackie Morales-Ferran, the Director of Housing, and we're here to request City Council approval and to accept a Home Key Grant Award for the Arena Hotel. Next slide, please. Is the slide going to change? The Arena Hotel is located at 817 the Alameda. It is a 89-unit hotel. In December of 2021, the city applied to the California Department of Housing and Community Development's Home Key program for funding to acquire, rehabilitate, and operate the site. In May 2022, HDC announced the city had been awarded a Home Key Award in the amount of approximately $25 million. The city is working with the developer, Urban Housing Communities, and the service provider, Home First, on the site. In the short term, the property will provide immediate interim housing to individuals and families experiencing homelessness. Such individuals in the surrounding areas will be invited to the property, and it is anticipated the residents at the Guadalupe Gardens encampment will be invited as well to the property. In the long term, the city will work with the developer to redevelop the site into permanent supportive housing for individuals and families experiencing homelessness. I want to take a moment to recognize the efforts of the team that worked on this development. John Bigley from the Urban Housing Communities, Hannah Hardy from the Attorney's Office, Kevin Ice from the Real Estate Division, and Isaac Arona from our Housing Department. This is a tremendous opportunity to bring over $25 million in state resources to our city, providing homes to our most vulnerable residents, and it's due to the hard work of that team. This concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Kemet, and thank you, Jackie, both for the work and for the great news and securing these dollars. So obviously, it's a very competitive program statewide, and it says a lot when we're able to get that large a commitment. Obviously, testament to a really strong proposal that the team put together. Okay, let's go to the public.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. My mouse is having difficulty, unmuting. Sorry. Yeah, for this item, first a thank you. On my previous public comment, I know the city government really tries hard to come through for the community, but there's that issue of superstition that I hope by talking about it can be of help to all of us. And the same goes for this item. Myself, the Home Key project and this particular project has been in the works for quite a while now. But I wanted to remind yourselves in the importance of the Home Key work that we're doing, that we have been practicing for years now, like really good housing plans and how subsidy can help fund people who need housing desperately. And we're at the time where we're receiving a whole bunch of new subsidy funds at this time. And we need to be able to talk about that openly, and that it can be an open conversation for the community to understand, how people of low income can have better choices now in the future of their housing, and that they can get help in subsidizing their own housing needs. And that is really, I think, the root at addressing our homeless issues. We're getting funding that we've never been able to receive before that can really be of help. And I just wanted to remind ourselves of that at this time again, and just that the more we talk about it openly, it becomes easier to talk about and less superstitious, and we grow more comfortable with how we can help each other in the community. Thank you.
Back to the council.
All right, thank you. Back to the council. Comments?
Move approval.
Second. Okay. Motion and second. I want to also thank Councilmember Davis for support of this project in her district, as well as Councilmember Perales, because we started this whole business of motel conversions back before Gavin Newsom made it cool. I guess back in 2015, and then we made the first 2 purchases in 2016, I think. And I think it's been a very successful model, and it's great to see us continue to expand this. Obviously, the need is far greater, but we'll continue to make really rapid progress this way. So thank you. One last question. It appears there are 15 slots that are held for residents of Guadalupe River Park. Can you give me a sense of why 15 and why not, say, 30 or 45?
Sure. The reason why we picked 15 was because when we transitioned people out of the what was known as the jungle many, many years ago, we actually placed everyone in, or the overwhelming majority of people, into one hotel. And we found that that put a lot of stress on the hotel. And so it was recommended by almost everyone that worked on that project for me to limit the number of people in each facility in order to limit the impact to the overall facility and the actual units themselves. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's vote then.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Lucardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. On to 4 more projects of great importance. 8.3 are actions related to loan commitments for 4 new affordable housing developments. There's no presentation on this one, Jackie?
We do have a
Oh,
brief
okay.
presentation on this one because we do want to brag about the investments and the number of apartments we'll be building, and we're just waiting for those slides to come up. And here we go.
Again, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Kemet Marwakana, Division Manager in the Housing Department, along with Jackie Morales-Ferran, Director of Housing. I'm happy to bring forward the first funding commitments resulting from our recent Notice of Funding Availability process, which was issued in December of 2021. There are 4 projects seeking funding commitments today. Tamian Station with 135 apartments, The Charles with 99 apartments, 1860 Alum Rock with 60 apartments, and 777 West San Carlos with 154 apartments. I'll walk you through the details or highlights of some of each of the 4 projects. Starting with Tamian Station. Tamian Station will consist of a 5-story building with 135 total residential apartments and a 3,000 square foot commercial space to be used as a child care center. CORE, the developer, has partnered with the Low Income Investment Fund and Santa Clara County Office of Education to solicit proposals from Title V child care providers to offer subsidized child care services. Other site amenities include outdoor courtyard space with a splash pad, access to 2 rail lines, a bus line, access to an adjoining public park, a gym, community room, and business center. As you know, this is a part of a larger market rate and affordable development located on VTA land. The market rate developer will be meeting their obligations under the inclusionary housing ordinance by contributing financially to the affordable housing development. The housing department team is currently working with the partners to finalize the plan to meet the inclusionary obligations on the site. This agreement will be finalized prior to submission of their application to CILAC, the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee, on August 9th, 2022. Tamian is seeking $16.8 million in funding from the city, and the county is committing $25 million, and HCD is committing $16 million in ASIC funding. We are seeking the necessary authorizations to approve a LTV in excess of 100%, approve float-up language to allow rent increases in the event of foreclosure, and authorization for the director to negotiate and execute relevant documents. That's the current slide is an image of what we expect the final completed project to look like in its entirety with the affordable and market rate buildings. The Charles, back up. That's okay. The Charles is proposing to develop, own, and manage a 7-story, 99-unit, 100% affordable housing development located at 551 Keys Street. More than half of the apartments will be for extremely low-income families. The amenities of the project will include below-ground parking, a large community room with an attached kitchen and pantry, office space for property management and on-site resident services provider, laundry facilities, locked bicycle storages, and an outdoor landscaped open space for walking, recreational use, and connection to the trail at the rear of the property. They are seeking $9.7 million in funding from the city, and the county is committing over $12.4 million, and the Housing Trust of Silicon Valley is committing $4.5 million to the project. We're seeking the necessary authorizations to approve LTV in excess of 100%, approve float-up language to allow for rent increases in the event of foreclosure, and authorization for the director to negotiate and execute relevant documents. The third project is 1860 Alum Rock. Again, Charities Housing, the developer, is proposing to develop, own, and manage a new mixed-use 60-unit, 5-story, 100% affordable housing development located at 1860 Alum Rock. The ground floor will contain approximately 3,100 square feet of commercial space, residential common area, utility spaces, bicycle storage, and enclosed parking. The upper floors will include 59 affordable units and 1 unrestricted manager's unit. Charities has partnered with Amigos de Guadalupe to develop a new Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment in the commercial portion of the development. From the current location, across the street from the proposed 1860 Alum Rock housing development, they serve East San Jose residents with services ranging from education, housing, immigration, and advocacy. Amigos de Guadalupe and Charities Housing entered into a memorandum of understanding in January of 2021 for Charities to provide support in the entitlement, design, and financing of the development, and Amigos de Guadalupe will provide advocacy, support, and fundraising for the development of the commercial portion as necessary. They are seeking funding of $7.5 million from the city, and the county is contributing over $8.5 million. Again, the necessary authorizations are approval of LTV in excess of 100%, approval of float-up language to allow for rent increases in the event of foreclosure, and authorization to the Director of Housing to negotiate and execute relevant documents. And the fourth of the four projects coming forward for funding commitments is 777 West San Carlos. 777 West San Carlos Affordable Housing Development is proposing a funding commitment of $19 million to Danco Communities to design, develop, construct, and manage a new 154-unit affordable housing development on 1.22 acres. The building is a 6-story, 5/1 podium-style structure. The building will be served by 2 elevators and be fully accessible per California accessibility standards. There will be 74 parking spaces on the ground floor in addition to bike and motorcycle parking and dedicated parking for caretakers. Community amenities include a multi-purpose room, community room with a full kitchen, manager's office, and therapy rooms for individual sessions. There will also be a fitness room, yoga room, bike parking, bike repair area, package storage area, pet grooming room, trash room, and multiple elevators. Child care, there will also be a child care center. In April of 2022, the City Council approved a child care spending plan using American Rescue Plan funds, establishing a $900,000 fund for tenant improvements for child care centers proposed as part of affordable housing developments. The 777 West San Carlos Affordable Housing Development was selected for this grant due to its location in a high priority for child care zip code. This will be the first award of these child care funds to an affordable housing development. The 3,000 square foot child care center on the site will provide care for 50 children. We are recommending a $247,500 grant from the $900,000 fund for construction costs related to the child care center. These funds will be committed as a part of the recommended action for this memorandum. They are seeking $19.1 million in total from the city and are receiving $29.7 million from the county. The necessary authorizations are again LTV above 100%, approval of float-up language, and authorization to the Director of Housing to negotiate and execute relevant documents. Jackie, would you speak to some of the benefits that these projects
Yes,
bring?
thank you, Kemet. So yes, I think what I was struck by listening to some of those descriptions is how closely affordable is now coming to having a look and feel of what market rate developments have. So with childcare on site, bike facilities where people can repair, fitness rooms, places where people can have community space are things that really help to make a place seem like home. Additional benefits include, while the city is investing in these 4 developments over $53 million, we are leveraging $329 million of investment. So for every $1 that the city spends, over $6 is invested as a result of this commitment. The other thing is that these are loans, they are not grants, and that the funding gets repaid over time. For the housing department, this has been significant. The only reason we survived, and there were very few housing departments that survived the elimination of redevelopment, was because we had such a large loan portfolio. The majority of the housing department at the time that I took over was funded by those loan repayments. We've managed over time, thanks to your funding commitments through the housing impact fee, the commercial linkage fee. We've created other funding streams for the housing department, but loan repayments provides one of those funding streams. It's also important to realize that the city's investment is usually a one-time investment, and we have no obligation to provide any additional funding to the development. We don't support ongoing operating costs, and that the county, when we have permanent supportive housing, provides an additional operating grant to support the development. Otherwise, the operations are all collected via the rents and any additional subsidies that the developer receives. There's also a 55-year land use restriction that's recorded against the site. And in many of these, either the city or the county owns the land to protect and to ensure that the land and the structures above them will remain in the control for a public entity for any future benefit. The other thing that we see in these, out of these 4 developments, is that 2 of them are going to be providing childcare centers, and we're offering nonprofit space. This is a dramatic change from what we have seen in the past. And again, these investments have come because of our partnerships on the childcare side with the library. So I want to thank Jill Borden and her staff for helping us. And then our commitment to really help nonprofits and to try to create more partnerships with our affordable housing and the nonprofit community, because we understand the importance of having really some community and commercial space on the ground floor. And then lastly, these investments also provide fees to the city. So they will be paying a little over $5 million in impact fees and taxes that benefit us. And then I just want to close that, most importantly, what these investments bring to us is that they create a home for individuals and families who have been priced out of our communities, including our most vulnerable residents who are unhoused and living on our streets, and our struggling families who live in overcrowded and unsafe conditions, or for people who are spending a significant amount of their incomes on their rents. We can see that rents are increasing every year again after the recovery from COVID, and it will continue to be a challenge for people who make low income and some moderate income wages for people to afford rental housing. And so these investments are very important. And so with that, we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kemet. Thank you, Jackie. Wonderful progress and good news. Let's go to the public first.
I have no hands up.
Okay. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you so much. This really is tremendous news. The amount of units that are being developed in these 4 projects are just outstanding. And while it doesn't solve our housing problem, it gets close. It gets further along, and that's really, really important. I'm really impressed by the number of large units that are family units. That's the one thing when you're building affordable housing, and I have a lot of units going up in District 9, there are a lot of single or 1-bedroom studios, 1 or 2 bedrooms, but this has a lot of focus on families, which I think is really, really critical. And to that goes the child care centers, which is really important to allow those moms and dads to put their kids in childcare and then go out and work or seek employment. That's really critical. I'm really excited to see that. I have a couple of questions for you, though, specifically regarding 777 West San Carlos. In the memo, it states that 20% of the units are listed as ADA mobility units. I assume that means that they are built with wider entrances, with handrails and things like that that make them ADA accessible. Is that what a mobility unit is?
I'm sorry. Could you summarize your question again?
The 20 in the West San Carlos development, the memo calls out that 20% of the units are listed as ADA mobility units. What does that mean?
So it means that those units will be accessible.
Okay. So,
and it includes both physical accessibility and sight and hearing.
Got it. Okay. So that's great. But no mention is made on the other 3 projects. So is that not a component of the other 3 projects? Wouldn't ADA compliance also be required in those projects?
All the projects are required to have minimum ADA accessibility. We did in this particular notice of availability for funding, I think it was in this one, that we did 2 things. One is we prioritize families, so thank you for noticing that. And the second thing is we did include some standards on accessibility and are beginning to encourage our developers, because there's a way to meet the letter of the law and actually for your apartment building to not actually meet the needs of people who are in wheelchairs or of other accessibility issues. And so we're beginning to do audits in our developments and actually visiting them with people who have disabilities to see how they actually work. And then with that, we're going to try to provide additional feedback to developers on how you can design buildings that are, actually work for people who have disabilities. And so we do have a whole body of work that is beginning to focus on this issue because we feel it is very important.
I couldn't agree more with you, Jackie, and I'm so excited to hear that. ADA is a floor, not a ceiling. ADA is where we start, but we need to get better than that. So I'm so excited that you're focusing on that. It's really important that we help those who have accessibility issues get access to these units as well. The other question so thank you so much for that. The other question I had is regarding Tamian Station. There's a mention of 5.6 acres of parking. It's a lot of parking. Does that include other things besides the parking? Or am I misreading the memo? Or are you planning for RVs or some other component?
Yeah, it must include additional parking because the Tamian Center also includes market rate housing development as well. But we can get additional information for clarity.
Okay.
Is it possible some of that might be multi-use for the station as well? I'm not
I
sure.
was thinking that
I
as
was
well.
wondering that too.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. That's all the questions I have. Thank you. And I will move to approve.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Foley. Councilmember Arenas.
Thank you. I'm just piping up about recognizing all the efforts from staff to get us to this point where we are talking about a lot of projects that will support families. And so I wanted to thank you, Jackie, for your leadership, for making sure that our families can remain in San Jose and that they're going to be in beautiful facilities with on-site childcare. That money is going to come from is coming from our ARP funding that we end of last year. And so everybody here has supported that. And so it's just wonderful to see this get funded right away. I thought there was going to be a delay in this, but it's really wonderful to see all of this, all of these projects come into the pipeline. And I was wondering, is there any additional projects that are in the pipeline that are eligible for childcare tenant improvements? And for the fund that we have?
We're continuing to work to identify potential other developments that will be able to include childcare. So it is something that we are now in discussions with each developer that we meet with, and we try to get the word out early because the childcare facilities often can require outdoor space or particular planning requirements. And so it really does require that we are out in front.
Awesome. And I would encourage for there to be childcare beyond 5 years of age. I know that a lot of the times we think about up to 5 because they potentially are not in school, but there's a lot of school-age children that need care just as much. And so hopefully that's something that can be incorporated. How will they determine the age range for that, the capacity to serve children?
So in terms of the capacity to serve children and the age range, that is something that the developer, my guess, is going to be working on depending upon the space needs, because the space needs are all going to be very different depending on the kids. So ideally, and I don't know if Jill has anything more she would add on how we decide or partner with people in terms of the different facilities that are going in.
I guess it would make a difference, Jackie, only in that it would help determine what kinds of families you're able to accept. Um, and if you're going to accept families with children under the age of 6 or above 6, based on what that facility is limited to.
Hi, Councilmember.
see
This
that
is
Jill
Jill
is there.
Bourne, City Librarian. Yeah, we initially scoped the projects around early childcare, 0 to 5, but that's doesn't mean that we can't reach out to our partners and explore what additional childcare could look like for sort of the 5 to 12 set, after school, summer, that sort of thing, and what the flexibility would be, and then we could bring that back to council.
Yeah, that would be wonderful, Jill, since we know that in the pipeline, there's also preschool for all. And so those children will be served by our school districts soon enough. And I'm going to knock on wood. And I think the older children are the ones that are going to end up needing our support. So I'm excited. Congratulations for incorporating this into these projects. And so just wanted to thank you and ask those couple of questions. This is a wonderful day for all of us, and we're here to celebrate with you, Jackie, and all of the housing department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I just had a few. Councilor Phil, you had your hand up? No, that's from before. Okay, great.
I did just want to jump in on, we found the response on the 556 parking spaces. So it included the authority for transit spaces as well. So there's 147 that are the transit parking. That was part of that. There's some private parking as well for residential and the communities, and some short-term parking for the transit as well. So that's why there's so much parking.
Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jackie. I'm super excited by the childcare, the inclusion of childcare in 2 of these developments. I think it's wonderful, and I know it wasn't easy to integrate. I appreciate Jill's partnership on this. We've been hearing lots of griping from, well, all kinds of developers, but particularly affordable housing builders about having that commercial space on the ground floor, and it's great to see an amenity that's going to be really critical for so many families. I assume that the childcare would be open to non-residents of that facility as well. Is that right? Okay. Jackie's nodding her head saying yes. Okay. Just for the record. Okay, great. All 4 of these projects have to go to CLAC for funding. Is that right?
I'm sorry, that's correct. The application date is August 9th.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm glad, obviously, we're doing our part in pushing them forward, but we know we've had challenges with CLAC in recent years. What are our chances in getting all 4 of these through the chute?
So what we're going to have to do, and I don't know if the team has done this yet, is we'll be working with the county to identify what other projects are coming in from our area. The wild card is, I believe, San Mateo is part of our area as well, and sometimes we're not as informed. We are trying to work with the county. We used to do this 10 years ago, where we would kind of try to control the pipeline so that we wouldn't have our own developments competing against each other. And so we're trying to look at a model that will help us to better align our funding and our submittals. So at least on this county side, we're not trying to oversubscribe or compete amongst ourselves. The other piece is we want to use the 9% more. That used to be the primary mechanism, even though there wasn't a lot, and we're finding our developers crazily going through the 4% seems to be easier, and they're more competitive. But we would like to also start figuring out how we have access to the 9% side as well. So we're hoping with the changes that were made in CIDLAC that we'll have better opportunities to be competitive. But that's the best we can do right now. We will certainly report back to this council if we're experiencing the same level of delays, because certainly it's frustrating for us and, of course, the developers, and I know for you all, that we're making these investments and we can't seem to get all of the financing in place to let them go.
Right. Understood. I understand we can only do our part. the 4 and 9% you're referring to, Jackie, suggests to me we're also seeking tax credit financing as well. Is that right? We're also trying to get tax credit allocations for these?
Yes, the 9s and the 4s come with tax credit. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So would all 4 of these projects also? I always understood CLAC to be a different process than the tax credit allocation committee. Am I confused here? I've been confused before. I assume these are 2 different sources of financing.
There are.
The bonds
So
and
there's the bonds
Yeah.
and the tax credits. I just think of them as one
Oh.
because they come together. You can't get the bonds. The reason that people apply for bonds is because you get the tax credit.
Okay, they can only come. Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you. And then with regard to the family units, and certainly no one would argue against building affordable housing, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom for families. Particularly as we think about the ELI units, I know, Jackie, we've had offline conversations about one project in particular where there seems to be a challenge in getting families lined up to be able to take the available units. And I'm just wondering to what extent there is some flexibility for the managers, the operators of these facilities to be able to move the LI, ELI designations around from one unit to another based on where the need is, to be able to best address the needs so that we're not leaving some people out on the street while a unit's vacant.
No, that we are not able to move those AMI targets across the different bedrooms
You
sizes.
can't do that.
So yeah, no, and mostly because it's all the amount of their loans are set based on the amount of rents that they generate. And so a
Right.
3-bedroom at 30% would generate way less than a 1-bedroom, and so just
Right.
it would change all the financing. I think, to the extent we have the more affordable 3s and 2s don't have those challenges. We certainly had challenges when I first got here 15 years ago. The 60% units were actually really hard to fill up. They had large amounts of vacancies.
Right.
And over 15 years, that has really changed. So you can't get the kinds of rents that the affordable right now is generating at that 60% level. But clearly, we always do better at the lower area median incomes because, there's literally nothing in the market that people can find.
Okay. So you're not concerned about any of these units going vacant while we're dealing with bureaucracy at the county or anywhere else?
No, because many of these particular apartments are just regular affordable. So
right.
these are a good mix of both permanent supportive housing and affordable. And even with the permanent supportive housing, the county has done an excellent job in really improving their ability to move people into apartments. And to the extent we're able to eventually work on a program, right now they have an actual site where they put people in as they're waiting for their apartments. Our EIHs can act as the same mechanism as well. As we begin to see these larger buildings open up, we know we can create opportunities for people to be in a place, get all their paperwork, and be ready to move.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jackie, and thank you, Kemet. This is great to see this kind of with 448 units. That's going to help an awful lot of families, so that and people, and that's great. I just want to also thank our residents for approving Measure E. I think we never would have foreseen here we'd be a couple years later with $110 million that we're investing into affordable housing solutions like this, and it's great to see. So thrilled. All right, Councilmember Arenas, you had your hand up. Is that from before?
Yeah, that's from
Okay.
before.
All right, let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo,
Aye.
Going back to Esparza. Thank you.
Okay. We got another one. Kemet and Jackie are on a roll. Item 8.4 is development of Kelsey Air Station Affordable Apartment Community located 447 North First Street. Is there a presentation? Nope.
There's not.
Okay. Well, we're proud of this one too. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. Very proud of this one. Excited to see this last bit of funding get awarded today. And I want to thank our housing team as well as the team from the Kelsey. This particular development is really special because of how it is serving people of all abilities. So it's creating affordable units, but specifically the entire building itself will be fully accessible to people of all abilities. And so it's a tremendous new development, and one that I hope that we see more of in both on the affordable and market rate side. I mentioned earlier a couple months ago when we recognized Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month about my aunt, and my aunt is currently in a rehab facility. Hopefully we'll be getting back out, and she's lived in a traditional apartment, one that she will not be able to move back into, and she is going to be in desperate need of a type of development like this for people of all abilities. And so we desperately need more of these, and I'm excited about this opportunity. It was an SB 35 qualified project, but the Kelsey team went above and beyond where they didn't have to and met with the community numerous times. It was challenging, as some of these projects are many times, but we were able to come to a great final product here, and I'm tremendously excited about this. And I do want to invite my colleagues, because we will be celebrating the groundbreaking of the project on July 30th at 3:30 over at 447 North First Street. And I'll ask my team and make sure that you are each invited if you wanted to come out and then celebrate that at San Pedro Market Square immediately following the groundbreaking at 5 p.m. Again on July 30th. And so I think it's an exciting project, and I'll move to approve.
Second.
Councilor Perales, appreciate your comments, but are you sure it's not June 30th?
I'm sorry, did I say July?
Yeah.
Yeah, June.
Okay, good. Because otherwise I'm going to be speaking at the wrong event. Okay, good.
Thank you for the clarification on that.
Yeah. And thank you, Councilmember, for your leadership in the community. This involved a lot of tough conversations because we do have a single family neighborhood right behind it. There was a lot of concern about the density and size and so forth. And the developer, the affordable builder here is really, I think, very collaborative. And I'm glad what has resulted is something fantastic like this. All right, let's go to the public.
I just want to thank the people who made this a fully accessible project. I'm thrilled to hear it and wish I had seen these years ago. So keep up the great work, and thank you very much.
Back
Right.
to council.
Okay, any other members of the council like to speak? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Picardo.
Aye. Okay, thanks you guys. We're on to item 8.6, which are actions related to quick build emergency interim housing. And I see the team descending. Welcome, Jim and Rosalind. Matt.
So I think we're ready to go. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Jim Ortball from the City Manager's Office. Today we're here presenting the City Administration's recommendations on the next phase of emergency interim housing as directed by the council. Joining me on this item are James Stagey, Housing Development Administrator in the Public Works Department, Matt Kano, the Director of Public Works, Jackie Morales-Farrand, our Director of Housing, and in the back row, Rosalind Huey and Omar Passons of the City Manager's Office. They're also on our EIH team. We have about a 15-slide presentation. We'll try and move briefly through this. In September 2021, Mayor Liccardo and Councilmembers Foley, Peralez, Mahan, and Jimenez issued a rules memo that focused on increasing the supply of emergency interim housing and home key units, as well as identifying additional funding and operational strategies. Specifically, it called for 1,000 pandemic-era EIH units and 300 home key units. Sites should be spread across 6 council districts where no projects have been built to date in this category of shelter housing. It should focus on more effective and efficient operations of existing and future emergency interim housing facilities and coordination with the county related to providing services at these facilities. So with that direction, we started moving forward with our work plan and efforts. Before I get into the details of our recommendations, there are 3 council member memos actually. One issued by Mayor Liccardo and Councilmembers Peralez and Foley, and one by Councilmember Cohen. And then this morning, there was another memorandum issued by Councilmember Mahan. So staff will discuss these memos as we move through our recommendations, as we get into the site details. So we'll focus on the details of those memos as we move through our recommendations as well. So significant progress has been made to date during previous phases of emergency interim housing development and the Project Home Key program. That progress you can see on the screen. I'm not going to go into detail. It's outlined in the staff report as well. I think it's safe to say we've made a tremendous amount of progress, but the need is still substantial. And that's why we're here today, to make additional recommendations on the next phase of development. So this is a pretty detailed slide. Lots of information effort went into this process. This slide focuses on the process that we use to identify sites for emergency interim housing expansion and new development. So at the Rules Committee in September of last year, the discussion and direction was to focus on existing lists of potential sites. So those existing lists had over 140 sites on them, but many on the list were not feasible or were minimally feasible at best. In fact, the best 6 sites have already been used for our existing bridge housing and emergency housing sites. Additional direction was provided to seek out more Caltrans sites and to evaluate whether expansion of existing sites made practical sense as well. And so we included that in our search effort. About 45 sites focused mainly in the 6 districts that don't have an interim housing facility today warranted and received an initial site visit to rule out obvious fatal flaws like steep slopes or unusable site configurations. The 45 sites had site conditions and characteristics assessed, including their size, their shape, their configurations, who controls the site, regulatory requirements, and various limitations. From the list of 45, we identified 19 sites that had feasibility and warranted very detailed evaluation, which our team undertook. That next phase aimed to determine if a site was viable, and we used the experience of the city team from recent site selection and project development and available site information to determine whether a site had the necessary requirements to develop and build a project. However, even though a project could be technically viable and we could build some level of project, it doesn't mean it's practical or would be a good use of city funding. It just may not yield enough units to meet the significant demand that we have. So with high demand for more shelter and limited funding and staff capacity to build and operate sites, determining which are the most practical is the most critical step in the process. The practicality phase focuses on conditions and characteristics that make up the best sites, including location, size, shape. Do we own it? And if not, can it be assembled or controlled? If so, how quickly can we do that? And how much would it cost to do that? Sites the city owns typically have the best path to project development because it eliminates site control issues, external agency review, and overly conservative standards that we've experienced working with other agencies at times. Cost and time to deliver will be greater if the city is not the owner. Practicality of a site is also assessed through the initial layout work where access to the site, utility connections, flow around a site, potential building locations and capacity and unit count are estimated. That information has led to what we believe is the most practical slate of sites, of 6 sites to meet council direction in districts that don't have projects, to do so in a cost-effective manner, and to deploy the projects as quickly as possible, with most of them in project development by December 2022, a pretty ambitious set of direction that we received. So this slide shows the 6 sites that staff is recommending for immediate and future development. You can consider these 6 sites in pairs. The first pair, 1 and 2, are existing sites that we recommend for expansion in line with City Council direction to explore existing sites. The second pair are 2 new sites recommended for immediate design and development, and the third pair are recommended for future development once the first 4 sites are programmed, designed, and under development, and the need for more units and remaining funding is available, and that's confirmed. So of the 6 sites you see here, 4 of them are in districts that do not have facilities, which when completed with the existing sites would bring the number to 8 in terms of the number of city council districts with an EIH facility. So we'd be approaching 80% of the goal that was laid out a number of years back. Of all the sites, 2 are city-owned and 4 are Caltrans-owned on this list. Moving on to the individual sites. This slide identifies the 2 sites recommended for a new development, for existing development, expansion, I mean, and the city-owned Guadalupe site currently under construction and the Rue Ferrari site, currently an existing site leased from Caltrans that has capacity to expand both within the existing perimeter and on the undeveloped land on the site. Both are efficient sites for expansion from a development and operation standpoint. I think we've proven out the Rue Ferrari site, and we anticipate a similar experience with the Guadalupe site as well. This slide identifies the 2 sites recommended for new development, a city-owned site on Noble Avenue in District 4, and a Caltrans-owned site at 85 in Great Oaks in District 10. As with any new site, none are perfect. All of them have challenges. We've always experienced that, and I'm confident we would have challenges here too. But I think as far as new sites go, these 2 have many practical advantages. The Noble site is city-owned. It's nice sized at about 2 acres. It's flat. It's accessible. It has utilities nearby. The project can yield about 100 units, making a major contribution to the 400-unit gap we're trying to close. We do acknowledge, though, there are potential proximity concerns with the residential neighborhood. Both the mayor, Councilmember Peralez and Foley memo, and the Councilmember Cohen memo have recommendations related to this Noble Avenue site. The Mayor Peralez Foley memo directs the housing department to explore the need for shelter for women and seniors and whether dedicating units towards those populations at the Noble Avenue site would be warranted. So that would be part of the design and project development evaluation and would be coordinated with the mayor's office, the council office, and the community. The Cohen memo recommends that community outreach be initiated on the Noble Avenue site before the city council approves the site for development. Staff understands the critical need for community notification and outreach. We think that it should be with the understanding, though, that a project is planned for this location, and the notification outreach would aim to inform the community of the siting, the ideas for design, operations, and how to approach community compatibility be a critical focus of the outreach, and it not be given the opportunity to reject the site. We've experienced that before. What we could approach is something similar to what we did in District 2 and 6 in 2020 when we developed a couple of projects very rapidly. Both of those districts held initial community meetings. We did experience opposition in District 2 from surrounding neighborhoods, but ultimately, through the design and development process and the good work of the council office and the community advisory committee, a collaborative effort emerged to create a good coexistence between the surrounding community and the emergency interim housing site. And so some of that approach could be applied at the Noble site. We would recommend that we work with the council office, the mayor's office, to figure out what's the best way to proceed from a community outreach standpoint. And then moving on to the 85 Great Oaks site. At first glance, the large site at 85 in Great Oaks could deliver up to 100 units as well. It has many good characteristics. However, as we noted in the staff report, when coordinating with Caltrans on that site, they informed staff that the 30-foot setbacks that we've previously had projects approved with were likely changing to about 50 feet. And on narrow sites, that's substantial. That can have an impact. And in addition, they're planning to sell about 25 feet swath of the property on the southern portion of the site for an underground utility project. That could have impacts as well. But this morning, myself and James met with the developer of the project. They very much are willing to work with us. They still have a go, no-go decision to make on the project, but we believe this is still very much a viable site and think it should be, we should proceed forward in that evaluation. Moving on to the last two sites that we're recommending. We're recommending as future priorities. They're both Caltrans owned at 680 in Jackson, 85 in Prospect. The reality in both districts 5 and 1 is they're densely developed. They have limited available sites, particularly publicly owned sites. Extensive efforts were really undertaken to try and find sites in those districts. This is essentially all we could find. We think, though, we should keep them as future priority sites. They're smaller. They could yield about 50 and 30 units respectively. Again, once we've made progress on the first 4 we recommended, we would come back to these and see what the need is, what the funding availability, and then move forward from there. We have 2 slides here on alternatives in District 10 and District 4. Looking at the District 10 alternatives first, if the 85 Great Oaks site did not work out, we have a site at 85 in Santa Teresa near Oak Ridge Mall. It's an alternative Caltrans location. It's smaller than the Great Oaks site. It does have challenges related to setbacks and slopes, but nonetheless, a project could be viable there. But the question, how many units it could yield, probably is more in the 50 unit range, so it is smaller and it would yield less. Likely the more technically viable site is the large VTA site at the end of the light rail line in South San Jose at the Santa Teresa station. It's a large 35-acre site, and it has areas that are undeveloped on the site, about a 4-acre portion of the site on the southeast corner, furthest away from residential, could make a very practical emergency housing site alternative. There are memorandums that speak to this location as well. The memorandum from Councilmember Mahan recommends that staff work with his office and the mayor's office to evaluate a slate of alternative sites. And then the Mayor Peralta's Foley memo suggests looking at alternatives only if the 85 Great Oaks site proves not viable. Moving on to the alternatives in District 4. This slide identifies 2 sites in District 4 that were initially considered alternatives if the Noble Avenue site was not the preferred site of the City Council. The 2 sites are primarily San Jose Water Company owned sites. They're privately owned. So given the interest in alternative sites in this district, staff presented these alternatives and initiated further work to determine their viability. We posted a supplemental memo this morning, and the first site, the Peckton Court site, actually has been sold by the water company to a private developer. The other site is one that they are still using for utility purposes, the 3.5 acre site on the picture on the right. And so they've indicated it's not available to us for city purposes. So we've focused our attention back on the 1.1 acre and 0.5 acre site on the upper left corner of the picture on the right as a potential site, a small site, maybe up to 30 units. So that could be an alternative in District 4 as well. The water company did offer a couple other sites. One was too small, and the other one we had previously looked at. It had access challenges and is in a high-risk flood zone. And with that, and I'm going to turn it over to Jackie, who's going to talk about the funding aspect of the program and operations.
Thanks, Jim. First of all, thank you for showing such leadership in helping us to identify sites. The Housing Department's very grateful for the work that you've been doing. The Housing Department has worked with the Budget Office to develop a funding proposal that really ensures that we'll be able to operate the sites as we go forward. As you know, that's always been my primary concern, is that we want to ensure that we can build them, we can continue to create services for people who are living there. And so the Budget Office prepared and you all approved the MBA number 3, which provided a detailed overview for that funding plan that allows us to expand our emergency interim housing sites in San Jose. Part of that plan includes a commitment of $60 million of general fund and ARP money in order to create a development and operations budget and plan as we move forward. And thank you to the City Council. You have moved forward in changing the funding priorities and created a new funding percentage and priority that will allow us to fund ongoing operations under Measure E. And we have $6.2 million estimated that we would be able to provide as an ongoing contribution to continue to operate the sites. This all assumes that we're going to have, the sites will cost us about $15 million to develop, design, and construct the new facilities, and that's $15 million each. And then it does assume a $3.5 million annual operating cost, and we did increase the cost by 3% every year to demonstrate growth in what those costs would be, and therefore we believe that this budget that we provided to you all, is achievable given what we know today. Next slide. And thank you to the mayor's office and the mayor. We have a partnership with the San Francisco Foundation. We were able to get under contract Home Base, who's conducting a study of the operations of the EIHs with a goal to look at how could we improve their costs, reduce their costs, and improve their effectiveness. And so they're also looking at ways to how to engage the people who live there and ensure that they're part of the process. And consistent with the legislation that allows us to build these facilities, very core to that legislation was that we would move people into permanent housing. And so one of the parts of the study is to look at how can we improve those outcomes to ensure that people are not released back into homelessness, but that they actually find a permanent home. And so our plan to complete this study is hopefully late next year or late this year or early next year, and then with a goal to implement the recommendations that we would take to you, of course, first before we implement them to get your feedback in 23 and 24 contracts. I just wanted to reiterate that the way the sites currently work, we welcome residents who are unhoused, who are living in the surrounding areas of these facilities. So that's has been the first priority in filling up the sites. Secondly, we are committed to filling the sites up with people who live at the Guadalupe Gardens right now in order to make and reach our commitment of ensuring that we have moved everyone by the fall of this year. And then the next group is people that are reaching out, or that our outreach teams have located across the city that are ready to go inside. And then finally, we take referrals from the hotline. But usually the facilities become filled after the first 3 priorities are reviewed. And then lastly, part of our work plan is to extend the legislation because it sunsets January of 2025. And so we really need to get back to that legislation and extend it. And hopefully to extend it in perpetuity so that we would not have to go back again. And so with that, that concludes my part, and I'm turning it over to James, who has worked for the Housing Department for, 28 years and is now moved over to Public Works to continue our efforts in emergency interim housing. And I want to thank him for continuing his work.
Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, it seems like 28 years sometimes. So it's great work though. Love it, and that's why I'm moving it over to Public Works as well. But the initial 4 sites, based on council direction today, staff will move forward with the design and development process at the sites approved. Sites where we receive direction for additional evaluation, Public Works staff will continue to work with the City Manager's Office and Housing as directed. Same with the future sites, so the 2 sites that we have as future priorities. Even though we may not be starting construction on those right away, we'll continue to keep evaluating those sites, looking at the things that we need to do to be prepared to start construction when the time comes. Sites that are greenlit, we'll do a deeper evaluation. So we'll start to order site surveys, identifying specific boundaries, looking at site grades, tree counts, really evaluating the sites to prepare for construction. We've conducted initial analysis for environmental conditions, but there are things that we're going to have to continue to look at for further analysis. And then concurrently, we'll be working with the partner agencies such as Caltrans, VTA on agreements. Okay, in terms of the next steps in the design and development process, Public Works staff will begin to refine early site concepts. These moderate level site concepts will be shared with the stakeholders during outreach process to gain input and perspective. And this includes people with lived experience. As we begin to finalize concepts, we'll fold in input that we receive along with any design parameters and the ongoing site evaluation. As with the previous EIH developments, staff will work with our current PW design consultant to further develop the concepts to a 30% design level in preparation for design build request for proposals. For the construction process of the EIHs, we're planning on a 2-step process, which includes soliciting a pool of EIH design builders through a request for qualification. And then the second step, as I mentioned, once our Public Works staff has reached the 30% design level, we'll release a request for proposal to our pool of EIH design builders and work with the selected developers to bring the design to 100%, at the same time starting some of the pre-construction activities, such as material orders, subcontractor coordinations, etc. We do plan to offset the design procedures, procurement and construction of each of the sites. The offset, or the sequential approach, will be based on things like site readiness, staff capacity, and market drivers such as materials, modular building demand, and developer capacity. Our goal is to keep these projects moving as expeditiously as possible. So we will actively work on the development of each site, whether it's to further evaluate the site, move forward with designs, or development. Lastly, Public Works will continue to work with the CMO's office and housing on any site controller or development obstacles. With that, I'll turn it back over to you.
I have the last slide here, and then we'll turn it back to the council. I have the last slide here, and then we'll turn it back to the council. So public notification and outreach related to bridge housing and emergency interim housing has been a challenge for the city and the community. In 2015, when the council directed community outreach with the goal of securing a bridge housing site in all 10 council districts, the community reaction was largely in opposition, unfortunately. But ultimately, the council and staff adopted more moderate interim goals of advancing 2 projects in District 3 and 7 in the initial years of the effort, with a longer-term goal of still citing a project in every council district. Fast forward that 5 years to 2020, the shelter crisis having exacerbated and the pandemic spreading, the city launched a second phase of EIH siting and development, assisted by state HAP funding and the governor's executive order that enabled the city to develop 3 EIH projects in record time in 2020 and 2021, with 4 projects now in 4 council districts, 2, 3, 6, and 7. This third phase, directed by the council, aims to complete the goal of an EIH in all 10 council districts by adding 6 more sites across the city. I think it's fair to say that community acceptance probably has not changed a lot, except in areas where we have a BHC or an EIH project and we have a community advisory committee. But future community notification outreach needs to be considered thoughtfully and with this history in mind. Staff recommends that we do it as a collaborative approach and a tailored approach with the mayor's office and the affected council office and the city administration. It should be focused on notification and outreach. It should be focused on ensuring community compatibility with the project. It should be focused on good design and good support services, but not on the ability to veto the project, or the likely outcome is that new projects won't move forward. We've had that experience in the past. But certainly we know we have work to do in the outreach area. And that concludes our presentation, Mayor. We're available for questions in your direction, and we appreciate the time and the patience this afternoon.
Great, thank you all. All right, let's go to the public first.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. In the presentation, Jackie Morales made an important point that there's a big issue of how to keep people housed once we get them in the housing. I don't know how much it relates to this item, but all my talk these past few months about how we need to practice the ideas of subsidy with low-income housing. You know, when these subsidy plans in the age of COVID first started coming down, I first learned about this in Berkeley, and they were talking about, the Home Key program and all this new money coming in, but they had a major focus on how, the issue is that for decades now, in trying to house people, the reason why they fall out of housing is not because they're not pulling themselves up by their bootstraps and ready to go to work and everything. It's that they just simply don't have the money to continue paying for their rent each month. And they have a trouble in falling behind. And we don't have ways to help support that. We're now at a time that we can have a subsidy plan that can support these people who have difficulty continuously paying their rent month after month. That's the kind of things we're not talking about here that really need to be addressed. And I don't think it should be a fearful subject. It can be a bit dicey and difficult. It's always difficult to talk about subsidy and to be relying on it. But I think it's something we have to address. We're addressing a decades-old issue that once we find housing for people, they can't stay in it because they simply can't afford it. And that does mean job training. That means a whole bunch of different experiences that they need the subsidy help and support for that. And we have that now, and yet we don't make that more clear to ourselves how we can work on those good goals. I think that's the way to build a positiveness and hope for our future. I hope you can talk about these things more often, and good luck on how you talk about these issues. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'd like 2 sites removed, number 6 at Prospect and 85 of 30 units on the Caltrains property, because the infrastructure in the area does not meet the current population's needs. It's way behind, and there are so many thousands of units proposed to be added to the area. It is just overwhelming and not viable. On top of that, I'd like noble percolation ponds removed in order to protect the water from any pollution that results from development, as well as enable us to expand the ponds in the future. Thank you very much.
Sorry, back to council.
All right, thank you. All right, I really want to thank Jim, James, Matt, Jackie, Rosalind, the whole team that's worked so hard on all this, and particularly to thank Jim for coming back out of retirement to take this on. You didn't take the easy job, and really grateful for how you've led both before you retired and getting those 3 developments up and running quickly through the pandemic and now on this effort. So thank you for all your work. I appreciate the thoughtful memoranda from my colleagues. I think we all recognize this is really hard work, and there are a lot of difficult conversations ahead with the community. But I appreciate that my colleagues are looking for ways to get to yes fundamentally, because I think we all recognize we don't have any other option but to get to yes. The crisis is too great. All right, let's go to Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And Jim, thank you for your work on this. I'm disappointed, and we've had this conversation. I appreciate you coming to my office and talking to me about District 9. And of note is that District 9 does not have any sites available. We went through the list. There's District 9 is pretty built out, and there's not, what is there isn't suitable, doesn't work. So it's a bit disappointing to me, but I know it's not because you didn't look. So I keep looking for alternatives, and maybe it's a commercial building that we can convert or something that will allow us to create a quick build within District 9, but it won't be a traditional type of project. So I'm disappointed, but I appreciate the work you've done in other districts, and will listen to what my colleagues who represent those districts have to say. I do have a question for you with regard to one property, though, and that is in District 10. It's the Great Oaks property. I'm looking at the map on page 8, and I just don't see how you're going to work that. It seems with the setbacks, it's a long, narrow piece. How wide is that at its in the middle of the land of the acreage? What's the
Councilmember Foley, thank you for your comments. The actual size of the total parcel is about 10 acres. James and the Public Works team have taken kind of the prime swath in the middle, and we've identified about 2.5 acres of developable land. It would be a long, narrow site. It would be a unique design. It wouldn't be a traditional one where the residential units are clustered around community buildings. It would be a linear type site where we would spread out some of the community facilities between the different modular residential buildings. So it would be unique. We still have work to do to confirm that, what type of specific project we can develop. We have work to do with Caltrans and the utility company that is contemplating a project out in that area. So it wouldn't be what we've traditionally seen, but I think we're running out of sites to have all the easy ones are gone.
I understand.
And what's left are sites that require some creativity by our public works teams, our consultant architects, and the construction firms. But I think we need to do that, and we're ready to dig in on that one. And if that one ends up not being practical, we did recommend alternatives, and we're ready to work with the mayor's office and the council office on those if we can't make it work.
Thank you. How much time do you think it will take in your staff time, to analyze whether that parcel will work?
I would say that probably within 60 days we can kind of make that determination.
Okay.
It will be contingent upon what that private company is going to do. This morning when we talked to them, they thought about 2 to 4 weeks they would be making a go, no-go decision. And we will continue working with Caltrans in the meantime, because it's not just this site for Caltrans, it's others. So we have an ongoing relationship with them. But I would say 60 days that we would shoot to know whether we can make this project work and coordinate with Councilor Mahan's office, the mayor's office, and others, and then see where we go from there.
Great. I appreciate that. I look forward to whether it becomes a feasible piece of property or you move on to Plan B. But thank you. That's all the questions I have. Just kind of frustrated with District 9 and what we have unavailable. But thank you.
Councilmember Cohen?
Okay, thank you. And I know you're expecting an interesting, vigorous conversation now, so I appreciate all the effort that's gone into this. I know that last year you started this with a specific set of instructions, and you've done a great job with the work you've done under the constraints that are there. You just said a couple of things in answer to Councilmember Foley, actually, that kind of triggered some thoughts. As you said, the easy ones are gone, right? So when we and I didn't write the memo that started this last year, but I voted in favor of it. But when I did, my anticipation was that we all understand going into this, the easy options don't exist, right? And what we're going to need to do next is what you just said. We're going to need to find sites that require creativity. We're going to need to find sites where we go out and say to private property owners, hey, can you help us out? Where we're going to need to go and identify places that we might not have traditionally thought were places for sites like this. And I think about my district, and I know that it's a lot of private property in District 4, but the expanse of District 4 and the variety of types of spaces in District 4, when we started this last year, I thought, wow, there's got to be dozens of places in District 4 where we can figure out a way to make this happen. And my hope was that between that time and now, we would have started that process of trying to make that happen. And from my perspective, I don't think in District 4 we've done that. And it's not to dismiss all of the effort that's gone into the sites that we have talked about throughout this process. You know, I know that our staff, when we talk to a developer about a site that they've bought, often says, hey, you're not going to build on this site for 3 years. Do you think we could park RVs there for 3 years? Or, hey, this is going to take a while to entitle, but do you think we could use this for something else? We've talked to SVLG about what businesses in the district might be willing to help us out with offering us properties. And we know these are all difficult questions, but to me, this is the creative thinking that has to occur. So I just want to go back a little bit on the history of the site that's being proposed as sort of a panacea site in District 4. And I know I know you didn't put it that way. I'm just expressing a little bit of my frustration. In 2015, this was on the list of sites that were clearly the best sites in the city to build interim housing. I wasn't on council at the time. There were a few people here who were on council at the time. And you know that I'm very excited about the idea of building many sites throughout my district, about going out and talking to community and about pushing the community to a point at which they're not even happy. And you know, we know what happened at Vista Montana, and I'm very proud of the results we had there. I wasn't on council, but I was at some community meetings in 2015 and 16. And I will tell you that the Vista Montana behavior felt like child's play compared to what happened in 2015 and 16 at the Noble site. And I'm going to just make sure my colleagues understand the details of that site a little bit before we take this vote. You go to the map on the page, you don't have to do that now, but if you look at the map, across the street on the north side is an elementary school, a city park, and the city library. We're talking about adjacent to the site. And I'm not one that buys into the stereotype of the site as bringing danger into a neighborhood. I'm willing to have conversations with people about whether it's better to have a site there than have people who are living 1 block away, which they are, underneath overpasses. But right adjacent to that site is an elementary school, a city library, and a city park. Right behind it are the ponds, which are a very, very heavily used recreational area in our community with people walking on trails. And 1 block to the west, to the south, to the west, is the middle school. So we have 2 schools, a park, recreational trails, and a library. Now these are all things that in theory are overcomeable, but you can understand why the neighborhood has an outcry. And yes, it's not just that, but it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood at both sides. And yes, there's 8 houses adjacent to the site, but there's also an entire neighborhood of houses just to the west of that site. And so it's a very difficult site to justify, given that it doesn't also meet the criteria that I would suggest, which is proximity to services and transportation. The other sites that we've talked about in District 4 are within walking distance to a BART station, within walking distance to a VTA hub, within walking distance to a large supermarket. This site doesn't offer any of that. Yes, there is a bus line down Piedmont Road, but that's pretty much it. So it doesn't even offer us the benefits that some of the other sites have. And while I'm very frustrated, I wasn't on council when this fell apart. The city said, hey, let's put a dog park in that same city-owned property instead. This district has been dying to have a dog park. They came out with the same thing and said, we don't want a dog park, it'll ruin our neighborhood. And I am very frustrated by one of my predecessors who gave in to that pressure and didn't allow the dog park to be built there. But given that they fought to the death over a dog park at this site. I'm not sure what we've done since then to help smooth over this kind of use of this site. And as I think I said to you, and I think it says it in our memo, this outreach and community discussion has to happen before I can vote to approve it as a council member. I can't send you off to start designing and building a site at a site that completely failed in the past. And again, not having been on the inside, I can't explain exactly what the thought process was in giving up on that site, but it was given up on. And I will say the result was the site being built at the Mabry Yard, which I get is considered a District 3 site because it's on the boundary. Just Mabry Road is the boundary between District 3 and District 4. And so our community came out and said, hey, this other site over by Mabry makes more sense. They helped push for that site. They got it built. And as far as many District 4 residents think, the Mabry site is a District 4 EIH site. So it's really hard for me now to say, well, we don't have a site in our district, and therefore this site that you fought so hard to defeat is now the only site you can have in District 4. So I'm trying to find alternatives, and you have two in the presentation, which I think are viable. I get some of the problems with the triangular shaped properties over on King Road. It is in a residential neighborhood that would require discussions. It's 1 block from BART. It's 1 block from VTA Hub. It's 2 blocks from Safeway. It's near a family, multifamily housing development for people who are, I think, foster kids. It's in an area that has this kind of development. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I know that there's that it might not be as large as we'd like. The Pecton Court site, of course, is also near other things. I was hoping we could find some sites in North San Jose, and I get that all the city-owned and public-owned sites, because of the nature of Alviso and North San Jose, are in floodplains, and we had some difficulty with some of those sites. But I just want to make sure that my colleagues understand what it is that this site means to the community and what it is that worries me about moving forward today, and then saying, well, we'll go to them, not give them a choice, but we'll bring them along. Because if there was a way to bring them along, it seems like we've had 5 years to try to do that. So that's why my memo suggests doing a community outreach process to find out if we can bring them along through some of the compromises and other ideas that we've put forward, that I know the mayor had, the memo with the mayor et al. Had about the types of housing we might offer at that site. And I've talked to you about potentially smoothing it over. I've had some conversations with people. Would it be more palatable if it were focused only on seniors, or if it were focused on families with kids, since it's near a school, and the school district would certainly appreciate having families at a site there to send kids to the schools. I'm not sure it would, but at least it would be a different discussion to have. But we haven't had that discussion yet with the community to understand how they would feel. One of my concerns, of course, about that is that one of the things we offer the community when we build the site is that the people we will serve first are the people who are homeless in your neighborhood. And if we're going to say this site is targeted to people who are a very specific demographic, it wouldn't necessarily target people in their neighborhood. It would target people from across the city, which is great, but then they wouldn't necessarily get the benefits of the ones who are homeless in their neighborhood getting taken off the street. So there's a lot of things to work out if we proceed with the Noble site. So I'm hopeful that we can be thoughtful about what other sites we look at, how we build partnerships. You know, I know that the site, the water company sold that property on Pecton. We had heard that there was a developer interested. I didn't know until this week that they've moved forward with selling the site. Doesn't mean that the developer is going to be building anything in the next 3 to 5 years. We have the option to potentially build temporary housing there in the meantime. We should be looking into all these kinds of options. We can do 30 houses quickly at King Road and get that community engaged. I think it's important for us to make sure that we're honest with the community before we bring something forward and say, we're just doing this here. Pains me to have this conversation because I want so badly for there to be sites in my district that work. I want so badly to be able to go out and say to the community, I get your concerns, but I'm going to work with you. But this site was just one of such difficulty. I'm not convinced that that I'm going to be able to take that lead and do that in this site. And so I need to make sure that everyone understands what approving this site means for our district, for our community, and what I think the work is going forward. Because I think the only way this is going to work is if we're successful and if we get the buy-in that you talked about. I know there's a few things that are different since the last time. One is that we have some examples of sites that have been built to be able to say, hey, this is what it looks like. This is how it works. This is what the data shows us about its success rate. And this is what the data shows us about the lack of safety and security issues. Yes, we can start having that conversation, but we haven't done that yet. We can also say, hey, homelessness has only gotten worse, if nothing else, since then. Look at the people living a block away. We'd like a place for them. Sure, we can start having that conversation, but we haven't done that yet. And then the third thing is this idea potentially of saying we're going to target it for very certain kinds of people that maybe fit better into this neighborhood and this community. But again, we haven't had that conversation yet with them. So I don't know if I'm prepared to make a motion yet. I hope that the items in my memo will be incorporated by whoever does make a motion, that we reach out to the community first on Noble, that we continue to pursue Pecton, and I might even add as an amendment to that, the King site, since we do think, hey, we could build 30 units there and get it done pretty quickly. It's a city-owned property that's over an acre. And then I did want to mention what I think is a huge need in our district and across the city, but particularly in District 4, which is RV parking. We've been having this conversation for a long time. The census seems to imply that District 4 actually has the highest number of RVs parked on streets across the city, but I'm not going to, don't quote me on that. I'm sure everybody will claim that their district has a big issue. But we do have sites that I think can work, and we recommend one of those in my memo as well, that we should pursue that in parallel with this. So those are the things I'd like included. I want to hear from the rest of my colleagues too, but just wanted to make those points. I was going to ask some questions along the way, but I think I just began, going into it. I don't know if you wanted to make any comments or answer any of the concerns I have or thoughts about what you think the community outreach process might look like, what the process will look like going forward if we improve it today, and how we might do what you suggest, Dolan, which is get the community on board in this case.
Councilmember, I totally appreciate, your perspective and the concerns you've raised. I think we find ourselves in a dilemma that going out without a specific plan or an approach usually ends up with us coming back here with no site to move forward on, no interim housing to develop. We've been through that a number of times. Probably through community outreach, we may be able to maybe soften the perspective some, but I'm not expecting that we're going to have people saying we support this. We've not had that anywhere throughout the city. District 6 was probably the most unique location where there was, maybe just a little bit of a different approach, but for the most part, it's been opposition. And it feels like much of it is because maybe we don't fully understand exactly what's going there and how it's going to be operating, those types of things. But I appreciate your concern. We certainly know outreach needs to happen. The question is, what's the question and what are we trying to solve when we're out there? Is it a yes or no on the site, or is it we have this reality across our city? We know we have a crisis that we must deal with. This is the location we're going to be partially addressing it, and we want to work with you to do it in the most compatible way, smartest way we can, and we'll be very open to the feedback to do it in the best possible way. I guess that's what I can offer at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that obviously that is the best approach. Again, my frustration is that I think that approach had to happen before we came to this vote today, particularly in a site that already has been attempted. And, as far as the community is concerned, I'm sure their feeling is, well, the city already agreed with us that this site isn't possible, right? And now to go back and say to them, we're coming back to you, I think will be an incredible shock. And, I wondered all along, do I make sure that they're aware that this is coming today or not? I decided it was better for us to have this conversation first before we alarm an entire neighborhood. But this is to me, I think that there was a timeline issue here in terms of how this site got recommended. I guess I also was surprised that we got to the point at which, hey, there's only really 3 options in the whole city, and this is one of them again, which we had already basically told them years ago. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
From the staff perspective, because the housing department at the time was leading those discussions, I just want to turn over to James, just to clarify what the process was before and what we communicated to the neighborhoods, because I don't believe it was exactly just the way you summarized it, which was, we're never coming back. We've reviewed your site and we will not build on the site. I don't believe that was what we said. And so I'd like James to talk a little bit about what that process was like.
Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, so I do remember those meetings back in 2015. I was part of the leadership team. At that time, we were doing general meetings across the city. So I think we did one in every district at that time. And so we were just sharing the entire list with the community. And that was definitely a particular site that your community was not too thrilled about being on the list. But we never actually considered that as a site for EIH. It never reached that top 3 or 4 level. So it was never really recommended as a site or rejected as a site.
And the one thing I just want to add, I mean, that was the housing department's approach. We tried to take it very slow to begin with. We tried to start from a very top to have conversations with the neighborhoods as we began to narrow the list. And I can tell you that that was not a very successful process in terms of identifying any neighborhood that wanted a site, nor any neighborhood that was accepting of any of the sites that we proposed. And so I just want to reiterate, I think, what Jim was trying to say, which is, if your ask is, can we go back out and have community meetings, and that the neighborhood will actually accept and get to a point where they will say yes, that is not something that will fall under your title of quick build. That will be very, very slow build housing, because it will take an extensive amount of time for us to get any kind of momentum where people would be, I mean, I can't even imagine it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll just end by saying, not having, like I mentioned many times, I wasn't here, I wasn't on council. I didn't know from the city's perspective. I saw it from the community's perspective as an attendee at actually one of those meetings where people came with everything but their pitchforks, large signs. They were very ugly communication from the community, and I saw that and didn't like it either. I mean, I'm not here to say that the community was saying or doing the right thing. I was a school board member at the time, and I got the calls from the residents of that neighborhood that said, your kids go to this school. I hope you are going to stand up to the city and say, this site cannot be built on. And I did not do that, because I understood that there was a place of fear that was exaggerated, that we can make sure people understand. I believe that there's a way to help people understand that there can be compatibility between these kinds of services and neighborhoods. This site had a lot of particular complications that made it so difficult, I think, to have that. And then when I saw what happened later with even a dog park proposal in that neighborhood, it just worries me about now what we're at a stage of saying this is a quick build. And the idea is, because we can identify this and get it done by the end of the year, we have to get started right away. That concerns me greatly. And it's, again, I think my memo says that I would like the conversation to occur. I'd like to explain to people what's changed, what our experiences are, how we think it can be compatible. Here's a drawing of what it would look like. Here's how it would affect you. But that has to happen before I can vote to move forward with a quick build at that site. So that this time I really will leave it there.
I'm going to just chime in. Councilmember Cohen, look, I think despite everything you've said, nobody could possibly quibble with. I do want to just quibble with one small detail, and this is not a big one. There's a small one. The suggestion that residents of District 4 pointed to the Berryessa site and said, hey, that will be a better one. We'll accept that. I was at that meeting with 200 or 300 people, I think with James. I think I was the first person to speak. I don't think any of those residents showed up at that meeting. It was uniformly folks showed up in opposition. And so I'm not saying that that wasn't the case, that there weren't residents who felt that way. I'm just saying in terms of what we hear from the community, it's overwhelmingly no.
Yeah, that was a misstatement a little bit because I remember as well, and even after it was built, when I walk those neighborhoods, people are still skeptical of the site that's down the street from them over on Mabry.
Right.
So there's no doubt there's opposition no matter where. And by the way, the site that's on King is surrounded by housing. I've actually already stood on that corner and said to the residents who were worried about homelessness in that area and said, well, hey, what about this big property here? They weren't happy, but at least they're willing to have the conversation if we go and have the conversation. Nobody's going to be happy. I admit that part. I just think that there are sites that both are better situated by service and where residents, where there's not as many of the negatives that'll cause the residents to just from the beginning just say, entrench themselves in this position that they were in over on that other site. There's no doubt that any site we pick will be opposed. You've seen from my experience, I hope, that I'm willing to stand up to the red neighborhoods in what I think is the right place and say, this is the right thing to do, and I believe it can be done safely. The question is, where are the right places to stand up for that? That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, and I apologize. I was in the back. Did we get a motion yet?
We do not yet.
Okay. So, and maybe I'll try to formulate one. But first off, thank you to staff for the work on this, and Jim for coming back to us and helping to navigate this. I think we certainly find ourselves in similar situations that we've been in before, where again we're not gonna find perfection here. But I do think if we want to do what we've set out to do, which is move quickly to create these housing opportunities, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. And what I don't want to do is slow anything down. And I get it. That's tough if you're looking at sites within your district where that neighbors are going to be frustrated. But I'd like to try and accommodate some of what my colleagues are asking for, but again, without slowing things down. And so in regards to Councilmember Cohen's memo here, I think the direction that staff is looking for and that we have proposed today is to actually give you approval, say for instance, to develop the Noble Avenue site, right? Like giving that approval. And then you look at Councilmember Cohen's memo, and as he was talking about here, would sort of slow that down. And as Jackie's was just describing, definitely not quick build, right? Extremely slow build. I don't want to do that. What I'd like to do is try to give an opportunity to allow for these discussions and give some direction for these discussions to happen while we're also giving approval today, right? So we're sort of like, here's your approval today, but then there is going to be an expectation that you're going out and you're having these discussions with the community. It is going to change, obviously, the conversation, right? The community is going to be able to say, well, hey, you've already approved this. Yes, and that is true. But it then requires us to have these deeper conversations. And then at the same time, potentially look at, for instance, like in Councilmember Mahan's memo, similarly, right? Giving you the authority for going out to develop the Great Oaks and 85 site. Not as is suggested by Councilmember Mahan's memo that would say, let's evaluate these other properties first. Doing so together. We give you approval. And at the same time, it's not like we're going to start building it tomorrow, right? So gives a little bit of opportunity and some wiggle room. Is there a site that that we've missed? I know that we spoke about it in our meetings, right? And hey, what about this site? Is that an opportunity? But at least not slowing down the process, not creating another step. Simply just saying you have the approval as you've asked for in your recommendations today, but then we do allow you and direct you to go out and look at, is there another feasibility of a site, much like we've put in our joint memo, that, for instance, you could have other problems at the 85 Great Oak site. And we're saying, hey, we want to get, in our memo, we've said, we want to give you, this is myself, the mayor, and Councilmember Foley, we want to give you the authority today, right? So that way you're not having to come back here and we're not necessarily delaying that process even further. And so that's my hope. I'll get to that motion in a second here, but I wanted to speak to some of the other recommendations from Councilmember Mahan's memo. The local preference, can you let me know, is this something, right, we are doing today with our, if it's not Measure A funded or supported, right, like we are doing that today. I know that we reemphasized it in our memo, right, because that's just something that's important to us. This is something that we are doing. You can confirm that, right?
Yes, anything that is city funded, where we're the lead agency, like all of the EIHs and all the BHCs are 100% funded by the city of San Jose. We control who goes into those sites, and as the council has directed the housing department, we prioritize and welcome people who live in the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Yeah. No, and I know that's an important one. That's obviously always been important with my neighbors as well. And the frustrating part was, that we couldn't do that necessarily the way we wanted to with Measure A funded projects, right? And so when it's fully city funded, I know that that's what we've been doing. Recommendation 2D, I think, as well, is something we do, right? The community advisory committees, right? And being able to ensure that people have that opportunity to participate. And so I think those two are fine. But 2B and C, in my mind, although we have talked about these, I have as well kind of chimed in on, hey, could we ensure that there is, is there an additional benefit to the community here? I don't believe those are as easily done as kind of written or understood, right? That we can, for instance, have more code enforcement or police patrols, right? Where we're not necessarily able to direct that level of resource in these site-specific areas, whether it's with these quick build projects or permanent supportive, right? It's. I don't believe that for instance, 2B and 2C are simply something we can accept today, right?
So prior to COVID-19, we had done a pilot model with the city manager's office, which was essentially this idea that we were going to provide these enhanced services to communities that welcome these facilities, and then COVID happened, it fell apart. What we do now is we coordinate with the other departments, but we don't necessarily bring additional services to the sites. And so that would require, and I can defer to the city manager's office if they'd like to take the rest of the question, but it would require more coordination across the departments and funding.
Can I also offer a point of information, Councilmember?
Sure, go ahead.
Because I don't think you're interpreting what I'm suggesting correctly. I'm not in any way suggesting that we should dictate today that these things must happen, which is why I wrote the word potentially. What I have observed participating in a number of community input meetings on these sites is that people ask many of the same questions. Will you focus on people in the surrounding area? Will you ensure that new encampments don't get created right next to a new site? SJPD, whoever's present there, will you be aware of the site and do some extra patrols? And the answer invariably from city staff is yes, which is great. And so I'm not trying to dictate today what we must do. What I'm suggesting there, and I haven't had a chance yet to speak on my memo and the rationale, I actually think we're in much more agreement than you might think, is I would like us to try to articulate clearly and consistently in a way that we can package up in all of our community engagement meetings the menu of things that we either will do or will try to do, or some articulation in a clearer, more consistent way for these EIH sites specifically, and maybe also for safe parking, because I'm going through this exact process today with a new safe parking site in District 10, what it is that we're going to do to protect or enhance or improve the surrounding neighborhood. And that's why I wrote the word potentially. I'm not trying to dictate, I'm just offering some suggestions because these are the ones that I hear come up in every single meeting. But I don't think we should lock in today. What I'm hoping for is that staff could come back and say, here's the slide we could present at community engagement meetings to anticipate these questions that we're invariably going to get every single time. And I find that we always reactively get to them over the course of a 90-minute community meeting when people ask all the same questions. That's all I'm getting at there. I hope that helps clarify. Maybe we can get to the same place there.
So maybe I'll just make a quick point on it. I think staff is fine taking this as input and then formulating what we think is the most effective and efficient way to make sure the neighborhood is at least staying like they are today. Ideally, we'd improve it. We think these sites actually help in some respects because the sites aren't great sometimes as they are. So we as a staff will look at it and then be prepared to do that in a community meeting and to maybe inform the council through an info memo. Here's how we can effectively do this with the resources we have. That works.
Okay. Yeah. No. And having been through a number of these conversations, I'm aware of the questions that those in our community, right, are very concerned about. What I don't want to do is give them a false sense of belief that sort of what may be written here is what is going to happen, right? That they're going to get added investment, say, in these neighborhood-wide beautification efforts, right? Because we can't guarantee that, right? That doesn't come along with an EIH site, doesn't come along with a permanent supportive housing site, doesn't come along with any of them. And so I don't want to give somebody a false sense of belief that that's going to happen. Or for instance, there's going to be added or additional SJPD patrols, right, in the area. Because again, that's not something that we can dictate at any of these sites, regardless of if the answer is, hey, look, yes, we will try our best, right, to address these concerns, an encampment popping up in the area. We will be much more keen to that. But again, I don't think there's a promise that we can give to people in the community that those two things are going to happen, right? The 2B and 2C, whether it's additional code enforcement or SJPD patrols, or beautification or just investments into the area. If there is, right, then that's a different model than we've done before. As Jackie pointed out, we piloted, right, something like that, but we never really got to a full-fledged model like that. So I think, as you're saying, Councilmember Mahan, you're saying potentially including, so it's really a list of, hey, this is something that could be included, but not necessarily that it's required to be. Where my concern is that the beginning of your recommendation 2 says before opening any of the proposed new EIH sites. So I wouldn't want to make it contingent, right, on, hey, we're going to have to complete this, because I think we're there. We've opened up EIH sites before, right? We've had these community meetings. Could we continue to improve on our messaging or our outreach? Absolutely. But what I didn't want to do, just like with Councilmember Cohen's memo, I don't want to make any contingencies, right, on us approving moving forward today. That's kind of what I was getting to with both of these memos. I'm willing to make a motion, right, to accept the staff recommendations and then accept my colleagues' memos, but without any of the requirements, right? This to be that before opening, no, just right, that we're going to try to do this alongside, but there's no contingency, right? We're not going to halt progress on the Great Oaks site. We're not going to halt, right, the progress on the Noble site. We can take their suggestions and see if there is an alternative. But ultimately, right, if there's not, as we move forward this year, at the end of the year, or anytime this year, you're not having to come back to this council to get another additional approval, right, or to hear from us again before being able to proceed. So that's the motion. And I'll include the memo from myself, the mayor, and Councilmember Foley as well.
Second.
Right, motion from Councilmember Pearl, second from Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Mahan, I know you're about to speak. Let me offer one suggested friendly amendment. And I'm sorry, this is obviously coming off the dais without all the checking in that we typically would do in suggestions, but we have seen other cities experiment with no encampment zones in these areas, and I know that there are legal issues there, but we've seen it done successfully here in California, and I wonder if we could at least explore no encampment zones within some limited area around these EIHCs, and come back to council perhaps in August or September. We know it's going to take a while to get the development and construction going, to discuss to what extent we could create no encampment zones around these areas so that we can assure neighborhoods that they are stepping up to their responsibility, and we're going to step up with them. Would you consider that, Councilmember Rawls?
I'm happy to, again, as long as it's right. We're giving the ability for staff to move forward. This is yet another suggestion, right, where if we can add this to the pot, I'm happy with that. I don't know if that's something that's just, we can dictate today to staff. So I'd like to hear staff, hey, is that easy enough right? Hey, you're going to come back with a no encampment zone by the end of summer, or is that something that would require you to do a bit of policy work and you'd have to come back with an early consideration? So it is coming off the dais. So that's my only concern with it. Otherwise, I'm happy to include it.
Very concerned.
I guess my thought process would be, let us take that as a friendly amendment, a suggestion, like the other items that are identified in the memos, and we'll evaluate that with the other things. And I think some type of information memorandum back to the council on that would be a less intensive way to go about it. If we do need to come back to council, Councilor Peralez, the way you suggested, we're still moving on these things. It would be to give you the particulars of a no encampment zone. Beautify San Jose certainly has to be a part of this. You know the setback process they're going through, and they're trying to get to more places.
Yeah.
This would kind of jump the queue in that situation, and they're not here to see how does that fit within the queue. But I think we can evaluate it as part of that info memo and take that approach, and I think that's doable.
And the other piece of the evaluation would certainly be in terms of the people and who they are and what their situations are. We certainly know, especially with RV dwellers, that there are certain reasons sometimes that they want to be in a particular neighborhood. And if we don't have an alternative site that really meets whatever their needs are, it is very hard to have them move. And then we begin to move towards criminalizing homeless behavior, which we have really tried hard in San Jose not to do. However, we will take that under advisement and provide more additional insight when we come back.
I think what I heard you say is that if we're going to do no encampment zones, then we should create a sanctioned encampment. So then that way we also have that opportunity as well. So I would agree with
That
you.
actually was not part of the friendly amendment. But
So yeah, I'll accept that.
all right, thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Mahan?
Thank you. Now I want to just go back and thank staff for all the great work here. I know Jim and the team have spent countless hours evaluating potential sites, communicating with council offices, and I appreciate all the hard work you've done. I am very committed to expanding EIH sites in our city and was an author of the original memo that set this in motion. So I am continue to be very committed to that outcome. And I do want to make clear that I did not in any way intend for my memo today, which did come a little late, to be an obstacle to moving forward to site in District 10. I think it's really important that District 10 take on a site. Ironically, I've been through this process now a couple times and don't have a site in my district yet, thanks to redistricting. But to some of the points Councilmember Peralez made, I'll just take the second point first in my memo, since we were just talking about that. What I'm really talking about here is improving our communication. I've sat in on enough of these meetings for both EIH and safe parking sites to, I think we all know the questions that come up and the answers that we give. And frankly, I have heard city staff multiple times now say, oh no, we will absolutely not allow a new encampment to be set up right next to this site. So if we're saying that to the public when pressed, we need to decide if we're going to be consistent in that or not. Is that a policy or not, and how are we going to do that? Because when pressed by a room full of a couple hundred frustrated community members, I've heard us make a lot of commitments about what we're going to do to ensure that the surrounding neighborhood is not worse off because of the presence of a new site. And I think that's what the community is fundamentally asking for and deserves. And so we need to better clarify and codify what things we are willing to do to ensure that that's true. And I don't think that needs to include criminalizing homelessness, but I think it does need to include, we're going to do a bunch of outreach to those who are unhoused in the vicinity within a half mile or whatever it might be. We are going to coordinate with the local police captain to make sure they're aware of when the site's opening and who's at the site and that that's on their radar, whatever steps they are. And I did not mean for my memo to dictate what those have to be. What I am a little frustrated with and want to move us past is us answering these questions inconsistently and reactively over the course of 90-minute meetings with community members who are frustrated and ought to see it up front, anticipated in the slide deck that we present to them at the beginning of the meeting. So that's really what I'm referring to in item 2, is just improving our communication, but not as, did not mean that as a barrier. The reason I put before opening these sites is that I assume we're going to have, in fact, I know we're going to have one or more community meetings, and I've already been speaking with the housing department about this. I'd like to see our slide deck up front be more robust and anticipate more of these questions. That's really all I'm pointing to there. On the first one, again, I'm very committed to approving a site in District 10 this year. We need to move forward. We need to do these quickly. The reason I'm so excited about these quick build sites is that we can move quickly and do this cost effectively. There are a lot of concerns with Great Oaks, one of which is that the site may be infeasible, as has been referenced. The other, which I included in the map here, is that, you know, I represent a district that's quite large geographically, and yet just due to kind of quirks of geography and where district lines are, we're looking at 4, potentially 5 sites within a half-mile radius that are relatively new sites. EIH, safe parking, a potential motel conversion. The motel conversion's on hold, or hotel conversion, so it may just be 4 sites, but within a half mile. It's reasonable that in a district of 100,000 people in a geographically large district that the neighbors here would be saying, well, what's the rest of District 10 doing? And they don't care that the line just happens to be, it's District 2 that has 2 EIH sites right over the line, but it's all within a half mile. So all I'm asking for here is not slowing down planning of Great Oaks, but in parallel, putting some more effort into looking at alternative sites in the district. I think personally that the site at Santa Teresa and Highway 85 is an equally good site that probably would have more community support, would show some distribution of sites in our district, and would be something that I would certainly be more comfortable supporting. So I would like to spend a little more time before we commit to this site, evaluating that site and a few others I've listed here, and I'd be okay with us setting a deadline for approving one of them. I think that's reasonable. But I'm not real comfortable with saying this is the only site in District 10 that makes sense. I'd rather say, here are a few that we want to spend a little more time on, and we'll make a decision by X date, which I think is probably a little more in line with what Councilmember Cohen is describing as well. I'll leave my comments for now. Yeah, let me see if my colleagues have anything else they want to react to. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Apologies. Omar Pastor. I know I'm the new
Go ahead,
guy,
Omar.
so apologies, but I wanted to get it clarity. I heard 3 different council members mention looking at other sites, and wanted to be sure what the breadth of that was. You know, the creativity question, et cetera. In my prior job, we actually tried to lay out a deck before going out to the community and doing some of these things. And as I get up to speed and learn from my colleagues about what's going on here, I just want to make sure that whatever that motion is about what the scope of the property examination is, even if it's in parallel, that we're clear so that we can shape.
Yeah, very important and fair question, Omar.
And then just adding to that, the clarity on the number of days, as Councilmember Mahan, the clarity of number of days. I'm not sure that I heard, like, how much time are you giving us to do these explorations into these other sites? And if nothing comes up, then we're moving full speed ahead. What is that time frame?
Yeah. Councilmember Prost, do you want to?
Yeah. So your timeline would start today. You could move forward and not have to change your direction today. That's the whole point of initially approving, you know, the development of the sites within your memo. What I'm allowing in my motion is that my colleagues have suggested, right, taking a look at some other sites, this additional, maybe updating the presentation as Councilmember Mahan has just described, doing those in parallel. But if you're not successful, right, where you get to a point where you're going, we are so deep in moving forward with, you know, the Noble site, we are not turning back now. We may just add another site in District 4, right? We may not substitute one, but if we find another viable site in District 4, great, we go forward. I couldn't tell you when that timeline is, because it's going to come to a point where you're going to say we are far enough ahead with these sites that there's no turning back. And so that's what I don't want to do is as Councilmember Mahan just suggested, hey, let's put a time certain, let's give it a month or something. I don't want to do that. I don't want to come back here, right, to have this same conversation again. We're gonna, whatever, I can guarantee if we find another site, there's also going to be something wrong with that one, right? So I haven't found one site where we've done permanent supportive housing, safe parking, emergency interim housing in my district that we've approved, which is the most that any of the council member has, I've not found one where the community has said, oh, that's a lovely site, right? We'd love to do it there. I've had the protesters, right, and the people yelling and, right, again, coming with everything besides pitchforks, right, to these meetings. And so, and I think that that's going to be the case regardless. So if we are going to accept this as we've asked for it to be, quick build moving forward, I think you've done that work. We need to grant you the authority to move forward today. And at the same time, asking you to provide some due diligence. I'm imagining Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Mahan want to help you and meet with you quickly and say, let's really, really, right, do our due diligence and look at some of these other sites. And if something pops up quickly where you think you have time to shift away from what we've approved today, great, right? Then I'm almost like what we've put in our memo, Mayor and Councilmember Foley, where we're sort of giving some authority, right? Where hey, if that particular site doesn't work out, right, you find another alternative in D10, go with it, right? Then maybe we can add the same language with D4 today, right? And say, if that particular site doesn't, is not the best, you don't have to come back here for that authority. You can adopt another site. Again,
I
I think
we're comfortable with that, Councilmember Perales.
Yeah.
I think staff is comfortable with that direction.
Okay.
And let me just ask you, Jim and Jackie, and anybody else who wants to weigh in, Omar, how much time do you believe is appropriate to be able to do this parallel examination?
Yeah, that's a great question. James and I were just kind of going over it. In Mayor, your memo and Councilor Peralez' Foley memo, it says 120 days.
Right.
I think that should be sufficient time. We are already in communication with Councilor Mahan's office and Councilor Cohen's office. We certainly will continue that. That will be kind of the first place we go. We will size up the sites that we've recommended and what the path is to get them into the pipeline, and we will, on a parallel track, work with them as well, and we'll try and utilize our resources as best we can to move the right pieces of the program together. There are a couple sites that we think we can get into design and development quickly. These other ones, there's a little bit more evaluation to do. The 120 days seems reasonable.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I just want to go back to make sure we didn't lose the thread on the breadth of the property inquiry. There may be some other questions around the clearance zone conversation, but certainly that property question is one I'd like to know. Make sure we have clarity on.
I'm sorry, you're talking about with regard to an
Oh, I'm sorry.
exclusionary area from encampment?
No, so
or-
two things going on. I think one is, I think each of the council members, Mahan, Peralez, and Cohen had mentioned, hey, we want to be creative. We want to potentially invoke other sites. And I'm just trying to understand, is that limited to city-owned property, publicly owned
Yeah,
property? I just wanted to get clarity.
I think it's anything we can control within that relatively very short period of time, which means almost certainly it's public property.
And we'd factor in, how do you get control of it? And what does it cost?
Yeah.
too? I mean, that's an important factor. So I think, Omar, what we would do is within that time frame, what could come under our control quickly and at a price that we can afford within the funding that's been allocated to try and deliver. We're pursuing a goal of 400 units.
Yeah.
So we have to pick sites that can yield a certain amount to get to that goal. The community plan and homelessness identified a goal. This ties into that. So I think we would be kind of looking at sites that we can control quickly at a reasonable cost.
Thanks for that. Thank you for that clarity. Given the housing inventory count and the substantial amount of need in our region, I think I understand that 400 is the current goal, and I'm looking forward to moving forward with that clarity.
Yeah.
So thanks for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilor Bros, did you have anything more? Okay. Councilor Cohen?
Yeah, let me start with that last question. I have a different answer than they have, but I expected that. To me, the answer is anything that's feasible, not anything that's in our control, not anything that we own. But we have to, there has to be some discretion in what feasible means, but feasible might mean different things to different people. And we already have said Pecton Court's on your list. You're looking at it. We don't own it. We don't control it. But hey, maybe it's going to turn out to be feasible. We haven't finished that conversation. So I want to, that's how I would look at it, that I'm not, without slowing things down, there should be some feasibility. Having also said that, there's a point at which you say we either do it right or we do it fast. I get it that we've been talking about this for years, and therefore this doesn't seem like it's fast anymore. But just this doing it fast for the sake of doing it fast is going to lead us to the wrong outcome, in my opinion. But I also do agree that the minute this action occurs, whatever the outcome may be, I'm not sure I'm going to support it just based on what I wanted, what I said at the beginning, which was I think the community had to be spoken to first. But setting aside what the council is going to decide today, clearly the design and planning and pictures and mock-ups have to be done right away, even for the sites that may end up not happening. Because to me, the only way you have the constructive communication with the residents is able to show them something. Here's what it would look like. Here's how it would affect your community. And as long as it's just abstract, that won't be successful anyway. So without, I'm not talking about detailed architectural drawings, but there has to be some movement right away on all these sites, or else the conversation will be useless. And I think any presentation that occurs has to include case studies. Here's where we have a site now. Here's how they've worked. Here's a picture. Here's what we've experienced. Here are the crime reports, or hopefully lack of crime reports. Here is what we've seen, so that you now have something that you didn't have last time we spoke to you, which is a real example in San Jose of this working. So I just want to make sure that that's part of it.
I just pulled up, City of San Francisco did a study on their navigation centers, which is very similar to what these are, which are, low barrier shelters that people are coming into. And it was very helpful in terms of thinking through what an evaluation would look like. And they did not find any significant findings in terms of the fears that people commonly express. It didn't hurt people's property value.
Right. And I will tell you,
Increase the crimes. It didn't do all kinds of things. They did a study where they looked at both data and the interviewed residents as well. There were still definitely some perceptual issues that people had that lived around the sites, but they couldn't find any kind of factual data to support that they were negative impacts. But they also said they should do more work around the trash and stuff like that. And what we have found here in San Jose is that much of the stuff that we were complaining about in encampments, I was just at the Guadalupe, was food that people who are housed are bringing, and illegal dumping, which is being brought not by the people who are living there, but by people who are housed who come to the sites and dump their stuff. So, I think there's always interesting little tidbits of facts about what we understand and what we perceive. And I think as we're moving forward, we do have a huge opportunity to do more evaluation of just the things that you're talking about.
Right. And I've said this to you before, Jackie, we don't do enough in the city to toot our own horn about what's working and what we're successful at. People, I think, who pay detailed attention understand we've been successful. We've done good things. As I said to you before, it's being noticed that, yeah, maybe there's just as many homeless people as there were before, but there would be twice as many if we didn't do all the things we had done. We don't tell that story. We need to tell that story as part of this. When I'm, again, in the southwest corner of my district, they think of the Maybury Bridge housing development as D4, as in their neighborhood. We talk to them all the time. That's why I've reached out to your office and said, can you tell me the success rate? What's going on? People ask me, has it been successful? Because no one's telling them. We're not communicating that. When I was able to give them statistics, 70% of the people who have come into this site have been placed or have become stable. Oh my gosh, that's great. It's good to know, right? People actually seem to be more accepting when they learn the success. So that's why I'm suggesting the case study will be very helpful in that communication. I think that's important. Just one last thing for a friendly amendment. In the staff memo under alternative number 2, it does mention the King Maybury site. That is not anywhere in my memo or in the motion, so I want to make sure that that gets included. And let staff decide whether that becomes moved up on the list because you've determined, hey, we can build 30 here with very little problem. Let's move ahead, or how you incorporate that. But I would like to have that site included in the list that we approved today.
Yeah, I think that's fine, as well as the pectin court, as you.
Pectin court's already in the memo.
Yeah, I
that's
was gonna
why.
say, I think it doesn't have to be, as the mayor described, it doesn't have to be, under the
Okay.
city control.
Right.
Um,
Well, King Road is though.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but both of those, I
Yeah.
think,
Okay.
I think the word that you would use was just feasible, right? Like
Yeah.
and again, is it, as long as it's not going to, truly delay our progress on moving forward here, then great. That's why we're doing it in parallel. And what I would say again is, we may find something that works, and we may ultimately get additional sites, right? It may not even be an alternative. There may be additional, because we know that we still need more, even beyond what we're proving today. And so hopefully the work doesn't go, for nothing, right? Even if you're going in parallel, and you may be ultimately with an additional site.
Yeah, actually, that was going to be the last point I was going to make. I forgot about that.
Just a quick,
Sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember. So we're happy to do that work. I think what we need to do is just be very smart and efficient about how we do it. We aren't going to design 4 sites in those 2 districts, take it to, a very far distance. I think what we want to do is evaluate it and lay it out to a level that we know whether it would be a practical, what are the best projects? And that's where we need to stop, because there is limited capacity within Public Works to do all these. So we're not designing 4 sites in this district, 4 sites in that one. We're taking it to that efficient level of understanding and then making decisions.
Perfect.
If that makes sense.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure that site was included by name somewhere in the motion. The only other thing I would say is exactly what Councilmember Peralta said. I was going to say, I don't expect this to end. Let's say we said all these 3 sites work and we build them at the end of the year. I would expect that our plan is we're going to need even more, and we're going to keep going. And that's why, back to your question about what's feasible, what's not, how do we be creative? This process isn't ending with this action now. We may then learn about sites, that are in the next round through the conversations we begin having as a result of looking for feasible sites. So that's all I wanted to add.
Councilmember Mahan? Okay, Councilmember Peralta?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I definitely think it's valuable to give community, especially those that may be in opposition, an opportunity to see these sites that are already built. And we took that approach with both permanent supportive housing developments and EIH sites. When we had the very first neighbors that spoke up in opposition, my office was offering to them to go and tour the other sites, so they could actually see it, right? They can see what the surrounding area looks like, see what the sites themselves look like. And we had a number of neighbors that took us up on that and actually went and got to tour the sites. And, there wasn't all, positive feedback. Some of it was critiques, well, we'd like to see this and that. But overwhelmingly, they felt much more comfortable once they saw it, especially for those of them that in their mind, it's what's at the Guadalupe River, right? Or they're imagining an encampment site, right? And when they see these emerging inter-housing sites or supportive housing developments, I think they get a much better feeling for what is actually there. So to what you were saying, Councilmember Mahan, on Councilmember Cohen, on there's an unknown, right, for a lot of these neighbors until they actually see it. And I think there is a ton of success that we don't. I wouldn't say we're doing a bad job. It's just it's not necessarily right well known to the community how successful some of these sites may be. And so I would encourage anybody that ends up with one of these sites or other sites to take a tour with your residents of some of the other sites that are open, or the one by the police parking lot, right, that's under construction, or just different phases, right, for them to be able to see what is going on out there. And thank you for sharing that on the success rate. I don't know if you have that in a summary, Jackie, on the success, like at the Mayberry site, like, hey, 70% of residents, right? I think having that success, the success stories and just the data is also very helpful if there's a one-pager on that on certain example sites. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm enjoying the important conversation that's taking place. And I wanted to just chime in on the one site that was identified in District 5. And of course, Jim and I have had a conversation, an extensive conversation over this little parcel of land. Of course, in District 5, we're really built out, and it's a very dense district. It's a very, geographically, it's a very small district, and we're very built out. So I know that it's been a challenge to try and find some land. And so this one is very interesting to me. And I've expressed that in terms of where it was found and its configuration. And it's on an exit ramp. And if you could turn to that, and I don't know if you have it there in the presentation for whoever had the slides, but I'm looking at it in the
We're
memo,
pulling it up now,
in the staff
Councilmember.
memo.
We'll pull
It's
up
on
the
page
presentation.
35.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Just give us 1 minute and we'll have it up.
And so let me know when you have it up. Yeah. Are you pulling up the
Almost
presentation or are you
there.
pulling up the memo?
Yeah, there it is. We have, yes. So Councilmember, it is up on the screen. It's the picture on the left-hand side. That's the 680 Jackson site that's in your district. If you can see that. Councilmember Carrasco, can you see the slide?
Yeah. Mhm. So what's not on the presentation there on that slide, but is in page 35 of the memo is right over, I think that's the creek, is Minnie's. So I just want to take you through this little parcel here. Right over that little creek, which is that little black strip right there, is Minnie's preschool childcare. So that's just, I don't know, maybe 50 feet away from that parcel of land. And so if we were to build that out, folks here have nowhere else to go. If they cross over to the right of the freeway, they end up in what's called the Storybook neighborhood, which is Cinderella, Peter Pan, Bambi Lane, Galahad, all those streets. And if they cross over towards the east, they get into Capitol Park, and we have an elementary school there. If they go north, which is towards that little black section there, you're going to hit Minnie's preschool childcare. If they keep walking down a little further, you're going to hit another elementary school, including 2 rocket ship schools, and then Mayfair Community Center, and the Cesar Chavez Elementary School. So yet another elementary school, although that one's going to be closing down and it's going to be turned into a full service preschool, which Alum Rock has decided to turn it into. But if you continue to go down that street and hang another left to San Antonio, there's yet another elementary school, San Antonio Elementary School. So I'm just making a point that just within a few blocks, you have 1, 2, 3 elementary schools, including uh, 2 charter schools. You have a community center. You have many childcare centers, a full preschool, and countless faith-based schools, faith-based centers, and and parks. Let's not forget our little neighborhood parks. And so to be able to open up an opportunity there for our houseless individuals, we need to make sure that we are having conversations with our folks that are living even just within blocks of that neighborhood or soon to be neighborhood, and making sure that we're meeting the needs of people who have been living there, who have been struggling with so many other issues, drive-bys, struggling with educational issues, with COVID-19, with underemployment, with unemployment, with gentrification, and feeling like like they've been carrying the world on their shoulders, and now we're going to potentially be building out this little parcel of land with, I think, 50 units. And so so I've expressed this before, and I don't know when we would anticipate building there, but one of the biggest concerns would be this little house right there that says Minnie's Preschool Childcare. That's just in the immediate. But the lack of services to our houseless community is would be also the most immediate concern. But definitely making sure that you're having these conversations, engaging the community early, often, and making sure that we're meeting whatever concerns they have, and doing it very, very, very early on in the process, is paramount in terms of making sure that this site is successful, both for our houseless population as well as for this particular community. And I too, like Councilmember Foley, I've been looking around in District 5, hoping to find an additional site. Any other site, it's very difficult. District 5 is just a very difficult, very challenging district to find a site. And I don't know if this is an ideal site. I don't think it's an ideal site. I don't even know if it's a good site, but that is the only thing that you could find. But making sure this community, especially this community, is engaged from the get-go is critical.
Councilor Kraska, did you?
I just wanted some feedback and
Sure.
really have a commitment and a commitment put on record. This I can't envision this going forward in any shape or fashion without that kind of a commitment.
Councilmember Carrasco, this is Jim Ortball. Just a couple of thoughts. One, yes, we've talked on this location and about your district on a number of occasions. There just aren't many opportunities. The reality is at this point in time, this is the best site that we could identify. We're not identifying it as an immediate priority for development. We have 4 other locations identified ahead of it, and given our capacity and funding, our approach would be to initiate those 4 in this next upcoming fiscal year. And once we have those in the pipeline, we're confident on the delivery of those other locations, and they're on the path to delivery, we would then refocus to looking at this site. We would see, does the need still exist? Is the funding there? And then contemplate the community outreach at that point in time. We can't see developing this site physically developing it anytime within the next couple of years. I would anticipate maybe in 2023 that we would be more specific about when we would start outreach, and it would be based upon the progress we've made on the other 4 sites and the funding availability and capacity that we still have. So it is being recommended as a future priority, and we're not in a position today to move on this project. And we would do some level of assessment when we've made enough progress on the other sites to say, yes, do we want to still move forward on this? Does it still make practical sense? And do we have the capacity and need to still go forward with it? So I can't see anything happening on this site in the remainder of this calendar year. And then we would reassess in 2023. And when we brought back progress reports to the council, we would let them know where this is moving in terms of up the prioritization list and the timing of it. So that's, I think, what we know today. And we're certainly will keep you in the loop in terms of timing and anything that changes in that regard.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And of course, in 6 months from now, you won't have to keep me in the loop. But except as a citizen of the great city of San Jose. But hopefully, the next council member will understand the significance of making sure that the community is kept in the loop. But this is why I'm bringing it up, because I'm hoping that as a matter of record, we understand that it will still be critical, whether I'm here or not, that this community is engaged and is part of this dialogue. Again, I won't be here after December, but I can't imagine that I am the only council member that thinks that this dialogue is important. I know that staff understands the importance of engaging, and I know that community members understand the importance of engaging, especially in these kinds of developments that take place in the community. Again, I look at the configuration, and I look at the geographic location. It just it just seems odd to me to see it right there, as I'm exiting on Jackson and getting off on Bambi Lane. It just seems like such a strange place. And so the other is, I just, it's my opinion. I mean, we want to find a space in every district to accommodate the kind of crises that we're experiencing. I'm the opinion, that there's some districts that we're not going to necessarily find the proper accommodations. And I think that's okay. There are going to be some other districts. It's not because we're pushing off a situation into another district, and we're saying, not in my backyard, or we're trying to, clean our hands off of a difficult situation. I think that truly there are some districts that are just make it extremely, extremely difficult, not politically difficult. I think just geographically difficult to find those spaces. And some other areas in the city of San Jose are more apt to have these kind of build outs. And so I think that we need to be open to those other opportunities. So that's just my opinion. And I think that that's okay. I think it's okay to be able to have those opportunities where it's more suitable, where you have services, where you can make it more, more accommodating versus trying to, shove a round peg in a square hole, or a square peg in a round hole. And so, and this is one of those that it just doesn't feel right to me. But I'll leave it up to the community to voice their opinion and to see if there's any way that we can work with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. right, other members of council, Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make one comment, and I think Councilmember Perales alluded to it. I honestly think it is incumbent on each council member to do the outreach for their district. You know your neighborhoods best, and frankly, I don't think staff, you guys do tons of stuff well, and unless you live in the neighborhood, I just don't think outreach is taking the lead on outreach is the appropriate thing for staff. I think it's the appropriate thing for the council office to do. And so if there's a site in your district that's being discussed, or, you know, when we had these meetings, I don't know, it was 6 weeks ago or something before it came to council, when these sites were being discussed, I honestly think it's the best thing for the council member to take the lead, to have the conversations with their own constituents, to start talking about sites in their district and what the populations, what the, you know, safety, sanitation, and services plans might look like without having, you can pull up the site plans for the sites that exist right now, because we have a number of them, and say, here's what's going on there. What might you like? Councilmember Perales took people out from his district to other sites. And I just wanted to make that point. I heard a lot of, oh, I wish there had been outreach, or there must be outreach from council members. And I just think that each of us has to take that on and be the leader for your own council district and any sites that might be in your district, and have that conversation with your own residents.
Thank you. All right. There's a motion from Councilmember Perales. Unless there are any other questions or comments, let's vote on that motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
No.
Crosco, Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
No.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
I'm going to go back to Crosco and
I,
Esparza.
it's a yes.
And Esparza. Okay, motion passes 8-2.
Thank you. Item 8, thank you, everybody. I know lots more work to do, but thank you for getting us this far. 8.7 is a conditional summary vacation, declaration of surplus, and sale of portion of Block 64 alleyway between East Virginia Street and Martha Street.
I don't know if there's a presentation, but I'll move approval, Mayor.
Second.
Nancy or Kevin, did you have any presentation? I didn't think so.
Just be here for questions. Nancy
Okay.
and Kevin from Economic Development.
Let's go to the public.
Eric Schonauer.
I think he might raise his hand on the next item. Eric, did you want to talk about this alleyway?
Yeah, this is my project as
it
well.
is. Oh, sorry.
Really, I know everyone wants to go eat dinner, but just 10 seconds to thank the staff. This is a prerequisite action to facilitate a housing development on this site that'll generate 166 housing units. And the developer intends to provide the inclusionary affordable units on site. So it's a good mixed income development. So we thank the real estate staff and the public works staff for working with us and bringing this forward. Thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you. Councilor Perales,
Yeah, since Eric was here, I just wanted to say this is a good development. I thank the property owner here for being willing to incorporate a good mix. We've seen a lot, and we actually just approved a project that I know my community wasn't super excited about, even though they didn't show up today, on the 4 affordable projects that we approved in the Spartan Key, one of them in the Spartan Keys neighborhood. And there's been a lot of development in that community, so that oversaturation, right, is felt in a lot of places around the city. And so it was really incumbent upon my office to try and get a good mix. And so in this project, we worked with the developer to try and squeeze actually more market rate out of it. and weren't initially getting as much as we wanted. And I know it shifted to create a better mix. And so thank you, Eric, and to the property owner here. I know we're trying to squeeze a little bit more commercial out of it from what we're losing, and we'll continue to work with the developer on doing that. But this is a great project, and excited about it moving forward.
I agree. All right, thank you everyone for working to get to a place where this project can take flight. Any other comments? Let's vote.
Here, I had a question. This is
Oh, I'm
Sweet.
sorry, Councilor Menace, forgive me.
It's all right. That's all right. I have an invisible hand. I'm kidding. The question I had was for Councilmember Perales or Eric, if he's on the line. So just so I understand, is this project including, I think I heard you mentioned that it's including affordable and market rate units all in the same buildings, if you will? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually mixed income. It's got a variety. Eric, I don't know if you want to describe what the mix is on there. Oh, he may have to be lit back in.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Councilmember Jimenez, this is a single building. And so the affordable units will be integrated into the overall building of apartments.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard. I guess the underlying question I have is, I know that sometimes developers share that because due to financing, they need to separate some of the affordable from the market rate. And so what was the financing that took place here that allowed this to happen in this fashion? What's unique about it?
Unfortunately, I cannot, that's a technical answer that I don't have the answer to.
Okay.
Technical question. So I'm happy to follow up with you.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But just to be clear, the project is going to provide the mandatory 15% affordable units within the project.
Yeah.
The developer believes that they can accommodate that in their model of development.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good thing, Eric. I'm just curious because I think there's an item coming before us a little later in which the items are separate. You know, the how type of housing is separated, and so that's why it just
the answer, of course, I represent both of the projects you're referring to. The real answer is the number of units. The fact that this project would include about 25 affordable units out of 166 is a number that can be absorbed into the overall development. The other project, it's a very large number of units, and you can build it in a single building, right? You couldn't, in this project, you couldn't carve out the 25 units to put in a single building.
Correct.
Because it's a single site.
Okay. All right. It makes sense to me. I was just figured I would ask because it rose to the level of garnering my attention. But okay, thank you. And I think we're about to vote, so I'll vote in favor of it.
You can't jump the gun like that. We can go through the roll. Tony?
Jimenez?
Yes.
Morales?
Yes.
Cohen?
Aye.
Roscoe?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes.
Esparza? Arenas?
Yes.
Foley?
Aye.
Mahan?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Liccardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're now on the final item, which is 10.2, which is a plan development rezoning and plan development permit on property at El Paseo de Saratoga and Saratoga Avenue. I just saw the note that said not before 6 o'clock. So I guess that means I'm not going to do a darn thing on this. We're going to defer this until we're going to continue this meeting at 6 p.m. final item on the agenda, which is item 10.2, plan development rezoning permit, El Paseo de Saratoga, at Saratoga and Lawrence Expressway in Quito. Well, let's go to roll call first, Tony.
Jimenez? Peralez?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Carrasco?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Esparza? Arenas?
Here.
Foley? Mahan?
Here.
Jones?
Present.
Ricardo?
Present.
You have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have a presentation. It looks like, Robert, are you leading us off? Great, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Robert Manford, Deputy Director for Planning. With me today, to thank Assistant Director for PBC, David Keon, Principal Planner for Environmental Review Unit, and Jay Guevara, Deputy Director for Public Works. The item before you today is the El Paseo and Saratoga Signature Project. As can be seen on the map, the project site is located on two sides of Saratoga Avenue. We have the 1312 El Paseo de Saratoga. The Saratoga site is located east of the intersection of the 1312 El Paseo de Saratoga site is located east of the intersection of Saratoga Avenue and Lawrence Expressway, which is the bigger site that you see. The 1777 Saratoga Avenue is located on the north of the intersection of Saratoga Avenue and Lawrence, which is the smaller site that you see on top. With regards to the project description, it entails the rezoning from CG and CP to CP Plan Development Zoning District, and also the demolition of approximately 126,000 square feet of existing commercial space and removal of 120 trees. Construction of 4 mixed-use buildings, including 994 residential units with approximately 150 affordable housing units, 165,000 square feet of commercial space, 3.5 acres of publicly accessible open space, including 1.1 acre public park, a conditional use permit, and public determination of public convenience of necessity for off-sale alcohol at a future grocery store, and construction outside the normal hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The project is found to be in conformance with all development regulations and land use standards for the city. It was reviewed for conformance with the general plan, the municipal zoning code, residential design guidelines, City Council Policy 630, which is public outreach, and CEQA. The project was also submitted in December 2019, therefore is subject to the original signature project criteria. Per signature project criteria, 164 square feet of commercial development is required. The project produces 165 square feet of commercial development. A minimum of 55 dwelling units per acre residential density is required. The project produces 92 dwelling units per acre. Land development zoning allows for the development of the project at the density, height, configuration, and with the incorporation of open space as required for a signature project. With regards to environmental review, an EIR was prepared for the project and it was circulated for 45 days, beginning October 15, 2021 to November 29. 2 project options were analyzed, education mixed use option and non-education mixed use option. No significant and unavoidable impacts were identified under each of those scenarios. We received over 70 comments. All of those comments have been fully responded to, and the responses to comments have been posted to the city's website since May 6, 2022. It included an errata on May 13th, and based on all the information received, no recirculation of the EIR is necessary. Staff is requesting 3 actions from the City Council, which are to adopt a resolution certified in the environmental impact report, approve an ordinance rezoning the property, and adopt a resolution approving a planned development permit to allow the demolition of approximately 126 square feet of existing commercial buildings, removal of 120 trees for construction of 4 mixed-use buildings consisting of 994 residential units, 165,000 square feet of commercial space, an increase in the construction hours for 15 hours to pour concrete between 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., and also a conditional use permit and determination of public convenience of necessity to allow off-sale of alcohol at a future grocery store on the 10.76-acre grocery site. It should be noted that the Planning Commission also recommended a friendly amendment to consider addition of the Saratoga Avenue corridor into the West San Jose Multimodal Transportation Improvement Plan. We coordinated with the Department of Transportation, and they've already done that. This concludes staff report.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, I think the way it usually goes is we have 5 minutes for the applicant. And
the applicant is present, and staff from planning and other departments are also here.
Great, thank you.
Are we ready? Okay. Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and fellow council members for your time tonight. Thank you also to city staff for your hard work on this project to get us here. My name is Allison Koo, and I represent the ownership of El Paseo de Saratoga. We are a locally based company that approaches projects with a long-term vision, hence our focus on quality and building community relationships. This is our site plan. The scope of this fully compliant signature project that has been recommended both by staff and Planning Commission 9-1 is only for the 11 acres you see highlighted here. The rest of the center, with the large tenants in place, the long-term leases, and the retail buildings will remain. It is our priority to keep our tenants operating successfully and for the new development to integrate nicely with the existing center in order to maintain its vibrancy. I wanted to also take the chance to thank the community for their continued engagement on this project over the last 3 years. They've attended over 40 meetings, both large and small, and their feedback has greatly helped shape the design and direction of our project. We heard from the community that they wanted a pedestrian-focused project that would serve as a gathering spot and was warm and inviting. We responded and designed a project that created a main street, Paseo, that is the heart of the project, that would be lined with open space, green space, retail, and great outdoor seating. We heard from the community that they wanted a park, as D1 is one of the least park districts in the city. We responded and are committing to dedicating approximately 1 acre of 100% publicly accessible park. The community expressed that they wanted us to keep the affordable housing on site. That aligns with our company's mission in order to try to solve the regional housing crisis and keep the 150 units of affordable housing on site in this project. Our neighbors also wanted us to protect the existing berm that is there today. Not only are we protecting it, we are enhancing it with additional landscaping, more trees, and including additional green space along the backside. We heard from the community. They didn't like the school that we had proposed earlier. We eliminated it completely. Our closest Elmwood neighbors wanted us to protect their backyards and privacy. We designed generous setbacks, well exceeding the daylight plane requirements. This community has lost 4 grocery stores in the last couple years, and the community wanted a new one in this project. We delivered that during a pandemic, and we delivered the best, Whole Foods. The neighbors also wanted to see how the project would look when built from their backyards. We delivered and provided custom photo renderings for those neighbors from their individual backyards. We listened, we responded, and we believe that as a result, we have a better project. We have taken great sensitivity in designing our project, but we still have heard concerns about height. I wanted to remind council today that our project is consistent with the other projects that have been approved, other approved urban village projects in the city. This chart illustrates that not only are we consistent, our proposed heights are actually lower than other approved villages in the city. In particular, the urban village at Saratoga and Stevens Creek on the other side of Saratoga Avenue presents very similar circumstances and has approved heights of 150 feet. We are no different from this site and are already surrounded by 3 sides of commercial uses. This project, as proposed, is appropriate and consistent with the city's general plan and urban village goals. Finally, I think it is evident that we are designing a project of the highest quality. We are creating a mixed-use project here that will serve as the community center. This is where you will want to come with your family. This is where you want to bring your out-of-town guests. And this is where you won't want to spend your free time. We respectfully request council to vote to move this project forward so that we could bring to reality 150 affordable units, 3.5 acres of open space and green space, a Whole Foods grocery store, and much needed housing to this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
All right, let's go to the community now.
my meeting, what are you doing?
If I could ask everybody online to please mute. Wonderful. Tony?
Okay, we're going to start with in-person speakers. I'm going to call a few names. When I call your name, head down. First person to the microphone speaks first. Gary Cunningham, Doris Lavezzi, Umbella Nova, and Dave Mark. If the 4 of you can make your way down, first person go up to the microphone.
How long do we have to speak?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, council members, thank you for allowing us to present our views. I'm Gary Cunningham, Vice Chair of District 1 Leadership Group. D1LG is comprised of 26 neighborhood associations and community organizations in D1 and requests that you do not approve as planned the permit applications to redevelop a portion of the 30-acre El Paseo Saratoga site. There are over 1,000 nearby residents who are affected by the proposed El Paseo development project and have currently planned and signed a petition expressing those views that they're opposed to it. D1LG supports and recommends an El Paseo development project that provides a plan for the entire 30-acre site, not just 10 acres. Brings non-residential and residential density into alignment with comparable projects, provides for the development of an independent, comprehensive, multimodal transportation plan, and provides for the development of an urban village plan for the area. It's not only El Paseo that's involved in this, there's effects on some of the other developments in the area. D1LG requests you consider our recommendations and do not approve the El Paseo de Saratoga development project that's currently planned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Why aren't you talking to me?
Gloria.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, wherever you are. I'm Doris Livesey from the Murdoch neighborhood in District 1. There's a misconception that we are NIMBYs. We are not. We do want this project, especially the affordable housing, but with reasonable density that is comparable to the other signature projects in the area. 12 stories? Stevens Creek Promenade on a major transit corridor is 63 dwelling units per acre, which is much more appropriate. We do not have transit infrastructure where we are for 2,000 new residents. Please reject this plan and ask the developer to come back with something that's more reasonable for the area. We never had 40 meetings. I was at 2 that I was notified of. Over 1,000 District 1 residents, not all District 1. Okay, we've got a letter. Please find attached over 1,000 petition signatures from local residents, over 700 of whom live in District 1, opposing the building heights greater than 8 stories at the proposed El Paseo redevelopment project. The petition was developed by residents to highlight the community's biggest project concerns, the heights and residential, and the combined traffic input. It's interesting to note that the developer is still showing on the site a map of a beautiful, huge park. And right now there's a little tiny skinny park. People, when we took the petition around, they were overwhelmed. No, 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 there's going to be a great big park. No, 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 there isn't. We'd like you to look at this and hear our words. Thank you very much.
To the clerk, thank you.
Next speaker, I'm going to call a few more names. I'm not sure if you're Umbella Nova.
I am
Dave.
Umberto Nava.
Umberto, oh, that's a T,
Yeah.
sorry. I have Dave Mark, Christine Headley, Alice Saley, and Christian Hayward. Please come down. Go ahead.
Right. Good evening, council members and mayors. My name is Umberto Nava. I'm a San Jose resident and a member of Local 9144 here in San Jose. I'm here tonight to ask your support for El Paseo and Saratoga project. This project is a great fit for the area of San Jose, attracting and creating permanent jobs, as well as good paying construction jobs with livable wage, healthcare, and retirement for workers, benefiting the community that live here in San Jose, as well as activating the local economy by pouring those earned wages back into the very same community. Developer Sand Hill has committed to use a union general contractor, putting union members to work, and drawing manpower from local apprenticeship and investing in developing the future workforce that are going to cement the middle class in our community with these good paying jobs, and avoiding that these workers fall in the public healthcare system by providing a good healthcare for these workers. This project is also bringing much needed housing for our city with 994 units, cutting into our housing deficit, and also supporting the growth with permanent job coming to the city of San Jose and sustain our growth goals. I am in full support of 1777 Saratoga El Paseo project and ask for your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. Hi, Mayor and Vice Mayor Jones and the City Council members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk this evening. My name is Christine Headley. I live in District 1, right behind El Paseo. And I am a school nurse for the County Office of Education, Santa Clara County. And my job as a nurse is to make sure that safety is the #1 goal with our school districts. So allow me to tell you why this proposal is not safe. Saratoga Ave from 280 to Lawrence Expressway has been identified by the city as a Vision Zero priority safety corridor. It accounts for a higher proportion of fatalities and severe injuries on San Jose streets due to pedestrian, bicycle, and automobile traffic. Why should we add 2,000 plus families to this area before addressing this problem? My teenage daughter and her friends travel to Prospect High School, a block away from the proposed structures. There are already problems trying to get students safely on campus there. The nearest Caltrain station is 8 miles away in Sunnyvale, would be a better location for 10, 11, and 12-story buildings. I'm not against housing, but again, as was said before, it needs to be a reasonable height. If this proposal goes through, who will take responsibility for additional injuries and deaths? At the very minimum, please reduce the amount of stories and enact transportation measures so our community can stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Eric Holzer, please come down. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Dory Mark. I also live in the community nearby. I'm a resident of San Jose, and we're definitely in favor of affordable housing in our neighborhood, but I'm against taking more than our fair share of the burden. This project is going to be 12 stories. That's just taller than any building that I've ever seen around. And I can't believe the number of people that could be moving in to the neighborhood. This affects us directly because I also have children that go to Prospect High. They walk to school every day. It's going to increase the amount of traffic in the area. We need a better traffic solution for this project. As a matter of fact, there are other projects going up in the area, including a multi-use building where the McDonald's is, and I believe a Costco also is in the area. And I'm not sure that they've taken that into account, as there will be a lot of traffic in that area, whereas hundreds of kids walk from their homes to Prospect every morning and then back as well. Please reject this proposal until a proper independent transit study can be done by the City of Saratoga and Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. My name is Alice Saley, and I am a carpenter apprentice with the Carpenters Local 405 here in San Jose. It has always been my dream to become a homeowner here in San Jose, the city where I was born and raised. As a child, my family relied on the Section 8 housing program, and we moved a total of 6 times before my 18th birthday. And despite graduating from UC Santa Cruz and now having a good paying job as a carpenter, I have yet to attain my dream of home ownership in San Jose. By approving the El Paseo and Saratoga project, you will be helping a lot of residents like myself. This project is unique because it will build 150 on-site affordable homes rather than paying a fee, which is much cheaper for the developer. You will also be helping to generate hundreds of union construction jobs. These jobs would provide local apprentices, including women, minorities, veterans, and at-risk youth. You'll be given the chance to earn a living wage and contribute to literally building San Jose. This is a huge opportunity for San Jose residents to win more good jobs and much needed homes. Please approve the El Paseo Saratoga project, and please help us to live and work in San Jose. Thank you.
I'm going to call a couple more names. Go ahead and come to the mic. Kim Carson and Doug Cheslum, please come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and members of the council. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. My name is Christian Hayward, and I have the pleasure of working for DevCon Construction. We're a union shop, and we are looking forward to building this beautiful mixed-use signature project in San Jose. I'm here to respectfully ask you to approve this project tonight. It will provide a wide range of high-quality construction jobs for years to come right here in San Jose. Quite honestly, many in our industry are worried about the job pipeline coming down in the next year or two. Construction work is down, and the prospect for jobs is looking unpredictable for the coming years. By approving this project, you will provide job security for hundreds of workers and their families. And not only that, you will be able to enable us to build a very beautiful mixed-use project with parking underground so that neighbors and residents can enjoy outdoor dining, a park, paseos, open space, and even a brand new Whole Foods. The pandemic has shown us how much we value open space and outdoor spaces together, and our weather here in California is perfect for it. This project is the right one at the right time. Post-pandemic, we are all looking forward to gathering together in a special outdoor place like El Paseo. I hope you'll support this project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Eric Putzer, apprentice carpenter, local 505. I moved into San Jose back in 1991, and pretty much I've been here ever since. I'm also a union member, carpenters, and I can tell you this much, that like living in San Jose, finding housing has been an issue. I have a great paying job now, but I didn't always. And so with the cost of housing be what it is and the lack of availability, it becomes difficult, right? I urge you to go ahead with this job so that there could be like more housing, right? It's pretty simple. Try to be frank here. 900 units sounds pretty good. 12 stories, I think it's doable. I hear a lot of arguments here. I have to go on the side of more jobs, more housing for San Jose residents. You know, San Jose citizens or that they can like get a job. You know, for us and the locals. The guy from DevCon was just saying is, you know, like, man, we need to like boost up the morale pretty much, I guess, because if it looks like there's some sort of bad times ahead, you know, we want to keep our jobs. But when we have a job, we have the money, we spend the money. It makes a big circle, makes everybody happy, per se. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Next speaker, Manny Diaz, also come on down, and Joe Lopez. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Carson. I'm a real estate broker and financial advisor and a member of the D1 community. I've lived here in this community for 35 years. My concern is the traffic. Today, we've seen a lot of increase over the, well, not just today, but we've seen a lot of increase over the years. Everything from Harker Academy to Baker Park being replaced. Campbell Avenue, Saratoga, and Quito all require several cycles to get through the lights today. We can only imagine what it will look like with an additional several 12-story buildings. I am all for affordable housing. I am all for the contractors being able to work on this project. I just don't believe that at this time, the CEQA requirements have been met, number one. Urban villages are great, but I'm just concerned how we're going to get around the development. Today, it's difficult. I can only imagine what it's going to look like several years from now. Please decline this proposal until a solution to address transportation is proposed. I look forward to the new businesses and the new neighbors and a better community plan. As a real estate broker and a business owner, I look forward to the opportunities that are coming, but it needs to be done in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, fellow council members and staff. My name is Doug Cheshire, and I'm a senior field representative with Carpenters Local 405 here in San Jose. I represent over 7,700 members here in Santa Clara County. As both a second-generation carpenter and 24-year member myself, I'm here tonight to express our support for the El Paseo project and remind people of what a difference projects like this make in the lives of working men and women. By partnering with a responsible union contractor, Sandhill Properties is providing an opportunity that many developers leave out of the equation. Projects like this create jobs with livable wages, healthcare, and retirement benefits that will leave lasting impact on working families right here in San Jose. Additionally, providing apprenticeship opportunities that helps a variety of individuals, including minorities, women, and at-risk youth, obtain the skills necessary to develop a successful lifelong career in the construction industry. Projects like this are also very important part of our regional economy, especially in light of COVID-19 and the projected economic conditions. So I encourage that you all approve this project. We need more projects like this. San Jose needs more projects like this. Please approve the resolutions before you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Rich Ortega. Please come on down.
Good evening, Mayor, ladies, gentlemen. All right, please excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Just speaking in front of people, it's got me shaking inside. All right, good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here and speak with you in favor of this project. My name is Manuel Diaz. I'm a carpenter apprentice and a proud member of Local 405. I was also born and raised here in San Jose. Projects like this in particular are great for apprentices like me that teach valuable skills that only on-the-job training can give. This project being in San Jose is great for lots of reasons, like keeping San Jose's money in San Jose, right? Keep that money going around in circles. Whether it be at the gas station, the lunch truck, or your local corner mom and pop shop. Most of all, the reason why I'm here and hoping you will pass this vote is I'm a father of four boys, who I'm often missing out on sports practices and games and family events, memories that are frankly just irreplaceable, all due to jobs being out of the city or even out of the county. The closer our job sites means more family time. And just to kind of go off of what I've been hearing about, it not being safe and, how is this and that going to happen? All the union jobs that I've been on, very safe. If it was close to my house, I would have no problem because I know the safety practices that we put into providing safety, period. Not only for ourselves, but for the community. And just the effort that goes into that, it's sometimes it's crazy, but we do it for the safety of everyone and who wants an accident, right? So, all right. The closer our job sites means family time. Please support our working men and women and all families in the trades who also share this point of view. And finally, projects like this will allow me to finish my apprenticeship program and work in San Jose, which will help give me the ability to continue to afford to live here, raise my family here in the city that I love. So I urge you all, please pass the vote, move forward with this project. Thank you. And Sam, thank you for all your service that you've done, and good luck in the rest of your endeavors that you have after this. We all know the good work never stops, right? So keep your head up, and thank you for all your service.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also have Noe or No Tehran and Laura Drosick. Please come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Joe Lopez, and I was born and raised here in San Jose native. I'm a journeyman carpenter out of Local 405. I've been a carpenter for the past 18 years, and out of the last 18 years, I got to say I've only worked on 3 projects in San Jose. I don't like to commute. I don't think anybody here likes to commute any 20 minutes past to their job. It's a no-go. But having to travel to San Francisco, Oakland, other cities, it's just tiring on a person, on a family. You've heard it from the last person who spoke. It's tiring on all aspects. It's been this way for a long time for construction workers in the industry. And so having a project with this magnitude creates work for our brothers and sisters to work in our own backyards. The benefits that come with a developer that partners with the union gives our members, which are San Jose residents, wages and benefits, job site training for apprentices, less travel time, less paying for expensive gas. The El Paso will create happier employees as well as rested employees, which results in safe work environments on top of the best quality that we can provide. So tonight I urge you to approve this project, and thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker. Tiffany Martinez, also come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and members of the council. I am proud to say my name is Richard Ricky Ortega. I am a rank and file carpenter at Local 405, born and raised in San Jose. I'm here to support the El Paseo Signature Project. I hope that the council will vote yes and approve this project tonight. This project will generate hundreds of union construction jobs in San Jose for years to come, leading to economic growth throughout the city. Like many people, I'm worried about a recession coming, and this project will provide quality, secure jobs for myself, my fellow workers, despite difficult economic times ahead. It is not often a project of this quality and level of investment into our city comes along. This is a special opportunity in San Jose. I urge you all to support. If it is made in the community, spent in the community, it stays in the community. Please support this project. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also Dave Abraham, come on down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Noé Terán. I live here in District 7. I am a local 405 member. I'm here to support my union my city. I'm here to ask you respectfully to approve the El Paso Signature Project. It will bring us a lot of jobs, money for our community, and time with my family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and members of the council. My name is Laura Drosek. I am a proud resident of San Jose. I'm a proud also 23-year member of the Carpenters Union Local 405 here in San Jose. The El Paseo de Saratoga Signature Project will provide opportunities for career-building local apprentices, including women, minorities, veterans, and at-risk youth, to begin or continue a highly skilled trained career in the construction industry. I'm here to urge your support for the El Paseo de Saratoga Signature Project. Thank you.
I'm going to call a few more names. Luann Abrams, Roberta Witz, and Carlos Duran. Come on down. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and members of the council. My name is Tiffany Martinez. I have been a member of Carpenters Local 405 for just under 5 years and am a recent graduate of the Northern California Carpenters Apprenticeship Training Program. I am here tonight in support of the El Paseo project. This project will not only provide hundreds of high-quality union jobs, but also 150 affordable housing units. This will provide much-needed housing for hardworking people like myself who cannot afford many of the market-rate housing options. I hope you will support this project so that working-class families can afford to live in this beautiful and thriving city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Dave Abrahams from Moreland West, which is across the street from this project. So the community, unfortunately, has not been heard. And I'm sorry to be blunt about it, but the public notice process has been a failure. The posting on site today shows 800 units and 5 acres of open space. Naturally, many neighbors think this is the plan under consideration. In fact, it was replaced with a denser, less open plan a year and a half ago. Now, the developer claims to have had 40 meetings with residents, but groups who have been watching this project closely are aware of only 3. And in those meetings, our input has consistently been, we absolutely support jobs and housing for working families, expanded affordable housing. Number 1. Number 2, all of the buildings in the plan are too high and too dense. But with each iteration of the plan, the project gets higher and denser. So we ask if a variance is granted based on signature project status, but the requirements for signature projects won't be enforced, if the public is misinformed, and input from the community can be ignored, and if, as we understand, the developer is actually free to remove the affordable housing component after approval, what actually constrains a developer in San Jose? Please reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Jordan Grimes, you can come on down.
I'm Luann Abrahams, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, council members, thank you for your time. Thank you for hearing. I'd like to give a shout out to my brothers and sisters from the unions. I'm a proud former member of the AFSCME and was a shop steward, and I know the importance of union jobs, and I'm actually heartened to hear that Sand Hill is a union-friendly organization, because that's important, as is development of the site. We want to see development there. It's important. Right now it's a dead mall and nobody wants that. What we don't want is a rush to a project that's inappropriate for the site. It's too small to accommodate the program that Sand Hill has laid out. There's inadequate public open space for the 2,000 residents. Ms. Koo talked about how the neighbors asked for a park, so they gave us a park. they are required to put a park into the signature project. In fact, they have to pay millions of dollars of fees because their park is too small. That is not a community give back. That is a requirement. The current plan, not the one as posted, but the current plan calls for 1.1 acres of parkland, which is this, excuse me, the green area here. And yellow indicates what the developer calls a pedestrian paseo, 1.7 acres of public open space. Planning staff was surprised, however, when we pointed out that in that yellow open space, cars and parking stalls are clearly visible. These are obviously indicated in the white areas. You can see them driving in the circle. You can see them parked here. This is a parking lot, not a paseo. The architect of this project clearly knows that when he designed the signature project that's proposed for Cambrian Plaza, parking and roadways were properly excluded from the open space. Please reject this proposal. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. My name is Roberta Whitty. I'm a member of the English Estates neighborhood. I'm just around the corner from this project. I am for affordable housing, and I am for progress and growth in this area, but I'm very concerned about the density and the height. I am for reasonable density and reasonable height. When I take a look at this project, it appears that the below market housing is all in the 1777 Saratoga Avenue building. Again, a tall building, but it isolates the people who are in the affordable housing building. They would have to cross multiple lanes of traffic across Saratoga Avenue to get to the pre-planned shopping area. Frankly, I don't need another grocery store. We already have enough grocery stores right there. Sprouts, I like Smart and Final. I don't want Costco, but that's another issue. Down the street is a dollar store, grocery outlet, Big Lots, all kinds of other grocery stores available if you drive. The people in that 1777 will have to drive. And when they try to get out of that locked corner of Saratoga, Prospect, and Lawrence, they're going to hit a lot of traffic. That also is a concern of mine. Too dense, too tall. Please reject this proposal as it now stands. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carlos Duran. I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union at Local 405 and 9144. I represent over 36,000 members in Northern California. Close to 7,700 of those members live right here in Santa Clara County and San Benito County. As a representative, I speak for all of our members in strong support of approving the El Paseo de Saratoga project and moving it forward through the entitlement process. We support this project because Sandhill Properties has made a commitment to use a union general contractor. With this commitment comes opportunity for local union members to work in the city they live in. When we work where we live, it reduces long commutes and allows us to spend those hard-earned dollars back into our communities. This commitment also ensures that construction workers will earn a fair wage and health benefits not only for themselves, but their entire family. This commitment will also create opportunity for local residents to enter into an accredited apprenticeship. The apprenticeship combined with on-the-job training will allow local men and women to develop valuable skills that will lead to an amazing career in construction. So, like my fellow brothers and sisters who are here today, please stand up. Carpenters, drywallers, millwrights, pile drivers, cabinet makers, hardwood floor layers. We're all here in strong support of this project done by Sandhill Properties, who's made a commitment to use a union GC and create valuable jobs for local residents. So I urge you to help create opportunity for local San Jose residents by approving this project and moving it forward. I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak in support of the El Paseo de Saratoga project.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, staff, council, honorable mayor. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Greenbelt Alliance. We are an environmental nonprofit focused on helping ensure our communities are environmentally sustainable and climate resilient. We're in strong support of the project at El Paseo. Projects like El Paseo are important not only locally to San Joseans, but in fact throughout the entire South Bay and Bay Area region. An abundance of jobs without commensurate home building has resulted in a tremendous imbalance that has sent housing prices skyrocketing. As of 2022, this year, the area median income for a family of 4 in Santa Clara County is a whopping $166,000. Workers have scrambled in response, forcing them to find places further and further away to live. The affordability crisis has severe impacts on our climate as well. It has also trapped our friends, neighbors, and community members into grueling hours-long commutes, during which time thousands of idling and slow-moving cars spew greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. Approving the full project at El Paseo tonight offers council the chance to make a small but substantial positive impact on both our housing and climate crises. We urge you to do so. Thank you so much for your time.
If that was our last in-person speaker for now, if anybody else wishes to speak, please fill out a speaker card. I'm going to move on to the people online. I have 25 hands up currently. We're going to start with Mark P.
Yes, hello. Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, City Council members. My name is Mark Poliger. I'm a District 1 resident and part of the West Valley Neighbors for Responsible Growth. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. We want to make sure that the council is aware of a letter and report sent to the clerk, council, and mayor on June 20th and again on the 21st when no acknowledgement was received. The letter and report concern a significant deficiency in the preparation and content of the Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the El Paseo project concerning the impact of the Whole Foods market as a tenant. The presence of Whole Foods was known but not disclosed in the draft versions of the EIR and its impact not taken into account. And supermarkets and their trucks have significant impact for noise and air quality and should be taken into consideration for any EIR. The developer said in their opening statement they ensured neighbors' concerns are heard and addressed. In the interest of ensuring important impacts on quality and noise impacts on these neighbors are considered and addressed, we recommend the council decline to certify the EIR First Amendment and prepare and circulate an EIR that actually represents the effects of the project. Thank you.
Barbara Gaylord.
Hello, my name is Barbara Gaylord, and I'm a resident of Baker West neighborhood. I live behind the El Paseo de Saratoga project. I'm here to ask that you please reject this proposal. I do support more affordable housing and growth in our neighborhood, but I want more reasonable density and height. 12 stories is too high for our neighborhood. The 30-acre El Paseo parcel of land is a rare opportunity, and the city deserves a comprehensive rather than a piecemeal development plan. A comprehensive plan should support San Jose's long-term needs in terms of affordable housing and jobs. We believe it is critical for San Jose to work with Saratoga, Campbell, and Santa Clara County to develop a comprehensive transportation and utility infrastructure plan to support all local development, as well as San Jose's long-term goals on job creation and housing. Please reject this proposal as it stands at this time. Thank you.
Julie Reynolds Grab.
Good evening. My name is Julie Reynolds Grabby, and I am a resident of the Easterbrook neighborhood in District 1. I also have a student who attends Prospect High School and am also concerned about the safety as he rides to and from Prospect every day on his bike. I'm also a former Moreland School District trustee, a neighborhood leader, and a former leader of the District 1 leadership group previously mentioned. I find it interesting that union members who don't live in our area are speaking about supporting this project tonight as is. I want to make sure that it is crystal clear that we, the local residents, also want more union jobs, but not at the expense of safety, green space, congestion, and quality of life for families who already live here. There is a way to achieve better balance on this project, but it's not quite there yet. My concerns: 1, lower building heights. 8 stories max, 12 stories is redonkulous. 2, less total density. 3, new green space should have at least 6 acres, which is required, not 1 acre. And you cannot use local schools for this purpose. 4, better transportation infrastructure. 5, traffic mitigation and safety measures. 6, add more retail space. That means more tax revenue for the city. 7, not enough parking for proposed residents. 8, increase affordable units. We should have more than 150 units. I support more affordable housing units in the development, but want less overall density and respectfully ask for reasonable building heights of no more than 8 stories. As this project stands, I request that you reject it as it needs more work, specifically including the voice and support of the local community. A successful project will require balancing the needs of local residents, city leaders, and the developer. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mariki Annis? I'm sorry if I butchered your name.
Hi, yes, this is Marika Annis. Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the El Paseo Signature Project. I have lived in the Baker West neighborhood behind El Paseo for 15 years. I support redevelopment of the El Paseo Center, in particular, the creation of new commercial destinations and that will also create jobs, and very importantly, the creation of affordable housing that our community in the city of San Jose so desperately needs. However, I cannot support the current proposal as the building density and heights are just simply not reasonable. There is a way, as Julie mentioned, to create a much more balanced and appropriate proposal for this site. All along, the proposed building heights and building densities have been raised as major concerns of the surrounding residents since the earliest meetings with the developers. You have already heard from many of us about the lack of sufficient transit infrastructure to support this proposed density and the inadequacy of the allotted park space. 8 stories, I agree with Julie, 8 stories is appropriate, not 10 to 12. The building height and density was also acknowledged as areas of known controversy in the draft environmental impact report. Despite this and the clear concerns expressed by the residents, the building heights and densities in this proposal have only increased over time. Please consider the concerns of the community and reject this proposal as currently configured. Thank you.
Roberto? Roberto?
Good evening. My name is Roberto Aguilera, another local member from 9144. I'm a resident of San Jose for over 15 years. This project will bring me, my family, and local union members to work here in our city. With this opportunity, we can afford to live here while getting healthcare and working towards retirement. Respectfully help us approve this project and bring more jobs.
Ryan?
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and the members of the San Jose City Council. My name is Ryan Globus, and I'm a resident of San Jose, and I'm also a member of the South Bay YIMBY organization. And I'm calling tonight to ask you to support this project. This is a fantastic opportunity for the more homes that we desperately need, for 150 affordable homes, for a great park. You know, where I live currently, there's newly built affordable apartments right across the street, and it's definitely increased the vibrancy and the diversity of the neighborhood, adding families and seniors who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford to live here. I'm also down the street from a park, and it's great walking my dog there every day, and I know that D1 is extremely underparked, and so this is a great opportunity to add more green space. And I'm also within walking distance of a Whole Foods. And it's great to be able to walk over there, get anything I need. They have a coffee bar. They have events there. So you can find a good deal there. And it's really improved my relationship with the neighborhood, having the Whole Foods there, having the park there, having the affordable homes here. And I hope that more people in San Jose can live here and can experience all those joys. So please support this project. Thank you.
Catherine Hedges.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Hedges, and I'm a member of Catalyze SV as well as a resident of District 3. I'm speaking in strong support of the El Paseo to Saratoga project. This project accomplishes the stated goals of the city of San Jose in a way very few other projects do. This proposal will activate and enhance the strip mall and parking lot with nearly 1,000 much needed new homes, including 149 affordable homes for San Jose residents who need them the most. San Jose is suffering from a shared housing shortage, which is driving a displacement and affordability crisis. To solve it, we need projects like El Paseo that can deliver homes for people in resource-rich areas that will serve residents. I urge you to move this project forward. And this project also includes strong community benefits such as the 3.5 acres of green space connected with walking and biking trails, which is really important in the neighborhood. I have tried to bike in that neighborhood the way it is now, and it definitely needs connection of the trails. A lot of people are really excited about the Whole Foods, and the property owner has done more than 50 neighbor and community meetings and responded with significant changes. I understand people want a couple of stories cut from it, but you know, I live in a 6-story building, and once buildings get over, you know, 3 or 4 stories, they're all just big. And they all just have the type of internal layout where nobody gets cross ventilation because they have internal hallways, and you know, you're up past where there's shade on the building. It's all pretty much the same over the 3rd floor. Thanks very much.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I thought this may be a time to try to, I don't know, speak to, you know, the mixed income ideas that I've been trying to understand and learn better about over the years here. Can the mixed income ideas be applicable to the debate going on for this place at this time? Mixed income ideas is the concepts of how very low and extremely low people of income can live in the same building and area as people who, you know, are of regular income and market rate housing. And I think that's an interesting concept that can address many issues, including this one. And it's a way we can adjust the dial in how exactly we want to build our communities in the future. And it gives ourselves choices and flexibility. And yeah, I think it's an important concept that I think can help in the debate that's going on for this area. That includes urban villages, and that urban villages should be allowed the concepts of extremely low and very low income housing to be included. And mixed income can allow that. It doesn't have to be a full overwhelming majority, but you know, these are practices that can allow, you know, some. And some is better than nothing is my feeling. And it's, you know, we have these skills to do this already. It's time we have to reestablish and re-practice these sort of ideals and ideas. And I think it builds a better community experience for all of us. It creates a better idea of sharing and trust and builds relationships between different levels of income. Good luck how to work on this idea. Thank you.
Ali Saperman.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and council members. My name is Ali Saperman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition in strong support of El Paseo. I've shared with the council our formal letter of endorsement. Additionally, among the council offices, you should have received about 1,000 letters of support from San Jose residents and members of pro-housing organizations such as YIMBY Action, South Bay YIMBY, Housing Action Coalition, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, Greenbelt Alliance, and Catalyze SV. What you will hear tonight is that all the groups who aim to address our housing crisis believe that El Paseo is an incredible use of land space that will bring nearly 1,000 much needed homes to this resource rich area. You've heard from a lot of residents tonight who are mostly wealthy homeowners, but now you will hear from a resident who is a renter. Beyond my role at HAC, I'm first and foremost speaking as a San Jose resident, a District 1 constituent, and a neighbor to El Paseo in the Hathaway neighborhood. I'm a renter in a rent-controlled apartment, and I'm speaking in enthusiastic support of El Paseo. Half of the project site is already vacant, and I'm afraid without this project bringing the much-needed vibrancy and activity to this area, that this part of District 1 will become a ghost town. Beyond this, most people can't afford to live in San Jose, and if we want to retain residents, we must find new spaces to house them, especially in affordable homes. This project will create new homes for our middle and lower income neighbors with 149 deed restricted subsidized affordable homes on site, so more people like me can live and strive here. My only critique of the project is that the building height should be much taller so that we can include more units so people like me can enjoy the incredible amenities that this area of District 1 has to offer. Please support this project without delay. Thank you so much.
Michelle?
Hello, my name is Michelle Mapes. I'm a resident of Baker West Neighborhood Association. I'm actually a neighbor behind the El Paseo project. And I also support affordable housing and growth in our neighborhood. I support our unions. I'm also part of a union. I'm part of the California School Employees Association, Chapter 198. I think most of us are not arguing that we definitely want this area to be developed. The problem is a developer since the very beginning has shown one thing and ended up with something else. In regards to the park space, 1.1 acres is far below the park space required for a project of this density, 2,000 people, which actually requires over 6 acres. That's a requirement. The D1 area has the fewest number of public parks in any district. The developer told the Planning Commission that residents could use the Moreland Middle School fields or go over to Prospect to use our outdoor fields. I know for a fact that this is not true. In fact, 4 o'clock wanted to go over and use the fields and it was chain locked. And anytime you want to go ahead and use the fields, you get this message. All persons entering or remaining on school grounds between the hours of 6 and 5 are required to register at the school office. So it's not public, it's private. School property is not the solution. It is controlled by school districts and cannot be considered parkland. The developer will have to pay $18 million in lieu of fees along with a 1.1 acre land dedication, but that does not solve the problem of the lack of open space for 2,000 plus residents. Ultimately, the residents of City of San Jose need city leaders to require developers to comply with the general plan and build.
Fred Buzo?
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This is Fred Buzo, San Jose Director for SPUR. I'm calling in to voice our support for the project. SPUR's been a longtime supporter of urban villages, and as you know, signature projects are a key facet to the urban village framework. And unfortunately, signature villages have been few and far between over the past several years, or really since the adoption of the policy. And so when you have an opportunity to adopt an urban village, to approve an urban village, we are strongly in support of doing so. And it's one of these things that while a lot of the focus has been on building heights and or lack of park space and or affordable housing, there's a criteria set forth for signature projects. And in our opinion, we agree with the recommendations set forth by staff that this does fit within the criteria of signature projects. And I don't believe that criteria is up for debate today. It is what it is. And so we feel confident that that the developer is acting in good faith and will continue to work with the community as they further develop the site. And we also look forward to working with the City of San Jose as they move forward in planning the entire El Paseo de Saratoga Urban Village. Thank you.
Julie? Julie Scher.
Hi. Yes. Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Julie Scher, and I'm a San Jose resident living about 1 mile south of El Paseo. I support everything that's good about this project, and I don't support the extreme heights or density. Mostly the height is the part that I have the most problem with. But today I'm going to speak about one of the issues, and the previous speaker just talked about how this project meets all of the criteria for the signature project, but I do not agree. I believe that they have not met the criteria for job creation. The proposal doesn't meet signature project criteria because the jobs are meant to be above average for the area. The number of jobs have to be above average, and the EIR process described the project description having 660 new jobs, which sounds wonderful and amazing, but that is not true, unfortunately. I pointed out the calculation error, and now the final EIR is corrected and states that there are 190 net new jobs. So I'm questioning, does 2,000 new residents compared to 190 new jobs, does that meet the signature project requirement for above average job creation? I would rather see more jobs here, more permanent jobs, not construction jobs. Construction jobs are great, but that is not what we need for the future. So please reject this proposal until it meets the signature project requirements. Thank you.
Ramesh.
Yeah, hi. Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, thank you for providing the opportunity to speak at this meeting. My name is Ramesh Guna, a resident of West San Jose, who lives in the neighborhood where the project is proposed. As part of the West Valley Neighbors for Reasonable Growth, I asked the city to not approve the project or certify the EIR as it stands. There is a significant deficiency identified in the EIR analysis. In the draft EIR that was circulated, the occupancy of a large supermarket like Whole Foods, which is about 40,000 square foot, was not disclosed. And an EIR analysis was done assuming generic non-grocery commercial use. The environmental impacts from a supermarket like Whole Foods is far significant, and I request you to consider our independent analysis report that has been submitted to the city and to the council member with regards to the missed aspects of the EIR analysis that has been done. So once again, please do not approve this project or certify the EIR as it stands today. Thank you.
Donna. Donna Ewan.
I'm Donna Ewan, a Baker West resident, and I live 3 blocks behind the El Paseo project. I have 2 major concerns, parking and traffic. With 994 residential units and 1.25 parking spaces designated for each unit, where will the overflow of cars park if many of the residents have more than 1 vehicle? As residents, we do not want the overflow of the parking to flow onto our neighboring streets. The residents are also not satisfied with the traffic analysis report that was commissioned by the developer as part of their draft environmental impact report. If the Costco development occurs at the Westgate West Shopping Center, an additional 874 cars could be on the road. With 994 residential units from the El Paseo development, that could potentially have as many as 2,000 plus residents. The traffic analysis report that was commissioned by the developer says that during the AM commute hours, there will only be 219 new outbound trips by residents, assuming that there are 1,100 residences. That means only 14 to 20% of the residents will commute at the peak AM hours. We do not agree with the traffic analysis report that the developer has commissioned. Our neighborhood association has created a petition, and we request that the city of San Jose address the combined traffic impact from this project together with the newly proposed Costco development at Westgate West, the former Osh site, and 3 high-density housing projects at Quito Village, Saratoga and Lawrence, and Saratoga and Cox. Before this project comes to a council vote, please make sure that a thorough traffic study has been conducted, and if the recommendation is to reduce the number of residential units.
Vince Rocha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Vince Rocha. I'm the Senior Vice President of Housing and Community Development with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, representing employers in the innovation economy, from our largest employers to startups. And I want to say that our members are proud to support this project because it'll address our critical housing needs with over 1,000 new homes, 150 of those affordable, create some vibrant outdoor space, and a community serving grocery store. I would like to say everyone agrees we have a housing crisis and are in dire need of affordable housing. Everyone also agrees that we are in a climate crisis. The solution to both is to build densely on underutilized urban infill sites like this one. We simply cannot ignore the scale of our housing need. In fact, the Association of Bay Area Governments has allocated San Jose over 62,000 housing units for the 2023-2031 RHNA cycle. To meet the scale of our housing challenges, San Jose has 60 urban villages that will help us meet the bulk needs. I served on the San Jose General Plan 4-year review task force, and one of the things we did with our urban villages was eliminate horizons like that were previously on urban villages like this one, so we could create the much needed housing faster and quicker on this underutilized land. So I want to thank you in consideration of our comments in support of this project.
Bob Levy.
Yes, good evening. My name is Bob Levy. I'm a D1 resident, former planning commissioner, and a member of the 2040 task force. I urge you to reject the current proposal. In order to approve the project, you must make the finding that the project is a signature project. This project does not meet the criteria required to be a signature project. Signature projects are to set an example for future development. The project represents only 6% of the overall urban village, 6%, yet consumes over 100% of the residential units identified within the general plan for the urban village. This project is planned without any consideration at all for the remaining portion of the urban village. The project provides the bare minimum of affordable housing units as required by law, and at the upper end of the AMI spectrum. The project provides inadequate parkland. 6.9 acres of parkland is needed to mitigate the impacts of the project. The project is proposing 1.1 acre acreage that will likely not be accepted by the Parks Department. It's very likely this project will have no publicly owned parkland. The general plan states over and over again that urban villages and signature projects are designed to remedy the city's jobs housing imbalance. This project does exactly the opposite. It provides housing for over 2,000 new residents and only 190 new jobs. Signature projects must include broad and diverse community engagement. The public engagement portion of this project was woefully inadequate, as is evident by tonight's testimony, the letter from the Neighborhood Association presidents, the D1 leadership group, and a petition with over 1,000 signatures. The project fails to meet the criteria required for a signature project. The only exemplary feature of this project is its ability to squeeze as many units on a parcel of land as possible while providing a minimum amenities required. Please send it back to the drawing board and require a plan for the entire urban village.
Ahmad Thomas. Ahmad, your Zoom is out of date. What you're going to need to do is sign off, update your software, come back in, re-raise your hand. There are a lot of speakers still ahead of you, so you should have enough time to get back in. Soba Rao.
Dear San Jose Mayor and Council members, my name is Shobha Rao. I'm a resident of Moreland West neighborhood and a parent. Like other wonderful residents and neighbors that spoke before me, I want to support more growth and all the new jobs that come with it in the area. But I want it to be more reasonable with more traffic study and infrastructure added to support the density. Do you know many students, many kids actually walk and bike to Prospect today? The bike infrastructure today in this area is not sufficient already. Saratoga Avenue and Lawrence Expressway, as you know already, are extreme caution, and Prospect Road is dangerous at any time of the day. and you want to add more to the mix by adding 12-story residential buildings? While the developer is building protected bike lanes around the project perimeter, which is great, they don't lead to any such connected protected lanes on Saratoga or Lawrence. I feel this lack of comprehensive planning will lead to real-life problems for all residents. Hence, I strongly urge you to reject the current proposal as it stands, so we can have a well-balanced and well-thought-out plan that will benefit everyone. Thank you.
Adam Sweeney.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Sweeney. I'm a D1 resident. I've lived in the Happy Valley neighborhood just across Prospect from this project for the last 18 years. I'm one of those rich homeowners that someone mentioned. And I want to speak in support of this project. We have a great neighborhood. We have houses like mine. We have duplexes, apartments. Makes for a great mix of families and income levels for the kids in our schools. My kids went to schools in the Moreland district. Both graduated from Prospect High School. Never had any problems walking to school, crossing Lawrence. Did it for 4 years each. And I think our area is a great place to add as much housing as we can. We have retail, we have entertainment, we have restaurants that we enjoy all the time. I think this is a great place to bring more people into San Jose. I think tall buildings are appropriate for an urban village like ours. This is the place where they need to go. Where else could they go if not here? And frankly, we need more housing. The prices of housing in our area, as everyone knows, are totally out of control. I would like my kids to be able to live in our neighborhood, and today they can't. So please say yes to more housing in San Jose and support this project. Thank you very much.
David Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and members of the San Jose City Council. My name is David Meyer, and I represent Silicon Valley at Home, which is an affordable housing advocacy organization that works all across the county. And on behalf of SVA at Home, we are happy to support the El Paseo de Saratoga proposal before you tonight. Both of the council memos regarding this proposal that have been released raise important points and opportunities. The core of all of this, though, is that this proposal will bring 994 new homes to San Jose, including 149 deed-restricted affordable homes, making it one of the largest current residential proposals in the city. This development anchors the future update urban village plan and vision for the neighborhood and will serve as a catalyst to further development. Any reductions in densities or heights at this stage of the process would undermine not only the affordable units slated for development, but the city's goals of using urban villages to advance residential development across San Jose. El Paseo de Saratoga is a key opportunity to make good on San Jose's commitment to cite more affordable housing opportunities all across the city, to provide access to people of all incomes and backgrounds, and truly help address housing equity across the city. So we urge you to approve this proposal without delay. Thank you very much.
Matt S.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jones and members of the council. My name is Matt Savage, and I lived in the District 1 Council for 5 years. I moved 2 years ago. I could no longer afford to live in that neighborhood. I actually lived in a Hathaway neighborhood, about a half mile away from this project, but my family and I moved to District 6. And we were lucky we could move, but I'm worried that more and more families won't be able to live anywhere in San Jose because it's getting too expensive. We need more housing in San Jose. We need more housing everywhere in San Jose. We need middle-class families to be able to afford to stay in San Jose. Thank you.
Mike Goff.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and council members. Thanks for the time to speak tonight. First time doing something like this, so I appreciate being part of the process. I'm a father of 2 kids under 5, and as we've started kind of raising our young family, here living in the Moreland neighborhood, just a block away from the site, I've kind of gone and looked at parks and other places that we could spend a lot of kind of family time, and it's been a struggle. I mean, a lot of times we essentially end up getting into the car and having to drive a mile or two to find another location to kind of to go and play at rather than having an easily accessible neighborhood park. A couple other people have mentioned similar types of things about District 1 having kind of a lack of park space throughout. And so I was excited when I saw the redevelopment notices go up a year or two ago that this would be an opportunity to gain some of that. And it does seem like there's some gain, but there's also quite a bit of additional density. And I feel like both for myself and the surrounding neighborhood, as well as for the new residents that would be coming in, a lot of us, again, are just going to be jumping in the cars, having to go off and drive a bit, which is unfortunate that we're not able to create something more local and kind of goes against what I believe is kind of the long-term vision of the city. So I would ask that you guys not accept the plan proposal as it currently stands, and that hopefully the developer would come back with something that does create that feeling from my families like myself and others. Thank you.
John Baker West.
Thank you, Mayor Liccardo and council members. I'm a Baker West resident, and I need to raise details about this plan's affordable housing. The Baker West and Moreland West neighborhoods have been in consistent support of affordable housing. However, this project maximizes the market rate housing at 185 units and delivers only the bare minimum of below market rate units. None of the 149 below market rate units actually include the lowest AMI income tier. Our neighborhoods have in fact actually asked for better alignment to all of the city's RHNA income targets. Most, if not all, the BMR units in this project are located in the quote unquote affordable tower, separated by 6 lanes of traffic from many site amenities. Unlike the other 3 buildings in the project across the street, the affordable tower is in a commercial island, separated by 6 lanes of traffic in every direction out from that tower. According to a 2019 Planning Department memo, the 2 sites required 2 separate signature project applications. We have in fact asked that the 149 BMR units be kept in any plan revision, but don't assume that the below market rate units will be built. In a recent meeting with the planning department, we were told that even if you approve this project, the 149 units could still be replaced by in lieu fees at a later date. Are we the only San Jose citizens who actually read, noticed, and care about these equity issues? Our affordable housing concerns don't come from any affluence, as some have alluded to in this meeting. They actually come from our own difficulties with housing and our own experiences. I would ask you, based on these equity shortfalls, please reject this plan. Thank you.
Adam Coslin.
Hello, my name is Adam Coslin, speaking on behalf of Whole Foods. Whole Foods is extremely excited to be part of this project and is speaking in support. We are excited to bring good paying jobs, a wide array of food and beverage options, as well as significant community support in the form of Whole Foods associated foundations and other measures to this portion of San Jose. We're excited to be part of a large development, bringing additional affordable housing, as well as relief to the overheated housing market. We are further excited to be part of a project that provides green space and walkability to the neighborhood. We appreciate the opportunity to be part of this project, strongly support the council moving forward, but would like to reiterate that our ability to be part of this project is conditional on the ability of the council to move forward with this project, and so are looking forward to being involved if and when this project is approved. Thank you very much.
Kathy Oberstar.
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and City Council members. I'm Kathy, a resident of Baker West, and I support more affordable housing in our neighborhood, but I'd like more reasonable building density and height restrictions. The residents care about affordable housing. We advocated to increase the percentage of BMR housing to this planning commission. This project promises the bare minimum required of 15% below market rate unit, yet it still doesn't conform with the city's RENA allocation. Please reject this proposal as it stands at this time. In addition, our neighbors have joined together, not in, we support the development and we want progression in our groups. We now have just gained and really has worked together as leaders here, and we really want 8 stories density as a maximum. Thank you for your time.
Lalo Mendez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Lalo Mendez, and I'm the Development Project Specialist for Catalyze SV. I'm here this evening on behalf of our PAC members who reviewed and provided feedback on this project in October of 2020 and later in March of 2021. This project is exactly what our members want to see in San Jose. More homes, including 150 affordable homes, a grocery store, and benefits for the residents of San Jose. Our members want to urge you to approve this project tonight with the following 4 recommendations. 1, provide 1-to-1 bicycle parking ratio to secure bike stations and promote connections to public transit. 2, designate more parking areas as EV charging stations. Number 3, provide on-site residents with transit passes to encourage the use of alternative modes of transportation. This is especially important because this is a bicycle-oriented development, and it goes along the lines of the parking reductions and TDM frameworks, which was approved last week. And number 4, make this project at least LED gold, so it's a more sustainable development. So on behalf of our members, I strongly urge you to approve El Paseo de Saratoga without modifications to the density. Council members, we can't wait our way out of this housing crisis. We have to move forward. Please approve El Paseo this evening. Thank you very much.
Bob and Lisa Fanjoy. Bob and Lisa, you guys need to update your software in order to speak at the meeting. Sorry, Gary Smith.
Yes, good evening, council members and Mayor Liccardo. I'm Gary Smith. I'm president of the English Estates Neighborhood Association, a group of 5 or 6 streets just north of Prospect High School and adjacent to Prospect Road. I do not support the proposal as it's presented. I do support reasonable growth, reasonable housing heights. I very much support affordable housing. And I'm hoping that residents of all 60 urban villages are listening tonight to glean from what we're saying. My recommendation, I've heard this week that the city council is considering putting a footbridge over Saratoga Avenue. I think that's a great idea. I encourage you to do that. I also encourage you to do the very same thing over Quito Road. Quito Road in this development is called Quito Road. You could also call it the on-ramp to Lawrence Expressway driving north and the off-ramp of Lawrence Expressway driving south. Building 1, which will be an 11-story building with a setback of about 0 to 5 feet, will be parallel to that. There'll be 120 some residents in there. There'll be an in-ramp and an on-ramp coming out on the Quito Road. Let's build a bridge over Prospect Road as well. Those are 2 bridges. Let's make that a condition of this project going forward. We care about people's lives. Everybody on this call from every 60 urban villages in San Jose, please glean from what we're saying. San Jose in 2015 joined the Vision Zero program. We can do that. We can be part of a zero collision city. That's very important. We care about our children, our families. Let's do this properly. Thank you.
Federico.
Hi. I'm another rich homeowner in D6. I see a lot of commentary for and against. We can see that there's a moral aspect to this project dealing with housing access, as well as some really heartfelt comments by San Jose Labor. The project has been pending since 2019, and we need new housing now. The people of San Jose cannot wait for housing. a major thoroughfare which can really benefit from density and height. The local businesses can hugely benefit from additional customers within walking distance. Height and density in this new development can really create a community with mixed income and diversity of residents. There's some great comments about lack of park space. This is currently a parking lot and we'll have a park immediately with new park development to come. If we're worried about parking overflow, can we not implement a parking pass system in the neighboring streets? It seems we have solutions at hand to our concerns and a huge opportunity for new housing and amenities for San Jose. Please vote yes for this project. Thanks.
Alex Shore.
Hi, this is Alex Shore, Executive Director of Catalyze SV. You know, work trip in Boston, calling in today because this project is so important to me and to Catalyze SV members. I grew up in Saratoga. I went to this shopping plaza when it was in its previous iteration, so I care very deeply about what happens here. And I also feel for some of the neighbors who spoke tonight who expressed concerns and fears about this development. I understand where those perspectives come from. Yet I would say that the need for affordable housing is the greatest issue in our community right now. I am at a conference on U.S. competitiveness among cities, and San Jose, I'm glad to say, is doing really, really well compared to other cities, except on one really important metric, on housing. We don't have enough housing for all the people who want to live here and for all the people who already do live here. And it is literally displacing our kids and our grandkids, and it will get worse if we don't build the amount of housing we need. I am thoroughly supportive, as our members are, of the memo from the council block adding in transit passes. It will help reduce traffic in the neighborhood. We have to keep things like those in mind as benefits to making the project as good as possible. I'm very grateful for all the council members, including Esparza and Arenas, for talking about the moral imperative of more housing, particularly affordable housing on this site. This project needs to be approved tonight. We need to make it as good as possible. And thankfully, the council has heard the community's concerns, has heard the opinions of Catalyze SV members, and is on the precipice of approving a great project. Thank you so much.
Michael Wright.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Liccardo and City Council. Just want to say I'm supportive of low-income housing. Just ask that if there's anything left to take care of with this, I'm very concerned about the traffic increase that will take place from this, especially with the Costco possibly going in. It is a very busy section there, and our kids go to Easterbrook. They'll be going to Prospect eventually, a few years from now, and so I want to make sure it's a safe location to be able to get to school and back. This project obviously is going to happen soon, and yes, very supportive of it, but do consider the concerns of the neighbors in the various districts that will be impacted by the project. Thank you very much.
Sriram.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and honorable members of the San Jose City Council. I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Sriram Chatrati, and I'm a D1 resident in the Moreland West neighborhood. I live less than half a mile from the proposed site, and we've been living here for the last 22 years, where we've raised both of our daughters who graduated from Prospect High School. As you've heard many times this evening, we neighbors actually do welcome this project. I'm not a NIMBY proponent at all. I actually welcome this project in our backyard, but the backyard is way too small for a project of this scale. Public transportation is inadequate in this area, with only one bus line providing a 15-minute headway, two others with much more limited service. In addition to the 2,000 new residents, this project brings a destination store, and shoppers are not going to walk or take a bus to go to Whole Foods. That's new traffic. Providing new residents with VTA bus passes is a nice idea, but they will find them of little use without major upgrades to the bus service levels and stations. As you could see, This site can reasonably accommodate about 8 stories worth of residences. The current proposal of 12 stories is way over provision for this site. Please reject this proposal as it stands at this time, keeping in mind that we do welcome the overall development, just not the way that it is currently provisioned. Thank you deeply for your consideration. Have a good evening.
Sean Dobson.
Hello, my name is Sean Dobson. I'm a project manager at DevCon Construction. Once again, on behalf of DevCon, we are in strong support of the El Paseo project, and we are excited to be a part of this development and look forward to constructing such iconic buildings in the city of San Jose. I grew up in the San Jose area and attended high school a couple miles down the road from this proposed project site. As all of you know, San Jose housing is extremely expensive and many families face difficulty finding housing and being able to afford housing for themselves and their families. This development will provide new affordable housing opportunities for families located near great schools, services, and a large variety of job opportunities. In addition, this project will create hundreds of union jobs for workers over the next several years during construction of this new development. Thank you for your time and consideration for this project.
Neighbors FID.
Hello there. This is Neighbors for Intelligent Development, most from District 1. We all agree we need housing and parks, but this is not that project. Please, everyone, take off their blinders and see more than affordable housing in this project. People seem willing to forget everything else for affordable housing. Remember, we built low-income housing with many union jobs and work at that time, and we gave up a huge park promised back to us by the city of San Jose. Sam and Chappie remember that. Where's the park? We will show you the critical differences from other signature urban projects. Some of the projects may be missing one thing. This project comes short on multiple items. Project is not near freeways. Like other projects, well over a mile away to any of the entries to the freeways. Nothing close. Worse yet, access roads to the freeways are way too small. Quito Road is only a 1-lane road. Don't believe their pictures where they're showing 4 and 5 lanes on Quito. Only 1 lane. Campbell Avenue, 2 lanes only. Saratoga Avenue, 2 lanes both ways. No urban village has only 1 lane on one side of it, and also the parking entrance is only accessible from one side of Quito. This is the main entrance to underground parking and the only entrance you do not have to transverse parking lots to get to it. Get ready for major illegal U-turns and cutting through all the neighborhoods. No meaningful mass transit, no train, no BART, no light rail, only a bus no one rides. Giving passes won't help. People did not ride it when it was free and you didn't need a pass. That means driving everywhere. No close parks, freeway, etc. No park. Where's the park? And 0.6 alleyway for the homeless and a puny half-acre circle? That's not a park. That's an embarrassment. We gave up acres and acres of parkland and open space when we built the low-income housing. We had a park course on both sides of Campbell Avenue and a community garden. The city of San Jose promised us we would get a new park to replace what we lost on the next project. Well, here's the project. Where's the park? Not even close to pedestrian.
Jeffrey.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jeffrey Herdman, and I'm a local District 1 renter working in entertainment. Our city faces an acute housing crisis. Personally, it's hurt to see my friends and coworkers struggle to make ends meet because of the housing costs. Worse still, several of them have been pushed out of the area entirely during the pandemic, never to become a long-term resident who could send their kids to school here or enjoy the opportunities within our city. Continued inaction, endless studies, and project downsizing is hurting an entire generation of workers and young parents and sabotaging our future potential as a great city. This project is a step forward in alleviating that housing burden for present and future residents, and I ask that the council please move forward with this project. Thank you very much.
Ron Leckie.
My name is Ron Leckie, and I've lived here in Saratoga Woods for the last 33 years. I support the need for the El Paseo site to be revitalized since the area in question has been turned into a ghost town. But I do want to see a plan that is more reasonable in terms of density and height. I have several significant concerns about the impact that the current plan will have on us. Our neighborhood's primary egress is onto Saratoga Avenue, which is the main thoroughfare from Highway 85 to El Paseo. Although we're in Saratoga, not San Jose, our home is about 500 feet from El Paseo. The increased proposal in terms of density at El Paseo will add significantly to the traffic congestion. Combine this with San Jose's planned Costco to be located in Westgate West, and then Saratoga's own housing element plan, these will all have an unbearable negative impact on the traffic and safety in our area. I haven't seen any attempt to coordinate those multiple projects and look at the traffic impact. Little thought has been given to it that I can see, and I hope that that will be investigated. I request that you reject the current plan and require the developer to go back, work with other cities, and submit a better plan that addresses these requirements. Thank you.
Justin? Justin, you need to update your Zoom software. Zoom user. Zoom user, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
My name is Shelley Hoyt, and I'm a longtime resident of Moreland West neighborhood. I support the redevelopment of the center, but want more reasonable density and height. Community involvement has been driven primarily by the neighbors, not by the developer. There have been long waits for information and especially drawings. Communication and meetings have been mostly limited to the residents immediately adjacent to the site and do not take into account the nearby neighborhoods that will be impacted by this project. Whatever input that we have given has not resulted in influence over our major concerns, the height and density driving a huge strain on the infrastructure. People have mentioned so many things. I'm empathetic to all of the contract workers and the union members, but it seems to me that we can approve this project with modifications like no more than 8 stories, and maybe 90% of the people will be happy. The neighborhoods will be able to support the project, and the union workers will be able to have their work. There's more than one way to do this. But I urge you to reject this proposal as it currently stands and have modifications made that most everybody can get on board with. Thank you.
Amy Cody?
Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and council members, my name is Amy Cody, and I'm president of the Moreland West Neighborhood Association. I'd like to use my time to discuss community outreach and incorporation of community input. The proposed El Paseo project will greatly impact our entire commercial area and the neighborhoods around it, but affected residents did not have the benefit of broad community outreach that occurs with the development of an urban village plan. Moreland West is located across the street from the El Paseo Shopping Center, and it took 4 months to get a meeting with the developer. The developer did attend neighborhood meetings that we organized, but the increasingly tall and dense plans did not reflect the top 2 concerns of our residents. In follow-up conversations, I regularly reminded the developer about the community's long-standing request for a rendering that shows the entire site, all 4 buildings, so the public can visualize what's being proposed. This was not provided. Most renderings we've seen are close-up, inspirational, or conceptual. The developer submitted architectural drawings to the city in December, which we looked forward to seeing at community meeting number 2, hosted by the planning division in January. Rather than show all 4 buildings, the developer chose to show a single building, the shortest one at 9 stories. To be clear, we're not talking about a 9-story or a 12-story building. What's being proposed are 4 massive buildings with 6 towers, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, and 12 stories. More appropriate for the transit-oriented Stevens Creek corridor. We're talking about over 2,000 new residents, only 190 new jobs, minimal affordable housing, 0 units for our very low income population, grossly insufficient park space, in a park deficient area. We encourage you to not support this project as currently planned.
Marcella?
Hello, and thank you for listening to me. I'm a lifelong local citizen that invested in the region within walking distance of El Paseo. I'm also a real estate finance person for development corporations with a long career in it locally. And I guarantee this project has numerous high impact flaws. In addition, recent research for my career shows that demand for commercial real estate is expected to settle at only 26% in the Bay Area, 26% of what it was pre-pandemic. And with that, the demand for housing is also expected to drop significantly from pre-pandemic numbers because employees are demanding to work remotely, and employers are catering to that. On top of all that, the City Planning Commission, they decided to approve this project using Target's parking lot, the schools for park space, and 2 members talked about moving into the affordable housing portion of the project, which is an inherent conflict of interest that I find egregious. So please reject tonight's proposal and go back to the drawing board. We can build something appropriate for our neighborhood.
Ahmad Thomas?
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and council members. My name is Ahmad Thomas, and I'm the CEO of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. On behalf of our member companies and the innovation economy, we are proud to support the project before you today. Our business leaders have long been clear that for our economy to thrive, we need housing at all income levels, and this project delivers that. This project will deliver a much needed 994 new homes, 149 of those being deed restricted affordable housing. And all of this on a currently underutilized retail center. It will breathe new life into that space with a new grocery store anchoring the project. Thank you for your consideration of my comments this evening. I am grateful to be able to speak in support of housing and this impactful project.
Neil Park McClintock?
Hello, my name is Neil Park McClintock, Mayor, members of the City Council. I am actually the president of Cupertino for All, and I live in Cupertino, so I don't live nearby the property. But I did find a lot of similarities between this project and things I've seen in my own city. In relationship, you hear a lot of reasonable height versus reasonable density. Well, we're kind of a job center, we're an urban center. So if anything, our past densities haven't been reasonable. And so we have to catch up. There's a reason that property values have risen so much for the folks who are calling in opposition to this project. And that is because we have a huge housing shortage and because we haven't been using reasonable density despite our rapid growth. And additionally, I'm someone who is in a precarious housing situation. So I'm actually housing insecure. And I might end up coming to San Jose from Cupertino because it is a little bit cheaper. And so it'd be great to have various housing options. And I think my story is also the story for many who already kind of live in your communities. And so people don't just come from the outside and sort of invade San Jose. They come from parts of the county already. They come from nearby often. And so like I'm down the street. And so we should open our doors to all folks and think of ourselves as a collective community and region. And I think this project is a step in that direction as well. Additionally, we can have density while also promoting walking and biking. some of our most dense or safest areas in San Jose are actually where there is more density. We just have to design them better and not orient ourselves entirely around cars as well. Thank you very much, and I hope the council supports this project.
Gail Miller.
Hi, my name is Gail Miller, and I'm a longtime resident of District 1. I own my own home. I'm an older person, and I feel that this El Paseo is out of characteristic for this neighborhood. It was always 2 or 3 story apartment houses. Now you're building a high density apartment house. And also it's going to be an impact on traffic, air pollution, and pedestrian traffic. And also you're not considering the older population in this area. And I feel with the traffic congestion, it'll create accidents, and it'll be very hard on pedestrians. And also there's a big impact on PG&E and water. And it will be very hard. And I think the project should be rejected. Thank you very much.
Eugene Bradley.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes. By the way, I was just looking at this particular project. About 2 speakers ago, somebody said that there's people coming from all over the county that want to move to San Jose. I'm someone that's been priced out not only of San Jose, but now priced out of Santa Clara County. So nowadays I'm in Monterey County. Anyway, looking at this project, is it perfect? No, nothing is perfect. What I feel from what I've seen with the facts on this, as well as the testimony from both sides, is there can certainly be improvements. One thing about the traffic, though, that one other speaker brought up, even though there is several bus lines that VTA runs right now, including one express bus, that express bus only runs twice in the weekday morning and then twice in the weekday evening. There's no weekend service. And also, even with VTA's proposed plans, there's actually some Saturday and Sunday service that's proposed being reduced. So while I'd like to see this project go through as it's much needed affordable housing in San Jose, there certainly needs to be some improvements around the area to further enable people to walk, bike, or even take the bus. I say this as somebody who, when I was living in Sunnyvale, I take the 26 bus down to El Paseo to Saratoga to watch movies. So this is proof that there are people who ride the bus. Thank you very much. So let's move forward with this project, and let's also make sure we provide the proper improvements to enable everybody, as many people as possible, to not only afford the development, but also be able to walk, bike, or take the bus and not have to depend on a car to drive everywhere. Thank you.
Lisa Fanjoy.
Yes, hi. Bob Fanjoy here. I'm a District 1 resident as well, and a long time, and I'm a founding board member and past president of the Murdoch Neighborhood Association. We're probably a mile or 2 away up Lawrence Expressway from where this project would be. I'm going to urge you to please vote no on this project as proposed. I think you've heard from a lot of people that we are for developing the El Paseo site, but not as currently planned. There's been many changes to it and has not addressed the top 2 neighborhood concerns that have already been mentioned. This project is way too large in size and scope and does not meet the needs of the surrounding neighborhoods. This project would increase traffic congestion, which will already be strained by the new Costco planned at Westgate West a few blocks away. The surrounding roads and infrastructure do not support the addition of 2,000 plus new residents living in approximately 1,000 high-density apartments in this area. Respectfully, we do not want another Santana Row in this neighborhood. We already have one at Santana Row. We do not want another Winchester housing project like the one currently under construction off 280 in Winchester in our neighborhoods. We do not want 11 to 12-story buildings in West San Jose like the awkward-looking Pruneyard Tower in Campbell. sitting all by itself. The city of Sunnyvale has a limit building height for a reason, to prevent unrestricted growth by developers who do not live here. So take a look at what the 8 neighborhood associations are telling you, please. And I'd like to borrow from Matt Mahan. Let's have a revolution of common sense about this project and not approve it as is. Thank you.
Justin?
Oh, good. I'm back. I guess my software is working. Yeah, so I've heard a lot of flowery talk here. Great stuff. I've heard real estate developers and building trade unions appealing to people's kinder, gentler impulses. We hear a lot of talk about housing affordability. We hear people talking about park space. Well, we talked about how much park space there is, and let's just say there's not very much. We have developers who want to build, hundreds of units of housing, and they're saying, oh, well, there's going to be affordable housing. Well, the thing is, these are not people who are motivated by social good or some sort of happy fantasy about what an urban village can be. These are people who want to make a lot of money. And the primary beneficiaries of this project are not going to be people in this area. They're not going to be people in San Jose. They're going to be people in Woodside and Los Altos and probably San Francisco, Los Angeles, whatever private equity firms are bankrolling the whole thing. And they're selling it to us as though it's some sort of social good. I think it's time for us to be realistic and say, okay, we have people who are trying to, appeal to our noble and kinder impulses. But at the end of the day, we're talking about people who are motivated by naked financial self-interest. And I think it's crazy how many people are coming in here sort of soft and saying, oh, well, it's all good. It's like, no, it's a smoking pile, man. This is crazy. It is absolutely a 12-story stake in the heart of West San Jose. And I guess in reference to my earlier comment, you know what flowers grow really well in, and that is horse shit. And that's what we're being sold here, a pile of.
Back to council.
Well, on that note, thanks, everyone. Appreciated hearing the overwhelmingly constructive comments from the community, and appreciate that there are some very strong feelings, particularly from neighbors who are concerned about all the impacts, traffic, parking, and all the other issues that are related to a project of this density. I do think it is an important testament to our community that people have stayed engaged and been speaking out at many of these meetings, and obviously today as well. So I want to assure you that you're being heard. I also appreciate there are many questions. I'll have a few myself. Why don't we go first, though, to to Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first of all thank the community that came out and spoke tonight. As everyone knows, we've had pretty extensive conversations with community members, and what makes this project especially difficult for me is these are a lot of the members who spoke and have talked to and have engaged with are not just my residents and my constituents, but they're also, a lot of them are my friends. We have personal relationships. So to be in a situation where you have those deep relationships with people that I'm going to be friends with for a long, long time, it makes this especially difficult when they're in opposition of a project like this. It's been about a 3-year journey when the project was first proposed to me and Sand Hill came to me. One of the first things that I said is I have to have affordable housing on site. Otherwise, this project is a non-starter for me. And so they accepted that very quickly and incorporated that into the plan at the very beginning. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the Sand Hill team to working with me and working with my staff, working with Cassidy, and taking in all the input that we gave you in terms of our vision of the project. And that vision is a project where all the members of the community and even throughout the area could come, can gather, can spend time, can eat, drink, and socialize in a development that's warm, that's friendly, that's inviting. And I believe that Sandhill actually did capture the essence of what we were trying to do. They also were accommodating in terms of a strong setback from the neighborhood. They went with a residential focus as opposed to the school that was originally proposed. The community did want a grocery store. I heard people complain about how they missed Lucky's. And I can tell you that, when I used to shop at Lucky's, you could throw a rock and not hit anybody because there's very few people that actually were in Lucky's when we were shopping. But the demand and the attractiveness of a Whole Foods, I think, is a different scenario. And Sandhill was able to do that. Just the vision of having a main street. Again, an area where you could walk from your house or ride your bike and spend time there and walk along that main street and go to an ice cream shop or a deli or just sit down and just talk with your friends. I mean, that's the vision. And I think that Sandhill has captured that. There are elements of the architecture that are outstanding. They've actually won an award for their project, and it's going to be visually a very good project. And that's based on not just the input from my office, but also the input from the community. I have concerns about the height and density and the impact on traffic. So I'm going to speak to the traffic first. With my experience on Stevens Creek and our urban villages, as well as my position on VTA, I have a very good understanding in terms of the whole chicken and egg dilemma. Which came first, the housing or the transportation? And I can tell you, based on my efforts so far on Stevens Creek, it's the housing that comes first. We couldn't get VTA to have a lot of interest in terms of what we were trying to do on Stevens Creek Boulevard in terms of high-speed transit, or just transit in general, until we develop our urban village plans. Once we made a commitment to build housing on that corridor is when we got the interest of VTA to be able to provide resources to come up with a transportation plan. That's going to be the same scenario for this project. We have to go lead with housing first in order to get that transportation that everyone is looking for. Again, this is my experience. I've seen it firsthand, chicken and the egg, chicken or the egg, and it's the housing that comes first. I really struggled with the issue around the height, especially, and the community, particularly people like Amy Cody and some of the other leaders, Rosemary Kamei, all my advice, they did a lot of the things I asked them to do. They approached us the way I advised them to do. And they did all the right things. Moreland West, Baker West, and the other neighborhood associations, you did all the right things. Even the testimony tonight, you did all the right things. So how can I show you that we're listening to you? So what I did was I floated a proposal to reduce the height from 12 stories to 9 stories. And I socialized that proposal with my Brown Act just to see if there was any interest or traction that I can get, at least for people to consider it. And I know that that proposal, which we socialized with the community, we socialized it with Sandhill, and I'm sure, Allison and Leslie and the team, I'm sure your heads exploded when you saw it. But it was something I felt compelled to do because, again, the community did all the right things. And I wanted to show that I was listening I understand your concerns. I got a lukewarm reception with that proposal. And with other memos that came out, I had a clear understanding of where this is going in terms of counting votes. So I had to make a decision whether I wanted to just oppose the project or drop another memo with another alternative, knowing that it's not going to go anywhere. I might get a couple of attaboys from the community saying, "Hey, Chappie, you stood up for us and you opposed the project," and get a pat on the back. But that's not something I could do and feel good about myself and look in the mirror. I want to be very transparent with the community and very authentic. And my feeling is, if I don't support the project, knowing the direction this is going, that I won't have an opportunity in my last 6 months to have the kind of input and impact on this project to at least incorporate other elements that are going to benefit the community. So I'm not going to make a motion right now, Mayor, but I want to listen to the conversation from my colleagues so that you can hear directly from them the rationale behind this project and whether they support it or not. So I'll defer to my colleagues, Mayor, and then if we can come back to me, that'd be
Okay, yeah, we'll come back to you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had a couple questions, and I'm happy to offer my thoughts. One, I saw that one of the members of the community came forward with what appeared to be a planning department notice that described, according to him, a project that was only 800 units and had a 5-acre park. Obviously, that's not what this project is before us. So I want to kind of understand, did we put out a notice suggesting this was going to have fewer units of housing and a bigger park than it currently has? This is early in the testimony. He was one of the gentlemen. He's raising his hand now. Yeah. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I didn't write down your name. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Abrahams. Are you familiar, Robert? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's a photograph. And perhaps, Tony, if you wouldn't mind just showing that to the planning staff, that'd be great.
So,
Robert, I'm sorry, your mic's not on right now.
okay. Yeah, it's not unusual for a project description to change during the review process. The applicant will be able to specifically answer that question why it changed. But we did look at, especially from this EIR standpoint, we looked at the maximum, which is within the current proposal right now, and the impacts wouldn't have still changed. And I don't believe there were heights in that proposal that were higher. So the applicant may be able to respond directly to why it changed.
Okay. Would someone like to respond?
And the sign was not updated.
Sir, I asked for the applicant. I'm sorry. Yeah, the question was about how the application changed. Your point's well taken. I just want to understand the applicant's. What? I think that the primary concern, I assume, is around the fact that a 5-acre park is no longer. It's much smaller.
Thank you for the opportunity. So as staff indicated, project description does change. Our studies did indicate there's multiple options that were being studied as part of the analysis. And I think all of that information was widely posted, both on city's website as well as our own project website. So I don't take care of the distribution of the mailing, but that information has been.
Well, maybe can we just figure out who's responsible for the content of what is presented to the public? I think that's important to determine here.
Good evening, Mayor. David Keon, Principal Planner of the City's Environmental Review Team. So there was a change in the project description from the very beginning of the project application. So, however, for the EIR, the notice of preparation, when that was issued, that was the description at that time. It was more conservative. So there were changes, and I think what the sign that was posted on the site was actually a sign, one of the first proposals, and that has subsequently changed. The notices that were sent out for this meeting and the EIR reflect the actual project description.
Okay. So David, is what you're telling me that regardless of what got posted initially, we have since sent out public notices that describe what we're looking at today, which is closer to 1,000 units. And I can't remember, it's slightly more than an acre park. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I guess my concern is, I assume what he took a photo of was a sign that was out there on the site. And do we have a process here for making sure that we're getting accurate information out on the site itself? Because that's obviously what's most visible to neighbors.
Mayor John T. from San Jose Planning. There's a balance between trying to get early notice to the residents to be aware of a project that gets out there and posting a visual as soon as we possibly can. But we do reference contacting the project manager. We update the website as well as update the notice as the project does evolve. So it is kind of hard to try to keep that notice changed during every iteration. But we want to make sure that notices and the community meetings are updated information as they come along.
Okay. In terms of all the community, I know there have been several community meetings about this, many. In terms of what the city's presenting, presumably the developer as well, we have not presented that picture, that is 5-acre park at 800 units, in any recent meeting, I hope. Is that fair to say? Okay. All right. There was a question about the 1.7 acres that are dedicated to Paseo. And I think one of the members of the community who's raising her hand now indicated that what we have designated as Paseo, in fact, has parking spaces, which would suggest it's not a Paseo, it's really access for vehicles. Could we explain the discrepancy?
Mayor, so John T, San Jose Division Manager. So what they're describing is a Paseo in the terms of kind of how it's activated and other aspect. There is a confusion of like what the city will actually accept as parkland versus what they're calling as Paseo. So we can call it a Paseo, it's activated, we have chairs, we have other things that happen in a Paseo. So overall, that's just an aspect of the project that can be activated. However, for the sake of the actual area, we wouldn't necessarily consider parking spaces as activated Paseo. But there are other aspects that do not have the vehicles parked near it that we would say is a more activated Paseo.
Okay, I just would assume, that in fulfillment of whatever parkland dedication requirements the developer has, we would never count square footage. That was essentially a driveway.
That is correct, Mayor. But Nicole Burnham, the Deputy Director for PRNS, is actually online, and she'll be able to explain the conversation
Thank you,
going on.
Robert. Nicole, can you help?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Robert. And thank you, John. Actually, John too gave a good summary. I think all of the open space that's proposed as part of this project, it's has not fully been vetted yet by PRNS. It's unclear whether it meets our requirements for parkland dedication. So what that means is it's unclear whether or not we will accept it as public park. That doesn't mean it doesn't have benefit for public space and public life. And there are opportunities to get credit for parkland dedication for privately owned spaces that contribute to recreation. So as the if this development's approved, as it moves forward, we would have to work with the developer to understand and detail out, working with John and Robert's team, what the proposed uses of the space are, exactly what is proposed where, and how those spaces are going to be used, what might be used for private dining or private cafe space, to identify what actually would be eligible for park credit.
Okay, thanks, Nicole. So certainly I know we all assume if it's a patch of of grass and you can kick a ball on it, it's probably a park. Is it fair for me to assume as I'm sitting here, I understand you haven't worked out all the credits yet with the developer, but if it's got a parking space or a series of parking spaces that line each side of it, which seemed to be the description that I was presented with, that would not be something that'd be eligible to satisfy the PDO requirements of the developer.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, I got off track with my answer. You are correct. Parking spaces would not be provided credit under the parkland dedication ordinance.
Or for that matter, the space in between the parking spaces that a car would need to drive to get to that parking. That would
Correct.
be, okay.
You are correct. Absolutely.
I just want to make sure that whatever was characterized is not something that we're going to deem to be satisfactory for the obligations of the developer.
You are correct.
Okay. I appreciate the community member raising that issue as well. There were many important issues that were raised. It is obviously a very well-informed community. I actually grew up a couple miles away from this site back when it was the El Paseo de Saratoga rather than the El parking lot, which it seems to be, which is that enormous, massive parking area between what was the Lucky's and some of the other stores. And I remember that prior iteration because it was actually a pretty wonderful space. You could walk through it, and there were lots of small restaurants and retail. And I remember a toy store being in there. That's something you remember as a kid. And it was wonderful because as a parent, you could allow your kids to run around and not worry about what cars may or may not be coming. Obviously, that was a prior iteration before we got to the current iteration of El Paseo. And obviously, our conception of what is an inviting commercial space changes with time. And I'd like to believe this is a step forward. I do believe this is a step forward from what is there today. And I say that for a few reasons. And part of it really goes back to sort of our whole concept around urban villages. You know, we crafted a general plan back in 2011 with this concept of urban villages in our city, and we reached out and had more than 4,000 residents participate in that process about what we were going to create, what was going to be the vision for our city. And overwhelmingly what we heard was that for the most part, the suburban sprawl that characterized our city for more than half a century was largely a failure. It was a failure in a whole lot of ways. It was a failure in terms of not providing certainly affordable housing that we critically need, because single but family homes, and look, I grew up in a single family home and live in one now. I'm not disparaging them in any way, but that's not a recipe of success if ultimately you need to make room and create affordability in a large city. But it was a failure for many other reasons. It leaves a lot of people trapped in their cars for far too long to get from one location to another. What overwhelmingly our community said they wanted was walkable communities where you have retail, restaurants, job opportunities, and social amenities within walking distance of where you live. And that increasingly there's a sense that in the suburbia that we had created, and we're certainly not unique, this is all true in large cities all throughout the Western United States, there's somewhat of an isolating nature to the suburban communities we created. People are trapped in their homes. They occasionally escape when they get in their car and drive somewhere to park in a parking lot somewhere and walk into a store for a brief experience with humanity, and then they return back to their homes. And it is something that I think an awful lot of folks expressed in various ways way back in 2011 as we were creating the Urban Village Plan was something that they believed we had an opportunity to reimagine, that we could create vibrant urban spaces because, you know, the vision that so many community members shared was that the great cities they love are not places they remember chained to their cars traveling 45 miles an hour down an expressway. Being chained to your steering wheel does not allow you to get outside and to be able to enjoy a park, a paseo, a plaza, or anything else. And in order to get those amenities, the parks, the paseos, the plazas, you need density and you need a mix of uses and you need all those things within walking distance. So that was the sort of source of the vision for urban villages. And so we created this plan in 2011 with an extraordinary amount of input from our communities about where urban villages would go. And the notion was we're going to be densifying in many areas of our city that hadn't seen density like that before. And certainly as we look at this site at the intersection here of Morris Expressway and Saratoga Avenue and Quito, we know that at least certainly Saratoga and Lawrence Expressway are major roads. And precisely those locations, that kind of intersection is what we had in mind. And we've had several updates now, the general plan, and we continue to hear support for that basic concept. And I think a lot of neighbors will be understandably, frustrated by the notion that so many San Joseans who weighed in today in their public comment don't necessarily live in the neighborhood. Those who support the project, well, they live somewhere else. So how could they, it's not their traffic problem to deal with, it's mine. And that's an understandable reaction. But the reality is there's a lot of San Joseans in this city who are frustrated that lots of other parts of the city aren't really bearing their responsibility or sharing in the responsibility for providing housing for everybody and providing the kinds of urban villages that would make, I think, cities distinctive. So we do have these urban villages, and yes, they're tall, and they're tall in lots of other parts of the cities as well. I think it was mentioned by the applicant during your presentation, Stevens Creek, Saratoga, Winchester, Stevens Creek. Those are just a couple locations in West San Jose, certainly. I live east of downtown, and I can tell you about plenty greater sites that are of greater density near where I live. And the point is that we put this plan together to give everybody a very clear idea of what could be built and what couldn't be built. So that everybody have clear expectations. Developers would know what they could build. Community members would know what they could expect. So we set the rules well in advance. And we tell the builders, comply with the plan and you'll get approved. If you don't comply with the plan, then we got no basis for saying yes. And so the idea is to try to get all that community input on the front end when you create the rules, not on the back end when somebody follows the rules. And then you kind of have to, well, a lot of folks don't like it, so I guess we'll readjust. I think, fundamentally, we've got a builder who's not just willing to comply with the rules, I think in many ways willing to go well above and beyond what we've seen many, many other builders do. And I think there's a lot of great aspects of this project, not to mention the design itself, which I believe is very attractive. So I reviewed the depictions and the opportunity to bring a Whole Foods store to this corner of our city, as well as obviously the 150 units of on-site affordable housing. So I think those are really important aspects of the project, as well as others. And I think it's important for us as a community to say, we're going to set the rules, and we're going to, if everyone abides by the rules, they will be able to build. When we change the rules at the last minute, you get a pretty predictable response from the building community, which is San Jose isn't the place to invest any money because they'll set the rules. And when you've invested $1.5 million into all the planning and all the processes and all the architects and all the engineers, in this case, probably more than that, you're going to get a no at the end of the day, even after you follow the rules. And as you can imagine, pretty quickly, you'll stop being a city where anybody wants to build anything anymore. And unfortunately, that's become a little too common in California. And as a result, we have a housing crisis. I do want to speak to one issue that I think Vice Mayor Jones raised, which, I did appreciate. He did share with us proposals that I think would, many in the neighborhood would have been much more supportive of. And I was one of those folks who said, I don't think I can support this. And it was really because of what I just said. They're like, look, we set the rules. We reached out to the community. We had thousands of San Joseans tell us what they want with the rules. We've been very transparent about what is in this general plan. This is the blueprint for development of our city. If we think the general plan's wrong, then we should change the general plan. We don't pull the rug out from under people because they followed the rules and some neighbors don't like it after the fact. The neighbors should be participating in the program, and hopefully we're doing what we can to engage people so they can participate meaningfully in the crafting of the general plan. So we'll get the rules right. And so I didn't support that memo. And, you know, the reality is it's not the case. San Jose is simply a mini mayor system. I know that was the criticism in past years. We just had to vote a couple items before where we had 2 council members in whose districts we were actually planning a housing for homeless residents who both voted against the particular proposal for various reasons. I'm not disparaging the reasons at all. And everybody else voted for it. But it was an example of the fact that there is not a mini mayor system in this city. We look at the needs of the entire city and decide what's best for the entire city. And it is true that there are parts of our city undoubtedly where density is not always as embraced, even though, as we see here, we have a major intersection where density would be appropriate. So I support the project. I know this is a very difficult decision for Vice Mayor Jones. I appreciate his honesty and his willingness to work extensively with the community. I think he's, you know, I've just heard bits and pieces of the extensive amount of community meetings that have happened. Appreciate all staff's work here. This stuff is hard. But I think at the end of the day, we look back 5 years from now, people are going to look at this in the same way, I'm guessing. An awful lot of folks look at Santana Row. I know that a lot of residents say we don't want Santana Row, but when you start to realize, hey, it's pretty nice having a Whole Foods nearby and having all those great amenities and having a beautiful plaza and something that's really attractive like this, I think pretty soon people get around to the view that, hey, it's not bad having a world-class city here in our own neighborhood. And this is hard to bring a world-class city, this corner of our city. All right. I see Vice Mayor Jones and I see Councilmember Cohen. Did you want me to put it? Okay. Councilmember Cohen.
Okay. Well, first, I want to thank all the members of the community that spoke up and acknowledge the challenge that these kinds of situations are for any council member whose district these things are in. Vice Mayor Jones works really hard to try to make sure that the community is engaged and has their input heard. And I don't think there's anybody on council who does that more than the vice mayor. And we've seen that on several projects that we've talked about in the last couple years since I've been on council. So I want to thank him for that. And similarly to the mayor, I had the opportunity to speak to the vice mayor over the weekend and get his input and hear his thoughts and weigh the various considerations on the project. What makes all these things so challenging, and they're not unique to District 1, they're happening in various districts around the city, similar to what the mayor just said, but say in a little different way. The growing pains of going from what was our traditional type of bedroom community to a big city are very difficult for the people who are on the boundaries of where that's happening. And we're trying to densify, we're trying to do what public planning tells us is the best way to, what public planning theory tells us is the best way to build out a city, while also trying to work hard to mitigate the effects on the residents in the area and also provide community benefit. And I know there's been the work on setbacks and things to try to mitigate how the neighbors see the project. But I also think that we're learning a lot from some mistakes of the past in terms of how we've developed projects in the city. And when I think about a project, there's several questions I ask. And I think when I spoke to representatives of this project, they'll recognize some of the questions I ask about, are we building affordable housing on site, for example? I'm very frustrated that before my time on council, but years ago when North San Jose was started being built, 8,000 housing units were built there and not a single affordable, maybe one project of affordable housing was built, but really there's no affordable housing in North San Jose yet. I'm working really hard to catch up, and I think we will get to the point at which 20% of the housing in the north part of my district is affordable. But it's really important to me that projects include that affordable housing, and figuring out how to change a project without putting in jeopardy the inclusionary affordable housing is a challenge that we have to meet. So I am happy that that's in the project. And, I heard some questions about, is there really an obligation? I've heard a commitment from the developer for that affordable housing. And that's important to me, that commitment is met, and the trust of that developer has to be maintained by us. We have a car-centric city, and we're trying to figure out how to dig ourselves out from that. So I am appreciative of somewhere during this most recent discussion of this project, the memo that I did sign on to includes a requirement of VTA passes to people who will live in the project for some period of time. I think we were trying to encourage a new way of getting around San Jose, and in the fall we'll be hearing about our Move San Jose plans that the Department of Transportation is putting together to help people rethink how we get around. We won't necessarily have 2.4 cars per household, but we'll have other ways of getting people around in the city. And I'm hopeful that once we add better bike infrastructure, better public transit infrastructure, that will work. The other thing is that, unfortunately, and I've been talking about this for years, you look around the city and the roofs of our buildings are useless, right? We have a sunny big city, and we have a lot of flat roofs with nothing on them. So I ask every developer, what are you putting on the roof of your building? And this one, I think maybe I can ask for clarification, for confirmation from our planning department, but I believe there's some green roof infrastructure and also solar-ready infrastructure on the roofs of this project. Is that true? Somebody want to confirm that that's true? Yes, that's true. So it's important, I think, to me that we get those kind of benefits for the community as well. And then the last mistake that we've made is we've built a lot of housing without mixed use. We've built a lot of housing that stands alone, where people don't have a place to go shopping, where people don't have a place nearby. And it's frustrating to be, again, representing North San Jose, where all these new residents are coming in, but there's no stores, there's no amenities. And this project provides that kind of mixed use that we're looking for. The trade-off here is that when we do these kinds of new signature projects that have all of these benefits, there's going to be more height than we expect, and we're going to have to figure out how to coexist with that. And I think that's what the neighborhood is obviously concerned about. But I did want to express what I think are the good aspects of this project that I think can be a model for how we build good projects in the city going forward and how we rethink our communities. So while I definitely feel for the neighbors who are concerned about what they might be seeing and what they're not, what the unknown is bringing, I feel for Councilmember Jones, Vice Mayor Jones, who's trying to, balance that input from the community with making sure that he has a good project in his district. I think this could be a win-win for everybody once we move forward with the project.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. Want to thank staff for overseeing the process here, and Sand Hill for bringing forward the project, and to the carpenters who all came out and do great work here in our region, and especially the neighbors who have followed this process for 3 years or so and engaged very deeply along the way, and are very well informed, as the mayor mentioned. I've had the privilege of getting to know many of them over the past year and really appreciate their thoughtful feedback and concerns. I'm not in the Vice Mayor's Brown Act, so we haven't had the opportunity to speak about many of the issues, although I'm sure we spoke with many of the same residents. I did submit a memo regarding many of the concerns raised by the residents in the neighborhood, from parking, traffic, parks, and to me, most importantly, the process by which we get here. And I want to first just acknowledge, I think there is a lot to like about this specific project. It does, as my colleagues have already mentioned, it has many attributes that we want to see in development in San Jose. It's mixed use with a new grocery store. I think we'd love to have a Whole Foods in downtown. It's mixed income with the affordable units on site, as many of us have referenced. That's a huge win. Thank you for including that. It provides good high-paying jobs, as has been mentioned. There's parking underground, there are improvements to the roadway, and on and on. And I really appreciate that Sand Hill wants to invest in housing and jobs in San Jose. I think that's a good thing, and I think the mayor makes a good point about the general plan process and the vision that we laid out a decade ago for urban villages. What I am concerned about and pointed to in my memo, which I hope is constructive moving forward, is what happens with the rest of this urban village. And I think, this is about 10 acres out of 30 in one shopping center, out of about 174 in an urban village, where the community, despite having participated in the general plan process, frankly doesn't have a lot of clarity, or at this point, faith that those of us in public policy world over here are going to get them the park space that they need, or deal with the fact that we're talking about what frankly is going to be thousands of additional cars on the road over time as this site builds out. And so, what I referenced a memo that I brought forward in December, and this is a specific example of this, is I think it really points to the need to adequately staff the proactive, forward-looking planning in our planning and building department to get greater clarity around how we envision these sites building out as we attract investment. And to the point that the vice mayor made, I think having greater clarity is good for the community, for the investors, but also lets us more effectively coordinate with partner agencies like VTA, hold them accountable for actually planning and communicating to the community how we're going to handle this growth over time. I mean, many of the community members have raised with me the very real concern that we don't have a mass transit system locally that's very high performing, frankly. And I understand the chicken and egg argument. Well, we need more density to get transit to work. So fine, let's plan for the density and be clear about our vision for where we're going to have parks and how we're going to mitigate this growth. But that plan really isn't specific enough here. And I don't think it is in many of our urban villages. We've got, 68 urban villages, and I think we've planned about a dozen of them. And so I just, my perspective on this is that the project has a lot of great attributes. It is the kind of development we want to see in San Jose, but the community deserves from those of us in government greater clarity around how we're going to address these issues that are consistently getting worse and eroding quality of life, and for which we and many of our partner agencies, frankly, have not done enough. So access to parks, traffic, parking, many of the issues we've been talking about in recent months. So my, whoever makes the motion, I hope will incorporate my memo, which requests that the administration come back to whether it's CED or a more appropriate body here, but with a plan for funding the planning process around the entire urban village in El Paseo with extensive community input going forward, so that we can really help the community understand how we're doing our part to plan for these impacts, as we know there's going to be a lot more investment in this part of town. This is exactly the kind of urban village where there is market demand, which is great in some ways, but pretty hard for the folks who already live there. So I wanted to lay that out, as I know we are moving toward a motion here, and I'm fairly certain there's a project moving forward here, but I want to think about what are we doing for the whole 174 acres here, and what we know is going to be really significant impacts on the folks who live here already and the new people who are going to be accommodated in this great mixed-use project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. So a couple questions. One, first off, I want to say thank you. I know there's a lot of people that participated tonight, and obviously it's a very significant project, and so it's certainly controversial in nature. And I think anytime we have some of these larger projects, we get some of the feedback, as we've heard tonight, on both sides, because there is a significant need for projects like this, for new housing, affordable housing, dense projects, completing our urban village plans. And there's a significant impact when these projects get built. And I think there's a lot of concern that comes along with it. But I do want to clarify a couple of things. I know the mayor spoke to this, but just to our planning staff, can you confirm, because we had the numerous allegations that this is not conforming to our urban village plan here and what we have designated could and should be built. So does this project actually conform and meet the stated goals?
Councilmember Parado, this is Robert Manford, Deputy Director for Planning. Yes, it does. The project has been actually reviewed for conformance with all applicable land use regulations, including the general plan and the urban village plan, and it's in conformance
So it's
with the
safe to say,
signature
Robert,
project criteria.
yeah, thank you. It's safe to say, Robert, if because we heard a lot of people that made claims that that was not the case tonight, members of the community. I'm assuming here that they have a different understanding of, or they're reading into differently how the plan and what would stipulate a signature project. But from our planning team and professionals, the understanding is this is fully conforming, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I would agree with the mayor as well in regards to sort of pulling the rug out from our development community. We will not get any of our urban villages built if we simply change the rules at this stage in a development project. I respect what our vice mayor did here and the work that he's put in. And that's something that we as elected officials do, working with our community and working with developers to try and find projects that can straddle what is needed and what is willing to be accepted by the community. And as the vice mayor pointed out, he did attempt to try and see if he could accommodate a little bit less height. That is something that I did not agree with. I did not feel that reducing the height was going to be beneficial to the overall project, to the need that we have for housing in the area, and specifically to, again, what is allowed in this urban village, and specifically with this signature project. And I do believe that the developer as well was accommodating throughout the process, and now was not interested in a reduction in height again, and I would concur with that. I do want to point out as well, I think in contrast to what Councilmember Mahan just said on the planning out of urban villages, we've had a number of urban villages plans completed in District 3. I appreciate that we have decided to do away with the phasing that we had and allowing projects like this to be able to move forward. But I want to make clear that, and specifically, again, from the projects that the villages that we've completed the planning process on in my district, we don't specify exactly where parks are going, exactly where office is going, exactly where housing is going. We put out a blueprint of what is allowed, what we design what we'd like to see. We have some height maximums and types of development, and we have designed the footprint of where these urban villages will lie, and then discuss the boundaries and the setbacks. But we don't specifically state this is where a park will go. The city doesn't own the majority of the property in urban villages. So we don't get that level of specificity or direction in projects. And quite frankly, most projects in urban villages are going to be piecemeal. It was a once in a lifetime opportunity to get a project, for instance, like the Google Village project, where you have a company or a developer as significant as Google to be able to come in and help master plan a large landmass like they did. That is extremely rare, and we're not going to see that. We haven't seen that in my urban villages in District 3. It's been piecemeal, and that's why we set up this blueprint of an urban village, and we do our best to attempt to get projects that will conform to that. And in this case, that's exactly what is transpiring. We have an urban village that unfortunately is not completed. So we have our signature project opportunity that we've also approved a number of those in within District 3. And this project is fully conforming. And I'm not against completing the urban village in the area. I think that, right, it would be great if we can complete the urban villages throughout the entire city. But that's a significant body of work. And I just wanted to ask staff about that as well. If we were to include Councilmember Mahan's memo, is that changing your workload? Is there something, you know, where that was already at in line, or is that something that staff is comfortable with? What is the response from staff in regards to that expediting that work?
John Tu, Acting Division Manager. I probably would have to speak for on behalf of my citywide team. It takes on average anywhere from 2 years to 3 years to develop an urban village plan with the outreach, getting all the phasing components, and getting the implementation aspects all worked out, as well as doing extensive outreach. So it'd be pretty tough given the staff levels, as well as having to secure the funding to do those studies. And as you correctly stated, in the process, we do allow developers to move forward with the signature project with, you know, a pretty extensive list of additional criterias to let them proceed ahead of an urban village plan. So in the question of, you know, developing and taking up all the capacity assigned to each urban village is just the amount that is environmentally cleared. The council, as well as do additional environmental study, can increase the capacity of each individual village as well. I think that's one of the other questions that the other council members had.
And so where is this? Sorry, where is this urban village plan at in the pipeline right now? And because I understand the workload, right? It would take significant amount of work. Where might it be in the pipeline?
Councilmember Perales, this is Rosalind Huey, Deputy City Manager. First, I just wanted to share with you that the citywide planning staff does report to the Community and Economic Development Committee at least annually on their work plan for urban village planning. We're actually currently planned in the draft work plan to go to CED with an update in February of next year. Obviously, if the council so desires that we report to CED earlier, we can certainly do that. And Councilmember, I will say that currently in the citywide planning program, an urban village for this area is currently not in our work plan. So it would be something that staff would have to take a look at in terms of prioritizing other planning efforts that they're looking in. Interestingly enough, just this morning at our CSA discussion, we were discussing 2 potential urban village plans, working with other city departments, talking about which would be the best one to move forward with. So I would suggest that we give the citywide planning team an opportunity to finish that analysis and then to bring a recommendation to the CED committee on the next couple of urban village plans that would get underway.
And you don't need direction to do that, right? I mean, that's work you're already doing, correct?
That is correct, Councilmember.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't want to simply prioritize this urban village because of this one project and deem that this, you know, take priority over the rest of the work that you're doing, or take priority over allowing the team to come together and help make a recommendation to the council. I think that's the appropriate path to go. And so I appreciate the suggestion, but I will make a motion here, and I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation and with the joint memo that I signed on to with the Vice Mayor and my colleagues.
Second.
That's all for me, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. So sorry, I'm having some technical issues. Thank you for your patience. Also want to start off by thanking a lot of the residents that came out to share with us some of their concerns and some of their hopes. it, excuse me. I guess the grass is always greener on the other side. And the reason I say that is because my district is not the district that typically receives a lot of investment. And I think we have one of the higher household incomes, but yet we can't keep a Constantino's open. It eventually got taken up by, well, it was 2 different stores, and it eventually ended up being a small market, Walmart market is what they call it. And so access to resources in my neighborhood is tough. And I know that this project is adding resources to that neighborhood. And while I think that there is some benefit to the community, I can also understand the difficulty of seeing your community change around you. And so I definitely can appreciate that. I heard some of those concerns. Mayor, I appreciate you asking some of those questions about the notice and what got posted, because I also had those concerns and questions. And I'm glad that that got cleared up, as well as some of the meetings that were shared, or the number of meetings, or the discrepancy with the number of meetings. So I'm glad to hear some of that get clarified. I know it's going to be difficult to see the community around you changing. I remember when my dad was alive, he would say, this was all orchards here. And this was orchards. And we'd go to almost any part of San Jose, and he would say, and this was, this was this kind of orchard over in this area. We always look back at what used to be, but I think this project is an opportunity to see what we can be. And I'm supportive of this project, not only because it has affordable housing on site, which is something that it's very rare. We haven't really seen that in many of the projects, but also because it's going to bring resources to our communities. And when you bring resources, we know that people like to move into a nice and well-resourced neighborhood. It means that families have an opportunity, that children have an opportunity to go to better schools, and that lays the path down for some children to be successful as they age and become adults. They just have different opportunities to educational systems simply because of where they live. And we are all trying to mitigate that factor and avoid having children's future predetermined by the place that you live. But unfortunately, that continues to be the reality. And so this is a high resourced area. It's a very nice area. And it's going to bring in, I think it's 199 affordable housing for families. That's a little less than half of what we approved earlier today. And earlier today, we heard 4 different projects. And all the projects that we enabled to help assemble some of that financing are going to serve our families throughout the city. But this, and throughout the city, and throughout the city, they'll have different levels of access. For example, in Alum Rock or on West San Carlos. this is definitely a very high, well-resourced area that we know is going to make a difference for families. It's one of the reasons why I'm supporting this. And let me correct myself, it's 150 affordable units. Don't know why I had 199 in my head. And so I do want to acknowledge that with this project. Like I said, it's not often that we get to see it. This is why I'm supportive, but I'm also very respectful of where our vice mayor in his direction. I thought this was going to go back to you, Vice Mayor, in terms of emotion, because you have always demonstrated a very well-balanced perspective, and you're a wonderful listener of your community, and you know what works in your community, and I trust the direction that you would go in. I know that there's a different motion on the floor than maybe you had hoped. Either way, I think that what we're going to see in this part of San Jose is an opportunity for future families and for children to have those well-resourced opportunities that we've all been talking about. And it doesn't have to come through the city. And we don't have to put money together, and we don't have to, do all the work that the housing department does to get affordable housing out the door. That's going to be all on the developer. And so one of the things I have seen in other projects is that affordable housing gets left at the very end. And so I don't know if Eric is still on, or somebody else who's representing the project, because I want the assurance that affordable housing units will not be the last ones and get scratched or X'd out of the plan simply because they're not feasible anymore.
Okay. I'm not sure if you're able to see, but representative for the applicant is approaching that mic.
And who is that?
Allison Koo with Sandhill.
Oh, Allison, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Koo. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I know that you presented at the beginning. I apologize.
No problem, and thank you for your question. As we mentioned, we're committed to bringing affordable housing on this project. There are various phases that will take place on the project. And so we anticipate that the first building is Whole Foods. But beyond that, I think that our goal is to finance the project in its entirety and finance the affordable component. So we are not trying to push it towards the end, but we are trying to work together on the entire project in a sequential process.
Great, thank you, Allison. And this is a question I had posed previous to developing this memo and providing my support. And I posed a question to you, but I wanted to do it publicly because I did hear some comments earlier from some of our community members as to the plan in terms of where those affordable housing units would be, when those affordable housing units would be developed. And so I'm hearing a level of assurance from you that those will get developed, that there is no intention of delaying or avoiding the development of these affordable housing units. I appreciate the commitment. Thank you, Allison. By the way, thank you. I appreciate the commitment, so I will be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor, I think
Yes.
we've now run through all the council members.
Thank you. Couple of quick questions. I know the subject of the MTIP, or Multimodal Transportation Improvement Plan, came up. Is there anyone here that can speak to what that means for Saratoga in that area?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor Jones. Jay Guevara, Deputy Director of Public Works. I am, pun intended, stepping out of my lane, but it is related to the funding for the Urban Village Plan. So the MTIP does not have funding yet. However, Department of Transportation's plan lines were shared with the community for that future state when funding does become available. That includes the plan lines, and as the memo recommends, of the project for the removal of the pork chop islands, for improvement for pedestrian safety, bike lanes, and again, those were shared with the community at this point in time, given the funding status.
Thank you. On the subject of an urban village plan, I know that you spoke to it, but isn't there already direction to pursue funding from MTC for both De Anza and Saratoga?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rosalind Huey. Yes, as I recall, we did get direction from council to advance both of those urban village plans, and I would have to confirm with staff, but we did pursue those grant opportunities with MTC and just need to verify, in fact, that we got those.
Okay, my understanding is we did not receive that funding.
Okay.
If I'm wrong, that'd be actually positive news, but.
I'll have to verify with staff. I've been away from it for a while now, so I'll have to verify with the citywide planning team.
I appreciate it. And really, Councilmember Mann, the reason why I asked that question is, I've gone through the urban village process. And I know in terms of the resources, funding, that's pretty intense. They said it's a 2-year process. That's pretty accurate. That's 2 years once the process starts, not getting to the process. In our previous urban villages, we had MTC grant money to support. We were able to bring in a consultant. So there's so many different elements that are involved with the process of starting an urban village. So I just wanted to give you that kind of an expectation that, we're talking about 4 years out, best case scenario. That's why in our memo, we gave direction to have the developer, Sandhill, start a visioning process for the parcel that's currently under potential development. And that's going to be potentially a much faster process, as well as it's an opportunity for the community to be engaged with Sandhill in terms of the vision for, at least for that parcel, for that the whole 30 acres. So I just wanted to just, bring that to your attention. And then Councilmember Perales, you grabbed my motion, but you're gonna have to let me make a motion for a downtown project sometime in the future. But can I make a friendly amendment to your motion? We found out that there's some cost issues and implementation issues with the VTA passes. So we want to modify item 3 on the memo to say that we'll do a review or evaluation after 2 years to address those potential issues. If that's
Yes, I'm
acceptable.
happy to.
All right.
Yes, and I apologize if I stole your thunder. I'm happy to set aside my motion if you'd like to.
Once stolen,
take
the
it.
thunder cannot be returned.
Okay, then I'll keep it and I'll accept your friendly amendment.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you to the community. Thank you to Ken, Leslie, Allison. Thank you to staff. I mean, this has been a 3-year journey, and we're coming to the end. And the expectation is this is going to be an amazing project. There's certain elements that people aren't happy about, but there's going to be elements that the community's going to love. So let's move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Spoke too soon when you said the end. Councilmember Mahan.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'll be quick. And I will support the specific project, as I've said, but I do think it's a mistake to not push harder on planning the 174 acres. It absolutely will take 4 years, and I think that's fine. That's the kind of process we need to go through. The build out of this urban village will likely take 10 to 20 years. I think the value of comprehensively planning, and we've said this, we had this conversation last year when we looked at Five Wounds in Little Portugal, and we all talked about how great it was that we were going through a more comprehensive planning process, because that helps other agencies like VTA think ahead about where we're growing and coordinate investments in transportation mobility solutions, which is what we're constantly asking of them. In fact, the feedback I received from staff, because I didn't have the benefit of being in the Vice Mayor's Brown Act group, was that getting the urban village planned would actually be useful here and would help answer many of the questions the community has. And it's not that we're going to have all the answers, we're going to determine exactly where the parks are, but it would certainly give greater clarity to our partners at VTA with what could happen here. And importantly, it would get us out of this reactive, incremental, here's a project, now the community is shocked and concerned and doesn't understand how it fits into the whole. I just don't buy that the process we went through 11, 12 years ago for the general plan means that we've laid out the vision and the community should just get it. I think that's unrealistic. And I think having a thoughtful, detailed process around each of our urban villages, and I get that's expensive, we're not going to do it for all 68, but I believe the direction we gave last December said for urban villages with high market demand, with high potential for housing production, and we specifically talked about West San Jose, that the administration was directed to come back with a proposal for increasing staffing through the budget process. And shame on me for not raising this question during the budget process that we've just gone through, but specifically for increasing staffing investment around planning some of these urban villages. So I am surprised to hear that we won't be getting an update on that until February, and that this specific urban village is not currently contemplated to be part of that list. I personally think that's a mistake. It's something we can talk about more offline, but Rosalind, I don't know if you can provide any more detail as to why this would not be on the list.
Thank you, council member. And I wasn't suggesting that this particular urban village would not be on the list. I just think that the citywide planning team would want to just conduct an analysis of other urban villages that they are considering, given market strength, potential redevelopment sites. So it's something that we would factor into that decision making.
Okay, I misheard you. I thought you said that it was not currently on the list. You're saying it's still under consideration.
Correct. What I meant to say is that we're not currently planning to undertake an urban village right now, but it's something that we would certainly take into consideration.
Okay. And the next update would be February, is that correct?
It's currently scheduled on the draft work plan for February, yes.
Okay. Well, I don't feel that we quite stuck with the direction that we had given last December. That's partly my fault for not following up on it. But I do think, in contrast to some of the other comments, I think there's a lot of value in planning these out with the community and having greater clarity around where we think we're going with these urban villages. I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
I just want to follow up a bit on that. I assume the reason why it didn't come up in the budget process is that planning's got a lot of vacancies right now, and I assume filling those vacancies is probably the necessary precedent to being able to actually get to expanding planning staff to take on new urban villages. Is that fair, Robert?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I could add, staffing definitely is a challenge, but the budget did include funding. I believe it was $400,000 to actually bring on a consultant or contract planner to assist in the development of the next phase of urban village plans.
Okay, great. So Councilmember Mahan didn't miss it. We actually do have some funding in there to begin. So could you just give us a sense of what the queue looks like? I know that not all 60 some odd urban villages are ready to roll. And clearly some like this one, along Sartic Avenue, are particularly strong, have particularly strong market interest. Could you give a sense of how many urban villages we think are likely in that group that we're trying to assess where we start planning?
Yeah, I know that initially we were looking to identify about 5 different urban villages. Clearly, you know, the market demand we know is in West San Jose.
Yeah.
So we are definitely taking a look at those urban villages in that area for sure.
Okay. That's helpful. Okay, thank you. All right, let's vote then on the motion from Councilmember Peralez. It should have been the motion from Vice Mayor.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes. Thanks for rowing it in.
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley, Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for today's agenda. We'll now hear public comment on open forum on any item that's not on the agenda.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. That last item was one for the ages, I think. Thank you. Happy June to everyone. I would like to talk more about this item tomorrow at Open Rules and Open Government and in the future CED meeting possibly. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you offered interesting ideas. I wanted to, I guess, mention that City of San Diego just worked through their surveillance and technology ordinance ideas. Interestingly, it's got some really good ideas that includes a public accountability board. And the language of their ordinance really speaks to the concepts of just good civil protections and civil rights and civil liberty ideas. I mean, it basically voices what I've been trying to say here to you guys for years now. It was interesting. I had an interesting time and interesting experience, and we can share information between cities. It'll be interesting how that can take place in the coming months and years. LA is working on issues. Good luck how we can share information. I'm interested in the idea that for as much as you approved things like the alfresco planning, alfresco dining, I hope we can continue the Zoom process for meetings, for public meetings. I think it offers an interesting way to offer public opinion and ideas and the sharing of ideas. Good luck how in this post-COVID era that we're trying to move into, that I think things like Zoom can be a good possibility for ourselves into the future. It's with all of that, good luck how we can share information and ideas. And that's the key, I think, at this time. I don't think we have to be excluded and exclusive to our own little islands anymore. Good luck how we share information and ideas. Thanks a lot.
Clarice. Clarice Bumagot.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Clarice Bumagad, and I've been a resident of San Jose for many years now. I was happy to hear of the plans and efforts underway to address homelessness and provide individuals with affordable and interim housing. And I really hope, as leaders of our community, that you continue to prioritize finding viable solutions to address homelessness. I live close to Reinhardt Drive, which is very close to Jackson Avenue, which has a homeless encampment. And many of my neighbors are frustrated and are also fearful because the presence of this encampment has presented many safety issues for people living in this neighborhood. I am supportive in interim housing, and regards to the challenges in gaining support for interim housing, I think it is important to continue to provide support for these individuals when they are housed, such as job assistance, mental health, and substance abuse resources, because I don't think you will prevent the behaviors that make residents feel unsafe if these issues aren't addressed firsthand. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask the woman who just spoke if she's able to just tell us again where the encampment was that was particularly challenging for their neighborhood?
Sure, it's on Reinhardt Drive.
Okay. Could you give us a near cross street or?
Reinhardt and Jackson. It's very close to Independent High School.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. The meeting's adjourned.